It is still morning. Wait, I'm going to look to make sure. Yeah, no. Good afternoon, everyone. I really am honored to be here at the South Shore Cultural Center alongside all these distinguished leaders here on stage. I won't repeat their names, but there are a few people I want to make sure that you recognize, or that I recognize and you'll recognize them. Our DHS Assistant Secretary of the Office of Firearm Violence Prevention, Kiwana Bell. Of course, you met some of the business leaders here, but there are many in the audience today who have put their dollars forward and their hard work forward to make sure that this program is successful. And of course, the many, many representatives of communities across this city, thank you for your dedication. Before I became governor, my predecessor defunded CVI all across Illinois. Many of the programs were simply downsized or closed their doors altogether. To no one's surprise, what followed was the fastest rise in violent crime in decades. And a Northwestern University study released in 2022 proved the correlation. We have lost too many people and too many children because of the damage that was done. It is time to rebuild. It is past time that we rebuild. As governor, there is nothing more important to me than keeping Illinoisans safe. So my administration has been working to reverse the hollowing out of government support for violence intervention, and I've taken a holistic approach towards realizing a vision of a safer city of Chicago and a safer state of Illinois. Over the last 3 years, the General Assembly, the Senate President, the Speaker, you heard Justin Slaughter, you heard Robert Peters. I mean, together we have worked to do so many things that I think are making a difference today and will in the future. Let me start with the ban on the sale of assault weapons in Illinois. And we banned ghost guns, and we banned rapid-fire switches. And we ended the sale of high-capacity magazines. We instituted universal background checks on all gun purchasers, and we increased the duration of our red flag laws. But you all know that limiting the implements of violence isn't nearly enough. Until last September, in Chicago and across the state, violent offenders who had enough bail money were immediately set free, while poor people accused of nonviolent crimes would have to sit in jail for months because they didn't have a few hundred or a few $1,000s for bail. That's unfair, that's unjust, so we ended cash bail. And then we enacted the Reimagined Public Safety Act, surging unprecedented levels of investment in violence prevention and interruption, and utilized data to inform where help is most needed. And we increased mental health and substance use treatment to new highs and high levels all across the state of Illinois. Then I established the first ever state Office of Firearm Violence Prevention. Now, communities have a dedicated state resource for technical assistance, for training, policy recommendations, while we provide investments to fuel the work. And our approach is working because it's your approach. We are proud to celebrate 2 years in a row of double-digit declines in shootings in Chicago, a feat that was once thought impossible. And with this announcement today, SC2, we are bound to make even more progress, saving countless lives. SC2 will carry this work much further. Scaling community violence intervention for a safer Chicago is an unprecedented effort to gather government, stakeholders, and community organizations, private stakeholders, to meet the needs of those most at risk of gun violence. This has been years in the making, and no other city or state in the nation has a partnership as robust as this one, and I thank you for making that happen. To the people who do the work on the ground every single day, to the members of the SC2 Steering Committee and representatives from Chicago's CVI groups, I want to express my unending gratitude to you. Your dedication will bring about a safer, brighter tomorrow for Chicago, and I couldn't be prouder to stand alongside you in that endeavor. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you all very much. Speaker Welch, President Harmon, Lieutenant Governor Stratton, my fellow constitutional officers, members of the 103rd General Assembly, Chief Justice Tice, and of course all the members of the Supreme Court, honored guests, the First Lady of Illinois, my soulmate, MK, and all the people of the great state of Illinois. I am so grateful to be here today to deliver my 6th State of the State and Budget Address. I love my job. I love living in Illinois and spending every day working to improve the lives of our residents. In a world seemingly filled with chaos, it's a privilege to be tasked with bringing stability and progress. We live in a state that's filled with people who exude decency and kindness. And if you take the time to listen, Illinoisans will tell you rich and rewarding stories about how we came to be who we are. Here in Springfield, one of the most interesting guys I know is Ian Hunt, the head of acquisitions at the Abraham Lincoln Presidential Library and Museum. And if you ask Ian, he will tell you one of my favorite stories. Illinois owns an original version of Lincoln's Gettysburg Address. It's known as the Everett copy, one of only 5 to have been handwritten by Abraham Lincoln himself. It's named after Edward Everett, a famed orator and a former Massachusetts senator and governor. At Gettysburg on November 19, 1863, Everett was the other guy who spoke. He gave a 2-hour speech that almost no one remembers. Whenever it was finished, Abraham Lincoln got up and he delivered a 2-minute speech that has never been forgotten. A life lesson for every politician. The Everett copy of Lincoln's Gettysburg Address remained in private hands for almost 80 years. And then in 1943, with a world war raging across the globe, word came to Illinois Governor Dwight Green. The owner of the Everett copy had passed away, and the document was likely to be auctioned off. Governor Green desperately wanted Illinois to own this priceless piece of history that is so intimately connected to our most famous son. So his administration came to an agreement with the seller to purchase it for $60,000. The problem was Illinois didn't have $60,000 to spend on the Gettysburg Address in 1943, and Governor Green knew this. So he did something unusual. He enlisted the school children of Illinois to collect pennies and nickels to raise the money. There must have been great skepticism that kids were going to come up with enough money to buy the Gettysburg Address for the state, especially in the middle of a Cold War, of a world war, and at the heels of the Great Depression. But no one should ever doubt the children of Illinois. A few years ago, a newspaper interviewed a Springfield man named Gene Rubley,
who noted that as a young boy in 1943, he sacrificed his Saturday afternoon movie for a few months so that he could give his weekly allowance to the donation drive. It took the children of Illinois only 6 months to raise $40,000. Marshall Field III, the grandson of the famous department store magnate, helped with the rest. In March of 1944, almost exactly 80 years ago, 4 school children presented the handwritten Gettysburg Address to the Illinois State Historical Library, and it has been our most valuable state artifact ever since. I love this story. It has everything: imagination, ingenuity, sacrifice, patriotism. It includes elected officials who didn't stop at no, and children with a vision beyond their years, doing something important for our future. It's a story about how, penny by penny, Illinoisans once saved something important. It's a story about our past, but it's also a story about who we are today. Because penny by penny, we are still working together, saving important things for our state. 5 years ago, when people said we couldn't do it, many of us went to work eliminating our bill backlog and balancing 5 state budgets in a row. We created a $2 billion rainy day fund. We achieved 9 credit upgrades. And in the face of a pandemic and high inflation, we delivered historic tax relief, provided record levels of rental and mortgage assistance, and reduced interest costs by paying more than $11 billion in debt off. We've also grown Illinois' economy to over $1 trillion. That's more than most nations. In 2023 alone, we attracted billions of dollars in new business investments and created tens of thousands of new jobs. In fact, on average, a new business moved to Illinois or expanded here every single day last year. Thanks to our bipartisan tax credit legislation, Illinois is now the world's 4th largest data center market, and we broke an all-time record for film and TV production revenue. Tourism is booming. Last year, Illinois' hotel industry set a record at $5.5 billion. In the Midwest, we are now the #1 state for workforce development. Across all 50 states, we are #2 for infrastructure, #2 for education, #3 for power grid reliability. We have the #1 and #2 best business schools in the country. And since 2018, we've moved up a whopping 13 spots in CNBC's Best States for Business. These are the things that matter to businesses looking for a home, where their workforce can live, work, and play affordably and with world-class healthcare and education. Now, we have a lot of work left to do, but we together have met this moment that we are in. Do not let the doom grifters steal your optimism about what's ahead for Illinois. Our future is bright and opportunity lies ahead. Last year, we launched a groundbreaking multi-year plan called Smart Start to make Illinois the best state in the nation for preschool, childcare, early intervention, and home visiting. It's already making a huge difference for young families across Illinois. We thought we would be able to add 5,000 preschool seats by the end of year 1. We exceeded that goal by 15%. We created 5,823 new preschool spots, all of which are options that parents didn't have before. As a result, right now, we have over 82,000 publicly funded preschool classroom seats, the highest number in our state's history. And staying on the Smart Start plan, we will achieve universal preschool by 2027. Smart Start also expanded access to early intervention and evidence-based home visiting services for families with babies and young children by adding 26 more programs serving nearly 3,000 more kids. And we established the nation-leading Early Childhood Workforce Grant Program thanks to our initial investment of $130 million, stabilizing and raising wages for a workforce that is primarily women and people of color. That helps providers maintain and grow staffing while still delivering the quality care that Illinois children deserve. Smart Start is having the desired benefit for working parents and their children. Child care utilization rates are higher than ever before, with 166,000 children receiving services. There was a real fear that our entire child care system might crumble in the wake of the pandemic. Instead, it's growing. Heather Andrade is a Rochester parent, and when I recently visited with her, she told me that Smart Start has changed her child's life. In 2019, after a tremendously difficult pregnancy, Heather brought little Natalia into this world, a healthy, happy little baby. But as Natalia grew, Heather noticed that she was experiencing some delays in her development and in her speech. Heather knew that she needed help. Thanks to Smart Start, Rochester Elementary was able to open a full-day program offering early childhood education and childcare, including early intervention services like speech therapy. Since Natalia's first day in that program, her progress has been nothing short of remarkable. She can spell her name. She can write her name. Once nonverbal, Natalia now talks so much that they're even considering pulling her out of speech therapy. Natalia is on track to thrive when she enters kindergarten, and her path ahead couldn't be brighter. Heather's success story as a mom stands as a testimonial. It reminds us of all the parents out there who need just a little extra help to give their kids that smart start. Heather is here today, and I ask you to give her a big round of applause. It's with Heather and Natalia in mind that I propose we stay on plan and increase Smart Start funding by $150 million in year 2 to create 5,000 more preschool seats, continue growing childcare, and reach thousands more families with critical early childhood services. And I also ask that in this budget, we begin the first phase of consolidating state government's early childhood programs into one agency called the Department of Early Childhood. With a $13 million investment, parents and providers will have a one-stop shop for resources and programs, from finding childcare and preschool to accessing early childhood block grants and daycare licensing. Nearly every study shows that investing in early childhood isn't just about your child's first 5 years. It's also about paving the way for success in their K-12 education and beyond. Every single year I have been governor, we have increased our investments in education because a quality education is the foundation of a good life and the cornerstone of a strong society. It's why education has been a central tenet of all 6 budgets I have proposed. There have been some standout champions among you, like Majority Leader Lightford and Senator Logren-Capel, along with Representatives Davis and Stewart, who have spent their entire careers fighting for our public schools, all while weighing the tough choices to keep our budget in balance. And the results are plain to see. In 2023, U.S. News ranked Illinois high school students #2 in the nation in college readiness, and CNBC ranked Illinois #2 overall for education. We notched our highest graduation rate in 13 years, and teacher retention was the highest ever on record. The rate of 9th graders on track to graduate now exceeds pre-pandemic levels. Chronic absenteeism is turning around, and proficiency in both English language arts and math increased dramatically. We can draw a direct line from these results to last year's budget. Our $45 million teacher pipeline grant program brought 5,384 new teachers into the field, reaching more than 730,000 students in 170 districts with the highest need. Teachers are the single most important investment we can make in our schools. So I propose that we invest another $45 million in the teacher pipeline program, bringing thousands more educators into the field. The evidence-based funding model is working. So my budget proposal follows the EBF law's recommendation, increasing it again by $350 million. And we will fully fund special education and continue increasing funds for school transportation by $30 million. Higher education continues its tremendous upward trajectory. For the second year in a row, the Illinois Community College system celebrated historic headcounts, marking the second largest increase in enrollment numbers in the last 30 years, and far higher than the rest of the United States. More Illinois students are now taking advantage of our great colleges and universities with well-funded MAP grant and AIM High scholarship programs. So the net tuition cost for most Illinois students attending Illinois schools continues to decline. Our higher education institutions are on the rise, and it's important that year in and year out, even in lean budget years, we demonstrate a commitment to these institutions, which is why my budget proposal includes a more than $30 million increase in direct operating support for public higher education institutions, and that's on top of the continuing record capital investments that we're making through Rebuild Illinois. Improving educational attainment and retention is assisting private industry to overcome the Illinois workforce shortage, and it's also having a similar effect on state government. We're finally moving closer to achieving the staffing levels that we need to support our work. The departments on aging, human services, healthcare and family services, every social service agency has improved its hiring to fill out its budgeted headcount. DCFS, for example, has achieved its highest staffing in more than 15 years through a combination of funding, ingenuity, and sheer hard work. DCFS is more focused than ever on how to best protect Illinois children. Today, nearly every call to the abuse and neglect hotline is answered immediately. That's up from only 50% back in 2019. Of the more than 94,525 investigations conducted last year by DCFS, 99.7% were indicated and initiated within 24 hours. And within 7 days, 96% of children have been seen by an investigator. With the additional $14 million in funding in FY25, DCFS will reach a headcount of 4,000 staff for the first time in more than 2 decades. As always, there is more to do, and DCFS is committed to doing it. I want to thank outgoing DCFS Director Mark Smith for his 5 years of service in the state's most difficult job. And I also want to welcome incoming Director Heidi Mueller, who served 2 gubernatorial administrations as the pioneering head of the Department of Juvenile Justice. I've visited many DJJ facilities over my time in office, and it's impossible to ignore the trust and admiration the state's most vulnerable children have for her. We are lucky to have her in this new role. The people who work at DCFS are witness to trauma and heartbreak every single day. They're rarely lauded for their successes and most often used as a convenient punching bag for larger societal issues. They work long hours, and on occasion, these heroic workers have been the subject of threats and violence. I want them to know that I see them, and that I see their work, and that I am incredibly grateful for their service. And I ask each of you in this chamber to offer them your gratitude too. Their dedication is worthy of recognition. Restoring the safety net has been a goal of mine from the very beginning, but to do so, we've had to work on transforming our healthcare ecosystem. After so many years of neglect, we've begun to turn things around by reducing the price of prescription drugs, implementing hospital transformation, and enacting a lower-cost, state-based health insurance marketplace. I want to particularly thank Senators Linda Holmes, Ann Gillespie, and Laura Fine, as well as Leader Robin Gable, for their groundbreaking work on healthcare reform over the last few years. And now it's time that we take another giant leap forward. This legislative session, I'm introducing a bill to curb predatory insurance practices, putting power back into the hands of patients and their doctors. It's called the Healthcare Consumer Access and Protection Act, and it has 3 parts. The first part targets a practice called utilization management. What is utilization management? That's insurance speak for denying coverage. Utilization management allows insurance companies to boost profits by requiring that consumers get permission before they receive care. It won't surprise you to know that those requests are frequently denied. One method of utilization management is referred to as prior authorization, where a consumer must get permission from the insurance company to get treatment from their own doctor that their doctor has deemed medically necessary. Another method of utilization management is called step therapy, where a patient is forced to try a less effective treatment and then have that fail before getting the actual quality care that their doctor said they needed in the first place. Any doctor will tell you how much they loathe these practices and how often they are used to deny patients the medications and treatments that they desperately need. Almost everyone has a horror story about prior authorizations and step therapy. Lest you think that I'm exaggerating, let me share one such story. One of our state employees was diagnosed by his cardiologist with serious heart disease and scheduled open heart surgery. 3 days before the procedure, which took a month to schedule, the health insurer denied the prior authorization request. The insurance company made the decision, without consulting this person's doctor, that heart surgery was unnecessary, leaving the employee to cover the cost out of pocket or not get treated. It was only after my office got involved at the request of this individual's family, who was afraid he could die, that the prior authorization was granted. That is simply unacceptable. Doctors and their patients should be making decisions about patient care. There should never There should never be an instance where an insurance company employee can deny coverage for something as serious as open heart surgery. We should never, ever, ever, ever cede these decisions to the whims of insurance executives whose focus is always on the bottom line. When it comes to patient care, the only bottom line that really matters is what needs to be done to keep people healthy. The legislation I'm proposing would totally ban step therapy in Illinois and force insurance companies to use the same definitions of medical necessity that doctors use. Among the other features of this bill, Illinois will become the first state in the nation to ban prior authorizations for inpatient adult and children's mental health care. That means patients suffering a mental health crisis can get the care they need without jumping through hoops designed to deny coverage. And we're going to make sure that insurance plans publicly post all treatments that require prior authorization so consumers can compare plans when they're shopping for coverage. We're also going to prohibit insurance companies from selling short-term limited duration plans, also known as junk insurance. These are plans that seem enticing because they offer lower premiums to bridge gaps in insurance coverage. But in reality, these plans fail to meet even the minimum standards of the Affordable Care Act. They don't cover pre-existing conditions. They don't cover maternal health care. They don't cover mental health and substance use treatment or prescription drugs. Like 12 other states in this nation, it's time for Illinois to ban junk insurance plans. The second part of this legislation covers network adequacy. That's the standard insurance companies must meet to ensure that there are enough in-network doctors to treat consumers when and where they need health care. In recent years, we've seen the rise of ghost networks. That's where an in-network directory shows doctors and specialists who in reality either aren't accepting new patients, aren't in-network, or don't exist at all. Health insurance companies should be helping consumers get quality care, not tricking them. So we're going to require insurance companies to update their in-network directories of doctors to reflect the actual availability of health care, and we're going to punish them if they don't. The third piece of the Healthcare Consumer Access and Protection Act prevents insurance companies from unfairly increasing rates on consumers. Last year, my administration was proud to work with members of the Senate, the House, and other stakeholders to end unchecked rate increases for small group insurance. Those folks are the ones who cover small businesses and individuals. This year, we're going to require that large group insurance carriers do the same. Now, I'm haunted by the reality that there are Illinoisans who are suffering and in some cases have died because they lost a battle with an insurance company. I have talked to people who have just given up because of the mountains of paperwork or the endless search for an in-network doctor or the dozens of hours on the phone arguing with an unsympathetic insurance company. Getting the health care you need shouldn't be this hard. Now, I know how hard the insurance industry will fight me on this, but let me be perfectly clear. I am willing to spend serious political capital and put my shoulder to the wheel to get this done. It will save lives and lower health care costs for millions of Illinoisans. It's also time to help those who have suffered financial harm, often through their no fault of their own, from past failures of a broken health insurance and healthcare billing system. Treating a health emergency is not an optional expense, but too many Illinoisans have had their credit ruined or have been pushed into bankruptcy when they had one unexpected accident or one prolonged illness. So today, I propose that over the next 4 years, we eliminate $4 billion of medical debt for over 1 million Illinoisans. Working with a national nonprofit called RIP Medical Debt, it costs on average 1 penny to buy back and eliminate every dollar of medical debt. And we can start this year with a $10 million appropriation to relieve nearly $1 billion in medical debt for the first cohort of 340,000 Illinoisans. County Board President Tony Preckwinkle has already done this for residents of Cook County. Let's make this a reality for all of Illinois. In Illinois, a serious effort to reduce maternal mortality rates is long overdue. And Black women in our state are 3 times more likely to die from pregnancy-related causes than white women. It's imperative that we act now, ensuring that as we do, we also reduce and eliminate racial disparities. The current system is failing our most vulnerable women and babies. The solution lies, as it often does, at the community level. Janine Valerie Logan is a certified nurse midwife at the Birth Center PCC in Berwyn, the first freestanding nonprofit birthing center to open in Illinois. But in Janine's home community on the south side of Chicago, no such center has ever existed. After years of mobilizing and submitting grant applications, Janine finally is able to open the Chicago South Side Birth Center to meet her neighborhood's needs, offering a full spectrum of reproductive care, from contraceptions, STI screenings, and abortion to prenatal birthing and postpartum care. It can be a model for how Illinois can decrease Black maternal mortality. Because of the work that my administration has already done, beginning this year, doulas, midwives, and lactation consultants can now be recognized as Medicaid healthcare providers, ensuring that they can be fairly compensated. That will make more services more readily available to communities with the highest mortality rates. And we can do even more. I intend to break down bureaucratic barriers in state government by coordinating work across agencies to improve access to a full spectrum of reproductive health care services. Our Department of Public Health will provide grants to assist providers with Medicaid certification and licensing associated with starting and sustaining a community-based practice. We'll also invest an additional $1 million in DCEO capital grants relating to the cost of opening these centers. And DHS will invest $1 million in a pilot program to ensure new moms and babies have clean diapers, along with an additional $5 million into home visiting for our most vulnerable families to connect new moms and babies with the resources they need to be healthy and thrive during baby's first year. My budget also proposes investing $12 million to create a child tax credit for families raising our youngest children. By targeting this investment at low and middle income families with children under 3, we can put money back in the pockets of our newest parents who need it most and make those early years just a little bit easier. Altogether, we're making a $23 million investment that will put us on a path to birth equity, a path and a destination that Janine and her colleagues in the field can be proud of. Janine is here today, and I would ask her to stand and be recognized. One of my missions as governor is to make life easier for working families. Establishing a child tax credit, eliminating medical debt, lowering the cost of health care, making it easier to get a college education, bringing quality childcare closer to home so moms and dads can go to work. These are not esoteric policy proposals, but actually do lift the burdens up away from everyday Illinoisans. And even though inflation continues to cool off, folks are still feeling the squeeze every week at the grocery store. So there's one more thing that we ought to do. For the good of our state's working families, let's permanently eliminate the grocery tax. It's one more regressive tax that we just don't need. If it reduces inflation for families from 4 to 3%, even if it only puts a few $100 back in families' pockets, it's the right thing to do. Food access is far from the only necessity that we're tackling. In 2021, I signed an executive order that launched Home Illinois, a whole-of-government approach to prevent and end homelessness. And last year, we put this plan into action, investing $200 million into prevention, crisis response, housing units, and staffing to ensure that every person has a fighting chance. In a matter of months, Home Illinois sustained and created thousands of new shelter beds for longtime Illinois residents across this state. We provided housing and services to young adults aging out of foster care who were at risk of becoming unhoused. And we gave one-time financial support to working Illinoisans who, due to an acute crisis, fell behind on their rent and risked losing their home or their apartment. We kept thousands of Illinoisans in their homes, people who might otherwise have been unhoused. Take Jasmine, for example. Jasmine was living in her car with her 5 children while she was 8 months into a high-risk pregnancy. When Jasmine was finally connected to Housing Forward, a homeless services agency in Oak Park, they immediately took her in, providing shelter and wraparound clinical services. While at Housing Forward's RISE Center, Jasmine gave birth to a healthy little baby, enrolled her kids in early childhood education, registered for a GED program, and now Jasmine is looking for employment. Today, she's on a path to permanent housing. There are many hundreds of people like Jasmine all across this state in need of help. And we know that Black individuals and families make up 61% of the unhoused, while making up only 14% of the overall population. So this year, we created a racial equity roundtable on Black homelessness, the only effort of this kind in the entire nation. To advance that work, I am proposing an additional $50 million to attack the root causes of housing insecurity for Black Illinoisans. And all the while, we are going to continue to serve other at-risk populations like veterans and those who are medically vulnerable with the shelter and wraparound services they need. Underlying Home Illinois is a belief that this state values the dignity of human life and the universal right to a safe home. Not so with all states. I would build a wall of steel, a wall as high as heaven, against the admission of a single one of those Southern Europeans who never thought the thoughts or spoke the language of a democracy in their lives. Those words were spoken 100 years ago by Georgia Governor Clifford Walker at a Ku Klux Klan rally. But the reality is, it could have been a social media post by Donald Trump last week. Time might march forward, but our society's worst impulses seem never to go away. I've spoken many times about my own family's refugee history. I will not join the chorus of people in this country or in this chamber who eagerly look to slam shut an immigration door that was once open to our ancestors. Over the last 18 months, more than 35,000 asylum seekers have arrived in Illinois. Most of them landed here in buses sent by Governor Abbott of Texas. Abbott willfully planned the arrival of these individuals in locations and at times that would engender the maximum chaos for the city of Chicago and for the asylum seekers themselves. Children, pregnant women, and the elderly have been sent here in the dead of night, left far from our designated welcome centers, in freezing temperatures, wearing flip-flops and T-shirts. Think about that the next time a politician from Texas wants to lecture you about being a good Christian. Our immigration system has been broken for a long time. No doubt the current migrant crisis is a problem of the federal government's making, and I mean both political parties. I am sure that when I leave the podium today, there will be some who will walk outside this chamber looking for a microphone so they can start yelling about sanctuary cities and immigrants taking our tax dollars. I hope that the press covering those statements will ask these politicians one important question. Did you or did you not support the federal immigration bill that the White House agreed to with Senate Republicans? There was a chance 2 weeks ago for a breakthrough on immigration policy, and the president and congressional Democrats did what most voters say they want from leaders. They sat down at the table with Republicans and negotiated a bipartisan compromise. The White House announced a bill that was supported by top Republican leadership in the Senate. And then within hours, Republicans who had helped write the legislation announced that they were suddenly against the legislation, including, most glaringly, every single Republican member of the Illinois congressional delegation. Why did this happen? Why did every single Republican run away from something that they claimed they desperately want? Because Donald Trump told them to, and they're afraid of him. And why did Trump tell them to reject the bill? Because he wanted to use the issue of immigration against President Biden in the November elections. I'm not making hyperbolic statements here. Donald Trump said that out loud. That bill would have helped Illinois. It would have provided money and resources that we don't normally receive as a state far from the southern border. Maybe some Republicans find it hard to put country over party, but our obligations to the people we represent supersede the letter after our names. Joe Biden has been a very good president who has rescued the economy and protected freedom, but states and cities in the country's interior are not equipped alone to handle the rapid influx of new arrivals that we have seen. The White House and the federal government need to step up to coordinate and manage these asylum seekers when they cross the border. And they shouldn't leave it to the governor of Texas, who has no goal but to sow chaos and destruction. Listen, maybe some of you think that we should just say, this is not our problem, and that we should let the migrant families starve or freeze to death. But that's not what decent Midwesterners do. That's not what leaders do. We didn't ask for this manufactured crisis, but we must deal with it all the same. With our partners in Cook County and the city of Chicago, my administration has worked to develop a cost-effective and comprehensive response plan over the next 12 months. We used the most reliable data available and estimated what it would take to ensure that the most basic human needs are met for asylum seekers arriving in Chicago. This plan also includes continuing our efforts to divert as many people as possible away from temporary shelter to more permanent settlement, wherever that may be. Not because we are unwelcoming of immigrants, but because Chicago's shelter system is near capacity, and it is dangerous if migrants have no shelter or support at all. To date, we've moved 9,000 individuals through the process from arrival to temporary shelter to independent housing and self-sufficiency. Thousands of others have moved on to find family or sponsors. We've also helped thousands through the temporary protected status and employment authorization process so they can legally work. Private industry in Illinois has expressed a strong desire to hire those who are authorized to work. I committed to the mayor of Chicago and the Cook County board president that I would come to the General Assembly and ask for funding for a little over 50% of the cost of this plan, which comes to $181.7 million. We don't have any clear idea how long Governor Abbott intends to hold the nation hostage, but his political stunt will eventually come to an end. So let's start planning for its aftermath, ensuring that during the coming fiscal year, some of the 30 temporary migrant shelters can and ought to be converted to other productive uses, as determined by the communities themselves: neighborhood clinics, community centers, workforce training, housing. There are lots of good ideas that I've heard from people. So we have designated $5 million in this budget for shelter conversion grants. Now, I won't pretend that any of this is easy, but it would be irresponsible to do anything but come here, lay out the scope of the challenge, tell you what I think we need to do, and then work with you to make it happen. Personally, I think each of us should follow the examples set by the good people of our state. Evanston's Mike Moyer is fixing up bicycles to donate to migrants. Chicago's Samantha Ulavong is teaching English to our new neighbors on a South Loop basketball court. And then there's Oak Park's Elaine Pierce. A retiree, Elaine opened her modest 2-story, 3-bedroom home to 7 new family members, as she would say, absorbing all of the costs on her own. Mike, Samantha, and Elaine are among the best of us, epitomizing what it means to be an Illinoisan through and through. Let's thank them today. Our FY25 budget proposal makes some hard choices. I wish we had big surpluses to work with this year to take on every one of the very real challenges that we face. It's important to note that while this budget is tight this year, our fiscal house is in order, and we are able to keep our communities and our commitments to those communities and to the people of Illinois. This year's budget proposal is focused and disciplined. And because of the responsible actions we took in the last few years, paying off state debt and treating federal pandemic relief as one-time revenue, we are not facing the budgetary challenges that other big states are this year. California, for example, has a $38 billion deficit to contend with. Meanwhile, Illinois' budget is balanced, and it builds upon all of the progress that we've made, paying our pensions in full, investing more in our public schools, social service agencies, and healthcare, while addressing the immediate and unique needs of the coming fiscal year. Now, I expect that some of you will want to spend more, and some of you will claim that you want to spend less. I know this. I'm always open to good ideas that members of both parties have to more efficiently and effectively fulfill our obligations. My one line in the sand is that I will only sign a budget that is responsibly balanced and that does not diminish or derail the improving credit standing we have achieved for the last 5 years. "80 years ago, in the middle of a world war, our state decided it wanted to preserve an important memento of our past. Governor Green knew that Illinoisans in every corner of this state were watching their family and friends and neighbors die half a world away fighting fascism. Good leaders are practical, but they also know the power of totems, especially virtuous ones. It's poetic and prophetic that it was children who came to the rescue in 1943 to enable the acquisition of one of Illinois' true jewels. Somehow, it's always our kids who know how to contextualize the past while reaching for our future." I'm struck by the words of Gene Rubley, that Springfield boy who gave up his movie money every week to donate to the Gettysburg Address effort. He noted years later, it meant something to us being part of something like that. And it did mean something to Gene. It sparked a lifelong love of history. When he retired, Rubley worked as a docent at the Abraham Lincoln Museum, where on so many days he delighted in showing visitors the document that he helped buy so many years ago. Gene's story and the generosity of Illinois' children in 1943 is a reminder of something important. Our citizens rightfully ask a great deal of their representatives, but they are always willing to give so much of themselves in return. That reciprocal investment is the essence of statesmanship and citizenship. It's what makes a society strong. It is what has made Illinois great. Thank you. God bless you. God bless the great state of Illinois, and God bless the United States of America.
Okay, hopefully you can hear me okay, even though we're, all right, very good. Happy to take any questions from members of the media. Tina.
Can you share your thoughts on why the chairman resigned, and also if this highlights any sort of changes that you should see for the board? Should they be nonpartisan? What types of reforms should there be?
Yeah, thank you for asking. First of all, the death of an 11-year-old boy is unbelievably tragic, and under any circumstances, and these especially. I think that the members of the PRB, as you know, are of both parties. They're nominated and approved by the Senate. And I think that as you know, the leader of the panel that made the decision to let the prisoner Brand out has resigned. I think that was probably a proper decision on her part. And I think that the chairman of the PRB, who served admirably for 11 years, also a Republican, chose to leave. I did not express any reason in particular, but I think that the changes that are necessary here are evident in the fact that the panel didn't take into consideration enough the domestic violence history of this particular prisoner. and the fact that there were reports by the victim of that person knocking on her door, being around her apartment building, et cetera. And so one thing that we've decided to do is to make sure that we enhance the domestic violence training that all PRB members get, including all the ones that are there now, and of course any new ones that are proposed, to make sure that this never happens again. Yes.
Hi. Related question. How close are you to starting the process of replacing those two members? And have you found any hesitancy among folks to take that job?
Well, the more that people politicize the position, the less likely it is that someone would want to serve in it. And as you know, there have been people in the General Assembly, typically the opposite party, who have politicized this. So it makes it more difficult. But we have not, I mean, this has been a very short period of time. I think we're talking about 5 work days so far since the resignations, the two. And so obviously we're contemplating that we need to make nominations to those positions, but we don't have any decisions yet.
Very unrelated again.
Yeah.
Like I said, we haven't seen you in a week, so we got questions for you.
I'm sorry.
Oh, so we haven't seen you in a week, so we have lots of questions for you. Alderman Seicho Lopez, there are calls for him to resign from the Housing Committee on the City Council because he was at a rally in which there was a burned flag. Can you share your thoughts? Do you think he should resign from that committee?
Look, I'm not the one who will ultimately make the decision about that. What I can say is that calling the president, names, saying that we shouldn't have the Democratic National Convention in Chicago, attacking or at least standing in front of a burned American flag and in front of a sign, essentially referring to people as if they're in favor of genocide, who clearly are not, I think are all things that I disagree with, but I will defend to the death his right to say those things. I wouldn't have done it, and I wouldn't encourage anybody to do it, but it's his right to do it. John.
Well, good morning, everyone. On behalf of Silver Cross Hospital, I would like to extend a very warm welcome to Governor J.B. Pritzker, Lieutenant Governor Juliana Stratton, the elected officials in attendance today, Illinois Hospital Association President A.J. Wilhelmy, members of the media, and representatives of our Silver Cross Hospital medical staff, leadership team, and hospital staff. I'm Scott Paddock, Senior Vice President of External Affairs at Silver Cross, and we are extremely honored and proud that Governor Pritzker chose Silver Cross as one of the hospitals he's visiting this week during his statewide tour in support of his groundbreaking Healthcare Protection Act. Silver Cross Hospital fully supports this important legislation that would curb predatory insurance practices and put the power back into the hands of patients and doctors where it belongs. Thank you, Governor Pritzker, for introducing this legislation that will, among other things, ban step therapy, eliminate prior authorization for crisis mental health care, lower health care costs for patients, and save lives. We at Silver Cross applaud the Illinois House, which passed the Healthcare Protection Act last week, and we urge the Illinois Senate to do the same. At this time, I would like to welcome Governor J.B. Pritzker.
Thank you. Well, good morning, everybody. It is great to be, you're a little taller than I am, so. Good morning, everyone. It is great to be here at Silver Cross and among all of you, and thank you for all the hard work that you do here, and very importantly, for hosting us this morning. It's an exciting day. We're here to highlight the Healthcare Protection Act. It's a bill that, if passed, will help us curb predatory insurance practices and empower patients and their doctors. I'm joined today by Lieutenant Governor Juliana Stratton, by New Lenox Mayor Tim Balderman, Mayor Terry Darcy of Joliet, County Executive Jennifer Bertino-Tarrant, Representative Anna Muller, who is the chief sponsor of this bill in the House, Senator Robert Peters, the chief sponsor in the Senate, Senators Mike Hastings, Patrick Joyce, and Rachel Ventura, Leader Natalie Manley, Silver Oaks Group Chief Medical Officer Dr. Imran Shakir, and IHA President and CEO AJ Wilhelmi. Last week, the Illinois House passed the Healthcare Protection Act, whose purpose is to make quality care easier to access for patients across Illinois and to increase accountability by insurance companies. For far too long, insurance companies, not doctors, have been free to determine what treatment options patients should have and how quickly they can receive it. With this bill, we're putting power back in the hands of doctors and patients. The HPA starts out with a focus on utilization management. Too many patients get hit with an unexpected roadblock when they're forced to wait a long time for permission from their insurance provider before they can receive care, all the while dreading the possibility that their request will be denied. Too often, utilization management results in a denial of coverage because insurance companies simply want to boost profits. It's an unhealthy and unfair system for patients. Utilization management comes in many forms, but it's most often seen prominently in prior authorization and step therapy. Prior authorization forces consumers to get approval from their insurance company before beginning treatment, even after the doctor has deemed the treatment medically necessary. And with step therapy, insurance providers can require patients to try and fail on often less effective treatment options and medications first before getting the actual care that was recommended in the first place by their doctors. There's no question that medical professionals are better suited to make recommendations about treatment than insurance company bureaucrats. So with this bill, we're requiring insurance companies to use the same treatment criteria to determine medical necessity that doctors do. That way, patients get what they need. And we're banning step therapy in Illinois for fully insured and Medicaid plans. The Healthcare Protection Act will also make Illinois the first state to ban prior authorization when it comes to inpatient, hospital setting mental health care, because those in crisis should never be forced to navigate difficult insurance policies. When shopping for health care coverage, it's important that insurance companies be transparent about prior authorization so consumers can make informed decisions when purchasing coverage. That's why HPA requires that insurance companies publicly post every treatment that requires prior authorization. We're protecting consumers further by prohibiting insurance companies from selling what are called junk insurance plans, which don't even meet the minimum standards of the Affordable Care Act. By doing so, we're joining a growing number of states, 12 so far, and it's time for Illinois to join that group. The second focus of the Healthcare Protection Act is on improving network adequacy. We're setting a standard for care availability, including appointment times and in-network doctors. We too often, see problems with in-network directories and their listed availability. When a patient goes to look for a provider, the list may show doctors and specialists that no longer accept new patients or aren't any longer in the network, or sometimes don't even exist at all. These ghost networks make it even harder for patients to locate care nearby without waiting weeks or months for an appointment. To combat this problem, our bill requires that insurance companies regularly update their provider directories to show the true availability of healthcare providers. And finally, this bill, with it, we are continuing our efforts to prevent insurance companies from gouging their customers by unfairly hiking up their rates.
Last year, my partners in the General Assembly and I ended these unfair rate increases for individual policyholders and the small group insurance market. HPA this year requires large group insurance carriers to follow the same rules. The Healthcare Protection Act is a set of consumer-focused health insurance reforms that will return a sense of autonomy and control to patients and their doctors. Now, we're protecting Illinois families, making it easier and less labyrinthian to navigate the world of healthcare and insurance. I also want to shout out my partners in this endeavor, and I've mentioned two of them already, but this bill's two outstanding sponsors. Senator Robert Peters and Representative Anna Muller are working incredibly hard to advocate for Illinois families, and I'm so grateful for their leadership. This bill sailed through the House of Representatives under the leadership of Anna Muller with bipartisan support, and I think that's important to recognize. It doesn't matter what party you belong to. You've been subject to issues and challenges that we can now deal with the Healthcare Protection Act. I also want to make sure that you all know that when I mentioned this, and I talked about this during my State of the State address just a couple of months ago in February, I told you that I'd put my shoulder to the wheel to get this done, and I meant it. That's why I'm here in New Lenox, traveling to communities across the state to tell Illinoisans about this legislation. From Belleville to Peoria to Rockford to Maywood later today, we're talking with doctors and patients and consumers with this one message: this bill will save lives, and it will lower health care costs for millions of Illinoisans. Together, we'll get this bill through the Senate under the leadership of Senator Robert Peters, and we'll land it on my desk where I will proudly sign it, because the people of Illinois deserve reliable and safe access to quality care. And with that, I'm proud to introduce our House Chief Sponsor, Representative Anna Muller.
Good morning. Well, I am very grateful to be part of this effort, with the strong leadership of Governor Pritzker and Lieutenant Governor Juliana Stratton. We did get this bill through the House last week, but we would not be where we are at with this legislation if it were not for his incredible leadership and the expert negotiation and drafting and work that his staff undertook over the past several months. So the governor really deserves so much credit for bringing this forward. It's wonderful to be joined here this morning with my General Assembly colleagues. It's great to see Senator Hastings and Ventura and Senator Joyce and my colleagues in the Illinois House who supported this bill, and we would not have been able to pass this without their support and leadership. Leader Manley, Representative Walsh, Representatives Meyer Martin, Representative Avalar, who are here with us today as well. And thank you so much to Silver Cross Hospital for hosting us. Thank you to all of the doctors and nurses and staff who provide that on-the-ground care for patients in this area. I truly am grateful for all that you do, the sacrifices that you make to help people and help them stay healthy in our state. I was delighted to pass the HPA last week in the House. Governor Pritzker did a fantastic job explaining the details and the elements that are included in this legislation. And as he mentioned, this bill was introduced to the state during his State of the State address in February. It started through the legislative process in the Human Services Committee that I chair back in early March. And we held a subject matter hearing on the legislation to give committee members and legislators an opportunity to truly understand what the challenges are with the current state of insurance and how patients and doctors struggle with the barriers that have been put in place by the insurance industry to increase their profits. So we brought in doctors, we brought in patients, we brought in advocates, and we heard incredible stories, human stories about why this legislation is so important. We heard from a doctor who works in an emergency room, and because of requirements for prior authorization before a patient can be admitted for a mental health crisis, has seen time and time again people showing up at their hospital, at the emergency room, truly suffering an acute crisis, having to be turned away because an insurance company would not allow them to be admitted because of prior authorization. And the anguish that this doctor felt knowing that this person could end up hurting himself or hurting others because of the arbitrary rules put in place by an insurance company. We heard from a patient who bought one of these short-term junk policies that we are banning in this legislation, who was diagnosed with MS after purchasing this policy, thinking that he had a policy that would cover these types of conditions, and only to find out that this insurance company, the short-term insurance company, would not, or policy would not cover MS because it was a pre-existing condition, even though he had never been diagnosed with MS before. It was very eye-opening to hear these stories, and that's why I'm so proud that we are bringing this legislation forward. Both of those practices and the others that the other elements that the governor explained are truly going to prevent so many tragedies in our state. They're going to help you serve and treat and care for your patients. It's going to create a healthier Illinois, and I really look forward to this getting through the Senate. We were very pleased to have 10 Republican votes on this legislation, which is no small feat. We had a Republican co-sponsor on this legislation. So now the gauntlet has been thrown for the Senate. We want to see a good bipartisan roll call in the Senate as well, which I know we will because we have an outstanding leader who's going to bring this forward in the Senate, Senator Robert Peters, who I am very happy to introduce and call to the podium now. So thank you so much.
I appreciate at every press conference I'm told about the what I have to accomplish to make sure that this bipartisan bill is happening in both chambers. I'm State Senator Robert Peters of the 13th District, and I just want to say amazing work by Rep. Mueller and members of the House and the advocates for getting this bipartisan bill out of the House chamber. We are one step closer to bringing comfort and dignity to healthcare patients all over the state. I am no stranger to our healthcare system. I was born hard of hearing. I've had multiple surgeries throughout my life. I've struggled with mental health issues. I've seen these struggles with friends and family. And in my 20s, I've lost one parent to cancer and another to alcohol abuse due to her coping with her own mental health trauma. Like so many of my constituents, I know the anxiety and fear that comes with navigating our healthcare system, especially right now as my wife and I are looking to have children in the near future and are doing fertility treatments. And I just want to give a shout out to Senator Hastings for passing his IVF bill out of the Senate a couple weeks ago. It is hard enough trying to navigate the day in and day out of life, whether that is taking care of friends and family, taking care of work and home chores. It is understandable that a bunch of healthcare papers and policies can add even more anxiety to your life. I have a unique district. It stretches from downtown Chicago through the south side to the Indiana border. It is home to large health systems, a public health system, safety net hospitals. It is also home to people who live across spectrums, particularly across race, class, and gender. But one thing that is nearly universal is people who have felt pain when it comes to their health insurance. I was going to insert some joke. I went to Mount Carmel, some Providence jokes since we're in New Lenox. I'll just scrap it. What we are doing here is fighting for the everyday Illinoisan, the one who wants to make sure that their loved one or even themselves is receiving the best care possible. That when your doctor recommends a treatment, that is the treatment that you get. That when your child is facing a mental health crisis, they get a hospital bed that is filled with love, safety, and comfort. That finding a provider or a plan isn't a guessing game for your well-being and your wallet, and that you aren't fooled by predatory companies masquerading their financial scams as insurance plans. This bipartisan bill is coming to the Senate, and the big-time insurance companies are going to do all they can to fight back. They're going to throw out every scare tactic in the book. and we have made it clear. The door is open, and that advocates as well as opposition are able to give input on this bipartisan bill. And just want you to know they have given input. Everybody has. This is the process, and it's been amazing work by the governor's staff on this. What we've done and what we are doing is bringing the people of Illinois with us to the negotiating table. We will get this done. We will continue to make Illinois a healthier and safer place. And I'll end on this. Thank you, Governor Pritzker. I'm honored to sponsor this bill, but I know I am not alone on this. So many leaders and colleagues have worked tirelessly and personally to change and improve healthcare outcomes in the state. When we get this done, it will have been all of us who have been committed to our constituents and ensuring they have the best care possible. Next up, I would like to introduce my good friend, a champion for the Southland community, Senator Mike Hastings.
Good morning, everyone. First, I want to welcome everybody to the 19th District. I'm very grateful to the residents who have allowed me to serve you for the last 16 years. I want to say, Mayor Balderman, thanks for letting us in the New Lenox. The Fortress of New Lenox is a great place to live, and I'm looking forward to the development across the street here. I want to say thank you to Silver Cross Hospital, to Mike Mutter, who's our interim CEO, and to Scott Paddock, and most importantly to our doctors and our nurses that are here today. Ruth is looking down on us today, and she's looking down and she's saying how proud she is of all the work that you've done and all the work that you're doing, and we are truly in a blessed place to work, so thank you very much. I want to welcome Governor Pritzker. Not too long ago, Governor, I remember driving in a car with you to the Joliet Speedway for an organized labor breakfast, or having you at our local pizza parlor with a couple hundred of our closest friends and family, learning a little bit more about you. And the one thing that Governor Pritzker did is he made a commitment. He made a commitment to my friends, he made a commitment to my neighbors, and he made a commitment to my family that he would be back. It's nice to see you back in our neighborhood, Governor. And more importantly, it's great to partner with you on such an important piece of public policy. So thank you very much for that. Today marks a pivotal moment in our healthcare system. It's where we're advocating to choose people first over insurance company profits. It's essential to underscore the fundamental principle here. Patients' needs must come first. Last November, I hand-wrote a law before it was politically popular and before it became a national news headline, because what was occurring was simply wrong. It wasn't right, and it was part of the foundation of why we're here today. So let me share a personal story with you that deeply resonates not just with me, but with other families across the south suburbs in this cause. My daughter, Maddie, who some of you have known when you guys were taking care of my family here, she ran around the hospital. She was brought into this world through in vitro fertilization. Her arrival has brought unlimited amounts of joy to my family and to a lot of other people as well. It was a journey, though, that was riddled with uncertainties, delays, and bureaucracy. It put an immeasurable amount of stress onto our family, and any delay in treatment would have altered the course of our lives well into the future. Across our state, there are insurance companies who dictate not only to women, but to families across the state of Illinois as to what their treatment plan should be, whether it be for in vitro fertilization or any other healthcare treatment, that being mental health or cancer, ultimately ignoring a doctor's recommendation. If a doctor says a family should go through in vitro fertilization or another medical procedure, an insurance company should not say, well, you got to go through steps 1 through 10, and then we'll talk about it, ultimately delaying the blessing of having a child or seeking any other mental health treatment or medical treatment for that matter. And this happens every day here in Illinois. When insurance companies' profits and policies supersede the most important parts of the equation, that being the doctors and our people, that's a problem. So whether it's a neighbor, a member of our staff, even legislators who we don't see eye to eye with, the bottom line is that insurance companies don't discriminate when it comes to making a profit, and families should not have to live beholden to their insurance company when it comes to family planning, reproductive rights, or any other treatment plan that's prescribed by a doctor. I'm just going to say it the way my neighbor said it. The insurance empire bureaucracy is a nightmare. And I get a lot of up and downs in the crowd because you all agree. By championing this legislation, we're taking a critical step towards healthcare systems that prioritize patients' well-being over the bureaucratic red tape. Together, let's ensure that no family has to encounter these needless delays when it comes to accessing health care that they desperately need. So I thank you again for allowing me to represent you, to be your senator. My door is always open to you, so thank you very much. And next up, I want to introduce my little guy's Park District pal, his bocce ball partner, my colleague and somebody who I can truly say is my sincere friend. I want to introduce Senator Patrick Joyce.
I don't think I've ever had that kind of introduction. Interesting. When you look up my Senate bio, one of the things that's been on there since I became a senator was patient advocacy in the healthcare system. I'm thankful every day for the network of family and friends that my wife and I have. This network is what sustained us through some very difficult times with our two youngest children. In 1994, my son was born with truncus arteriosus type 3. There's a few doctors that might know what that is. It's a rare heart malformation that required open heart surgery at 2 weeks old, again at 4 years old, and yet again at 14 years old. Countless MRIs, echocardiograms continued. He had a melody valve at the age of 26. He's currently 30. We know he needs continual monitoring, and yet pre-authorizations are necessary for insurance coverage. His condition is not changing. These cardiologists' required tests set benchmarks as to the urgency of his next procedure, period. He is examined on a regular basis by trained professionals. Pre-authorization again and again can be very frustrating. When we thought our prayers were answered and tough times were behind us with our son, our daughter was diagnosed with AML leukemia in 2010. 7 chemo treatments, 2 stem cell transplants, surgery and radiation for brain tumors, and a 2-year battle in hospitals more than out, found us fighting for coverage and pre-authorization for better nausea medications, injectable blood thinners, an MRI here, another day in the hospital there. Our fight to keep her morale up, to stay strong, we're divided to fighting for better medication and different procedures. We saw how effective a nausea medication was after chemo number 2. And when chemo number 3, severe nausea, landed my daughter in the hospital for 4 extra days, we were told that that medication wasn't currently authorized. It took years to sort out the coverages after Katie passed. If you don't have a network of family and friends, I refer you to the beginning of this testimony, who advocates for you. You're out there by yourself. This piece of legislation is a step in the right direction to advocate for Illinoisans' healthcare needs, and I appreciate it being brought forward. I want to thank Silver Cross Hospital. Both of my kids, through your partnerships with Lurie's and Northwestern, have had procedures and benefited from your location. I appreciate everything you do. Thank you very much. And I would like to now introduce my colleague, Rachel Ventura.
Good morning. My name is Rachel Ventura, Senator in the 43rd District, which covers Joliet, Bolingbrook, Lockport. For too long, insurance has dictated health care, but I'm not sure we should call it health care if it denies care in the name of profits. So I want to give you a peek behind the curtain on the other side. When I finished school, I got my degree in mathematics, and I went and worked for an insurance company. I initially worked for health insurance and then later life insurance on my path to becoming an actuary. My job was to look at the data all across the networks that we had, a lot of them being here in Illinois, and decide on zip code and doctor rates and hospital rates. Was this a hospital or a provider that was worthwhile to be in our network? And what that meant was I had a standard in which I had to decide, could we make enough money off of this? If we didn't even come close to breaking even, we immediately dropped those providers and hospitals. In some areas of the state, that could completely put a hospital out of business. In other areas, our standards needed to be well above 20, 30, 40% profits. That was 20 years ago that I worked for an insurance company. I left that field because I felt I was selling the parts of my soul away for somebody else to make trillions of dollars while we denied coverage to people who really needed it. So I am very much in support of this bill. I want to tell you a story that just happened last night. Someone who was telling me, and I'd like to say that this is a rarity, but unfortunately I hear stories like this all the time. So last night I met a woman who was telling me that she was 10 years sober from a substance abuse. And I was so congratulated for her, and she was telling me her story and her process and all the health care and the mental health that came about. And now 10 years later, she needs to have a routine procedure, and it needs some pain medicine to it. And so when she was working with her doctor and said, the 2 medicines you want to give me for this procedure would put me back on a path that's taken me 10 years so that I can be sober. And the doctor said, I will work with you. We will get a general anesthesiologist in here to help you in this journey. Only to find out that her insurance denied that that was not the step that she needed to go through. She needed to use this medication. Now, there was no way that insurance company knew that woman's personal story and the journey that she had been on. But her doctor knew it, and the staff knew it, and they were willing to work with her from a human level of really providing the health care that she needed. That is what this bill is going to allow us to do. Give the power back to patients, to doctors, to their staff, who can make those decisions that are best. It is time that insurance stops practicing medicine without a license, because that is exactly what they have been doing. So I highly support this bill, and with that, I'd like to introduce Leader Manley. Thank you.
Good morning. I am truly honored to be able to stand here with all these great leaders fighting to make healthcare better and more affordable. First of all, happy Administrative Professionals Day. And happy April is Autism Acceptance Month, so happy Autism Acceptance Month. Too many families have felt the crushing financial pressure caused by harmful insurance practices. Every denied claim is a life hindered, a treatment delayed, and a family burdened. Fighting with an insurance company while you're fighting for your life is cruel on every level. Because of the hard work and unfettered determination of this guy, who I can't even tell you, I'm like the biggest fan of Governor Pritzker. He is truly, and I'm totally off script now, sorry. He is truly a champion for every person in Illinois. We saw him lead us through a pandemic, keeping number one, first at the top of his list, the health and well-being of people. This is just another example of that, and we're just getting started. Thank you to the governor for your unfettered determination, the talent that you've put around you to help us get this done, to Anna Moeller, who did a masterful presentation of this bill on the House floor. I've never seen anything like it, quite frankly. Sorry, hopefully Senator Peters will be able to step up and do the same. I like doing that to him. We're sending a clear message here today. We're just getting started. There's so many things that need to change. I'm proud to stand here with the governor, his team, the lieutenant governor. Thank you to Silver Cross Hospital and all the people here today. I think we're in good hands all the way around. Thank you, everybody. And now I'd like to introduce Dr. Shakir.
All right. Good morning, everyone. First and foremost, thank you so much for the opportunity to advocate. My name is Dr. Imran Shakir. I'm the Chief Medical Officer over at Silver Oaks Behavioral Hospital and Chicago Behavioral Hospital. Together, we own 3 inpatient psychiatric facilities in Illinois, and we have about 450 inpatient psych beds. And I'm very, very, very proud to say that we've had the pleasure of taking care of thousands of Medicaid lives over the years. It's something I'm very passionate about, and I just can't thank the governor and all of the representatives here who are taking this up. You know, Michael called me last week, you know, and he said, hey, Dr. Shakir, how would you like the opportunity to advocate for Medicaid? Yes. You know, this is so amazing to be able to do in our home, in our backyard here at Silver Cross. So, you know, being a psychiatrist, seeing these patients day in and day out, you know, we know their struggles, we know their illnesses, and unfortunately, we also know their payers. And it's, you know, it's myself and my colleagues, you know, we sit down together and we wonder, how did it get this way? How is this okay with anybody? You know, the way Medicaid behaves, managed Medicaid behaves in this state. It's, you know, I'll give you a story that I hear all the time on the inpatient unit. You know, once you get hospitalized in an inpatient unit, something terrible has already happened. You know, it's already too late. Someone has attempted suicide. Someone has taken steps to end their life in a very meaningful way. Maybe they've made threats against a school because of their illness. Maybe they're psychotic. Maybe they're going through a manic episode, and on and on and on. And I can't tell you how many times patients say, Doctor, I've been trying to get care. I know I'm sick. I've picked up the phone and I've asked, when can I be seen? And they get a wait list, 6 weeks, 8 weeks, 12 weeks, depending on where you live, 6 months. So they decompensate. They live with their illness. They do the best that they can. They're not on Medicaid from choice. Their illness is robbing them of their function, so they cannot work. They cannot be in a full-time position where their employer can subsidize a fancy commercial insurance plan. And then they try to get treatment. And they're told no. And there's prior auths and ghost networks. It's hard enough as a, depending on who you talk to, fully functioning adult to try to get mental health care. Now imagine if you can't get out of bed in the morning because you're so depressed and you're asking that person, hey, pick up the phone, you should see somebody. Pull up the network list and none of it is accurate. You pick up the phone and try to see a doctor, oh, we haven't taken this payer for years, why are you calling us? And then the patient finally gets into the hospital after living with their illness. And again, something terrible has already happened. The payer says, well, you have 72 hours, doc. The clock is ticking. What am I to do for a patient who just attempted suicide yesterday in 72 hours? Those wait lists are still there. All that adversity that the patient faced that has led them to where they are today is all still there. There's so many pieces that still need to be picked up. After an attempt, family work, working with their employer if there is one, figure out a medication regimen, arranging aftercare, and on and on and on. And then to have to pick up the phone after 72 hours after hearing that care has been denied due to prior authorization. And I'm told I have to speak to my peer on the phone, someone who has never seen this patient, someone who has only read the notes that we provide them, and for them to say, Doctor, I'm sorry, I disagree. This patient needs to be stepped down to a lower level of care. Lower level of care what? The patient is here because they haven't been able to engage with the lower level of care up to now. So here we are. And again, how does a system get this way? And the only thing that's ever made sense to me is we're putting profits over patients. Right? That's how we arrive here. That's the only way we arrive here. And time again, those that that are least beholden to our patients and least beholden to their outcomes hold all of the cards. And again, you know, I can't say this enough. It is a breath of fresh air to see legislation like this proposed. It is a breath of fresh air to see passion from my elected representatives about such an important issue, because this is adversity that our patients face every single day. So thank you, Governor. I hope it's very clear we're very, very, very much in support of this legislation, and I truly hope this inspires much more. With that, I'd like to introduce our IHA president, who's been a wonderful advocate for our hospitals and the docs, A.J. Wilhelmi. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Shakir, and thank you, Governor Pritzker, for the opportunity to join you today and for your outstanding leadership on this issue. I'd also like to recognize Michael Mutter, Scott Paddock, and the entire team here at Silver Cross Hospital. I want to thank you for hosting us this morning. On behalf of IHA's 211 hospital members, I applaud the efforts of Governor Pritzker and his administration, as well as Representative Moeller and Senator Peters, and our fantastic local representation in the Illinois General Assembly for advancing this important legislation on behalf of Illinois patients and their families. And we saw significant bipartisan support for this bill in the Illinois House, and now on to the Senate. And Senator, you got this. For years, we've heard from our member hospitals that prior authorization, delays, and denials are a top challenge in delivering timely and appropriate health care, especially when it comes to critically important mental health services. And that's why IHA has welcomed the opportunity to work with the Pritzker administration on this proposal that would prohibit prior authorization for inpatient mental health admissions for the first 72 hours and thereby ensure patients receive the specialized mental health care that they need and deserve. The hospital community also supports provisions in this bill that would ensure healthcare professionals are the ones making the final decisions when it comes to their patients' medical care, not insurance bureaucrats. Practices that allow an insurance company to override a physician's judgment, these are cost control strategies that benefit the insurance company's bottom line at the expense of the patient. This proposal places patients before profits by making sure healthcare decisions are made with one goal in mind, and that is to advance better patient care and ultimately better health outcomes. Governor, you said it so well today and in your State of the State address, we must put the power back into the hands of patients and their doctors, and this proposal begins the process of doing just that. So on behalf of our member hospitals, our healthcare workers, and most importantly, the patients that our hospitals are privileged to serve, IHA applauds the governor and the bill sponsors for moving this important bill forward. This legislation will empower the Illinois healthcare community to deliver the best possible care for their patients, and we stand strong support of this legislation. So thank you, and now it's my pleasure to introduce the great Lieutenant Governor Juliana Stratton.
Hello, everyone. I'm Lieutenant Governor Juliana Stratton, she, her pronouns. In the interest of time, I'll just say thank you to all of our incredible partners in the General Assembly and all of the other elected leaders joining us today. It's so great to be with you here in New Lenox. And thank you to everyone from Silver Cross for the warm welcome. I'd like to start by thanking Governor Pritzker for continuing to prove that strong leadership doesn't have to sacrifice compassion. I also want to thank Representative Moeller and Senator Peters for leading the charge to advance this important bipartisan bill through the General Assembly. You know, though America is struggling with division, we are united by at least one thing: a collective fear about the skyrocketing cost of health care. In 2022, a little more than 65% of Americans reported having private health insurance coverage. But having insurance doesn't guarantee that coverage will, in fact, cover you when you need it the most. Due to loopholes, sneaky coding, and sometimes just plain bad acting, it's hard to find many people who feel confident that their insurance provider has their best interest at heart. The work we're uplifting today marks the beginning of a new narrative in Illinois. The Health Care Protection Act interrupts the status quo of predatory practices and instead returns power to patients and their doctors. This is not just a matter of access, though. It's also a matter of equity. A 2022 study of cancer patients found that Black patients were 3 times more likely to have been denied health insurance because of their diagnosis than white patients. We cannot allow any system to function in a way that deliberately leaves people out. And I'm grateful for the dedicated health professionals, many of you in this room today, for standing with us in this fight. Every single person deserves care without adding stress about whether or not a faceless analyst at an insurance company will deem their doctor's prescribed treatment necessary. Let it be known that Illinois doesn't give up. We hear our people's pain, and we see the gaps that allow their pain to persist, and we'll do everything in our power to deliver relief. And I'm beyond proud to be a part of an administration that values humanity and health over profit. Thank you so much. With that, I'll ask the governor to come back to answer any questions from the media. Thank you.
Happy to take any questions from members of the media.
Sure. Hey, Governor. So we reported last night that the Chicago Bears are planning to unveil a $4.6 billion stadium project. Half of that money would be, the Bears have pledged to put up half of that money, $2.3 billion, and the other half Illinois taxpayers would be on the hook for. There hasn't been an official announcement yet. That's going to happen probably in about an hour and a half, but based on all the information that's out there about this, including any information you might know personally behind the scenes, what's your reaction to this plan?
Well, let me start out and say I'm a Bears fan. But, you know, before I became governor, I was a businessman, and I've tried to be a good steward of taxpayer dollars throughout my term in office. And as you know, I've been very active at attracting businesses to Illinois and helping companies in Illinois expand. So that's something that I do with, again, the role of a protector of the Illinois taxpayers' dollars in mind at all times. But I remain skeptical about this proposal, and I wonder whether it's a good deal for the taxpayers. It's early on, have not even heard the announcement today, but obviously read your reporting and others. But it's very important to me that with all that the state needs to accomplish, that you know, we think about what the priorities are of the state. You know, here we stand talking about the Healthcare Protection Act. Later today, I'm going to be talking more about birth equity and helping to build birth centers in areas of the state where people don't have options for their for giving birth that are outside of hospitals, and that requires capital. There are a lot of priorities that the state has, and I'm not sure that this is among the highest priorities for taxpayers. So,
obviously, because you've said that a lot about priorities of the state, including why we're all here today, you know, with healthcare.
Yes.
And how, you know, the high cost of that. And we've been down this road before with the Bears and White Sox with, you know, it's been taking years and years for that debt to get paid off on Soldier Field and now Guarantee Rate Field. You know, going forward, because I know you've also said you're open to listening to proposals from sports teams. What would it take to put the, you know, to put the Bears over the finish line with this? Given, you know, and are there any lessons learned from the last 20, 30 years and, you know, state government's familiarity with this topic?
Well, maybe one lesson that could be learned just from the last few years is stadium deals and taxpayers putting money forward for stadium deals, not particularly popular around the country. Take note that the winner of the Super Bowl this year, the team went out to try to get a stadium financed by the public, and it was rejected by the public in a place where the Super Bowl champions reside. And I think this is, you know, a recognition that these are private businesses, that the owners of these private businesses need to put a lot more forward in order to get, you know, have their dreams fulfilled and not just rely upon the taxpayers of Illinois to make that happen for them. Having said that, I think all of us want success for the state. We want, you know, more commerce. We want more jobs. We want our teams to be successful. So you know, we share all of that in common, but we've got to use our dollars wisely.
Anyone else?
Yes, ma'am.
Hi. Going back to the healthcare issue. Does the
Thank you.
Does the Healthcare Protection Act have any sort of provisions to it to deal with prescription drug costs or insurance companies that might prohibit certain drug prescriptions from being filled or require other steps to be taken before you can get different medications or things like that?
Yeah, and I'm not going to make the chief sponsor in the House get up and talk, but she did talk about that on the floor of the House. The fact is that step therapy costs a lot more than people, I think, recognize. That the reality is that if you've got to get a lower quality drug in order to address some challenge that you're facing, because the insurance companies forced you to do that, than what your doctor has prescribed for you, that in the end, that's going to cost the insurance company and the ratepayers and patients, money and frankly, good health care. And so that's why step therapy, for example, deals with this issue by essentially requiring that a certain standard be met by the insurance company when they're evaluating what a doctor has said is required here. And that standard has to be essentially at that kind of medical grade, quality evaluation, something that I think the bureaucrats at the insurance companies don't take into account. Yes, sir.
On behalf of our medical staff, SUPERCUT, over 1,000 providers, I really want to thank you. Thank all the senators and representatives who are here today. This is a very important issue for us, and this is really one issue that all our physicians and health providers, regardless of political leanings, we are all on the same team. Because at the end, as you mentioned, it affects us, and more importantly, it affects our patients. So we thank you, and hopefully we'll get this passed, and then we'll celebrate.
Thank you. We have a shill in the audience. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome. I'm Chris Wills. I'm Communications Director here at the Abraham Lincoln Presidential Library and Museum. It's great to have you. I just want to make sure everybody's ready to get started. If all our guests have seats, if you've silenced your cell phones, if our friends in the press are set up and ready to go. Hearing no objections. Okay, let me turn this over to Ian Hunt. Dr. Hunt is the Director of Acquisitions here at the ALPLM, and he's going to tell you about a wonderful gift we are receiving. Ian?
Good afternoon. I want to welcome everyone who's on hand, all of our special guests, and most importantly, the Governor and First Lady, without whom this would just be a Tuesday for me. I appreciate that, really, I do. Helps if you put this right side up. In April of 1861, in the aftermath of the firing on Fort Sumter, the Lincoln administration faced one of the largest crises in our nation's history. Following the attack, the president had called for 75,000 volunteers to suppress the rebellion, but the mustering, training, equipping, and organizing of these soldiers would take months. And during that time, hostilities could spin further out of control. The situation needed to be addressed immediately. The circumstances were further exacerbated when on April 17th, Confederate President Jefferson Davis announced that he was accepting applications for letters of marque and reprisal. This authorized private individuals in the South to attack and capture U.S. shipping, essentially endorsing piracy, since the South possessed little in the way of formal naval vessels. The idea of a naval blockade of the South had been considered for weeks. Championed by General-in-Chief of the U.S. Army, Winfield Scott, it would isolate the southern states from selling agricultural commodities, such as cotton and tobacco, to Europe, while simultaneously denying them access to arms, munition, and heavy machinery that they could not produce domestically. The president's cabinet, however, was divided on the issue. Secretary of State William Seward argued that a blockade was necessary, since it would not only close the ports of the South, but also be recognized by the international law and would give the United States the authority to search and seize vessels. In opposition was Secretary of the Navy Gideon Welles, who argued that the U.S. Navy was too small and ill-equipped to properly patrol the roughly 2,500 miles of Atlantic Ocean and Gulf of Mexico shoreline. Welles instead advised that the ports should be closed and that law enforcement could search and seize any contraband vessels if necessary, effectively imposing an embargo. In addition, Attorney General Edward Bates warned that a blockade was an act of war that would by default recognize the Confederacy as an independent nation. Seward, however, fearful that simply closing the ports would lead to European vessels attempting to sidestep the embargo, warned that the nation would eventually find itself at war with Europe as well as the Confederacy. The cabinet was split down the middle. Seward, Cameron, and Smith for the blockade, Welles, Bates, and Chase were against it. After careful deliberation, President Lincoln announced, "We could not afford to have two wars on our hands at once," and the blockade was ordered. The naval blockade would later be expanded to include both Virginia and North Carolina and would remain in place until the war's end in 1865. This document, asking the Secretary of State to affix the seal of the United States to his proclamation, was the final step in making the President's proclamation official. Until a change in law in 1952, all presidents were required to submit a warrant such as this to have the seal added to treaties, conventions, protocols, or other international agreements. In 1870, the question of when precisely the Civil War began and ended was brought before the United States Supreme Court. After deliberation, Chief Justice Salmon Chase delivered the opinion of the court that because acts of hostility had occurred at, quote, periods so various and of such differing degrees of importance, and in parts of the country so remote from each other, end quote, that it would be impossible to say precisely what day it began or ended. Therefore, it was necessary to turn to official acts of the executive branch, since Congress was in recess, and that this, quote, proclamation of intended blockade by the President may therefore be assumed as marking the first of these dates, and that the proclamation that the war had closed as marking the second, end quote. While the blockade may not have the dramatic moments that other famous battles such as Gettysburg or Vicksburg are remembered for, it was no less important. It denied the Southern economy much-needed revenue from the sale of agricultural exports, while simultaneously skyrocketing prices in the South on the limited materials that did make it through. In addition, it placed heavy pressure on Southern infrastructure that had previously relied on intercoastal shipping to move goods between the Southern states. Southern leadership was forced to turn to railroads, which were inadequate even before the war had begun, and they quickly became overwhelmed with the need to move troops and supplies in addition to the products that the South needed to live. I am personally thrilled to be able to say that we are adding this document to our collection. And now I would like to introduce the Executive Director of the AOPLM, Christina Schutt.
Well, thank you, Ian, for explaining the meaning and the impact of this incredible document. The magic of a piece of paper like this is that it transports us to a specific moment in time, a terrifying decision point for President Lincoln. 7 states have already announced they want to tear America apart, rather than risk any chance of freedom for 4 million enslaved people. They have opened fire on U.S. troops and seized federal property. They have stolen weapons and begun amassing an army. Now the president must decide whether to act boldly to win a war the Confederacy has started, or dither and hope that somehow the crisis fades. It was a moment like no other in American history. We are always looking for bold ways to help visitors connect to the past and understand what was at stake. Thanks to the generosity of the governor and First Lady, we have a powerful new tool for doing that. Their gift offers the Lincoln Presidential Library and Museum new opportunities to discuss Lincoln's decision-making, what was at stake for enslaved Americans, the diplomatic pitfalls America faced, the morality of cutting off supplies to southern cities, and so much more. So thank you, Governor Pritzker, and thank you, First Lady Pritzker. We hope others out there will follow your example of donating historic treasures to the people of Illinois. Many generous people have already entrusted the Presidential Library with family heirlooms, and we are grateful to them. But there are always more items out there that can shed light on Abraham Lincoln's life or tell an important story from Illinois history. If you are the current guardian of something special, please consider giving it a new home at the Abraham Lincoln Presidential Library and Museum. We promise to put your gift to good use for the people of Illinois and really the entire world. It's easy to forget sometimes, but Abraham Lincoln is not just an Illinois figure or an American figure. He is a towering figure in all of world history, and his achievements remain an inspiration for people around the globe. To discuss Lincoln's example and this important gift to the ALPLM, please join me in welcoming Governor J.B. Pritzker.
Thank you very much, Christina, and thank you all for being here today. It's really a special day for us, and I'm so pleased that, in a moment we'll unveil the document so all of you can take a look at it. Good afternoon, and it's a beautiful day here in Springfield, as it should be, with this sort of unveiling. It's always a privilege to be here at the Abraham Lincoln Presidential Library and Museum. And I want to say especially to Ian and to Christina and to the staff of ALPLM, thank you. Thank you for hosting us today. Thank you for the work you do, the tireless work of preserving and strengthening the legacy of President Lincoln. As many of you already know, MK and I are passionate about President Lincoln and this fantastic institution that is a global attraction for tourists and for scholars alike. As Illinoisans serving in public capacities, we both take very seriously our responsibility to uphold his memory and his legacy. And I'm grateful for his example of statesmanship and public service. I want to take a minute to, maybe for all of us, to absorb the historical significance of this document. A lot has been said already. The order to affix seal of the United States to a proclamation of a blockade was an order that President Lincoln issued, as was said, in April of 1861, just days after the attack on Fort Sumter that is said oftentimes to have begun the Civil War. It kicked off what became known as the Anaconda Plan, the strategy to cut off the Southern supply chains that was ultimately decisive for the Union victory. The attack on Fort Sumter could not simply be ignored. Confederate leaders had chosen violence, and President Lincoln understood that it would require immediate military intervention to defeat the insurrection. And this was an act of leadership that required careful consideration, but also courage and immediate action to take every action possible to keep the nation intact. To me, this document and the museum as a whole serves as a reminder of how far we've come as a nation. Despite our current divisions and challenges, more than 150 years after a terrible civil war, our nation perseveres. Yet, we must constantly learn the lessons of our past and channel the courage and conviction of our greatest president. That is one of many reasons that I am so grateful to this library and museum for keeping that history alive. With this donation today, MK and I are very proud to contribute to the history and the already rich collection of documents and artifacts amassed here, around 13 million items. And we hope it helps visitors better understand Lincoln as a person and as a commander-in-chief. And we hope it helps to ultimately inspire visitors here to live up to his legacy. So thank you all very much for joining us today. And now, without further ado, we'd both like to officially unveil this document that will take up permanent residence here at the Abraham Lincoln Presidential Library and Museum.
So thank you very much for coming. We appreciate it. Dr. Hunt and Director Schutt will be happy to answer any questions you might have about the document and its significance and how we intend to use it here at the AOPLM. You're welcome to come up and get some pictures and footage, so long as you don't use lights directed at it. And we'll be sending out a link to further images that you might want to use. That'll come out in an advisory soon. So with that, thank you very much for being here.
Good afternoon, everyone. Happy to take any questions.
Hey, Governor, there's a proposal on the table to consolidate public busing and rail service in Chicago. Obviously, the goal for proponents is that CTA, PACE, et cetera, don't compete for funding. Of course, there's a fiscal cliff looming. That's part of the motivation for this. What's your opinion of this proposal? Do you support it?
Change is going to have to come, there's no doubt, to these agencies, but I'm not endorsing any particular proposal at the moment. We just know that we're going to have to upgrade service, make sure that we're dealing with the transit funding challenge that's coming up, and this is one. I hope to see several proposals so that we can consider what direction to take.
Governor, the case on Villa Park, I believe, do you think that warrants any change in legislation, somebody released on free trial and doing a domestic abuse case, they committed murder and suicide?
The one that Bob Berlin has talked about recently, yeah. I think it's really important that states' attorneys and judges take very seriously the Pretrial Fairness Act, rather, is intended, in fact, to deal with exactly situations like this. It's being a state's attorney is a hard job. Being a judge is a hard job. These are new undertakings for many people. So I don't know that there needs to be any legislative change, but just in the way the cases are handled. We need to make sure domestic violence is something that gets taken very seriously when anybody is considered whether they should remain incarcerated or not.
Some are saying that their Green's bill, which would require police to confiscate firearms, domestic abuse types of situations to protect borders. Your thoughts on that?
Well, I want to say, in general, I support the concept of the bill. I will say that if you listen to state police and actually all the other police departments too, it's quite difficult to remove a firearm from somebody, even if they have given up their FOID card. But in the instance where you need to go confiscate the firearm, literally you have to bring sometimes 4 officers to one situation in order to remove the weapon. And if somebody doesn't want to give it to you, it becomes quite complicated and maybe dangerous.
Now that we know it might cost about $210 million to add weight loss injectables to state insurance plans, are you committed to continuing that now that we know that it's going to cost about that?
I want to be clear that number is a number that is assuming a very high utilization. That's what the purpose of the budgeting is. You don't know who's going to need this. And this gets prescribed by doctors, to be clear. I also think there's been overemphasis on the idea that these are injectables that are only about weight loss, that it's some optional thing that people are doing for weight loss. That, as you know, just as an example, Humira is one of those injectables. It has nothing to do with weight loss, but very important for people who have arthritic conditions. And remember that the coverage that's being talked about here is really just an expansion to the last 2 of 9 programs, of 9 healthcare programs, right? So this was a matter of equity to deal with making sure that people who weren't already covered, because there were 7 others that were already covered. So it's just dealing with these last 2. It's unlikely that the cost will be as much as is in the budget, but on the other hand, you don't want to, underestimate, particularly in these times, to make sure that we're covering what's needed.
What do you say about some of your staff that expressed some concerns before it was put in bed?
All I can say is there's a lot of conversation that goes on, within the administration before any policy is proposed or put forward, and in the end, decisions need to get made. And in this decision in particular, this is about health. It's about equity. This was the right decision.
Governor Glenn Bouchard told members of the State Central Committee yesterday that the party's message is not working
that President Biden is still either tied or down to President Trump in a lot of national polls, despite having a record of accomplishments on the economy, a number of issues. Do you agree with them? Do you think there needs to be a reboot of the party's messaging with a little over 6 months till the election?
I have an enormous amount of respect for Glenn Pichard. I mean, he has been through a lot of elections in his lifetime. He's done very well. He understands politics very well. I know that particularly in the area of the state that he lives in, this may be a view that he's expressing that comes from lots of people around him. I will say, though, that the president's polls actually have improved in most of the battleground states as of the last couple of weeks. I think that the message is coming through. This is really a referendum about, do we want to go back to a presidency under Donald Trump, which was frankly disastrous for the economy. It was terrible for many people. Indeed, if you didn't fit a certain set of characteristics, really, his administration was pretty bad all the way around. So I'm again very respectful of someone who's been through as many elections as Glenn Pichard has, and I would always listen to what he has to say. I don't happen to agree with him about this.
What should be done to restore Chicago's pride?
I'll get you. The Chicago, sorry, I didn't hear you. Yeah, the fact that it's been cut down a little bit in size. Well, again, this was, as I understand it, I had nothing to do with it, but I've read a lot about it. It seems like the decision was made for public safety purposes, to make sure that you didn't need quite as many police officers because it would be a bit smaller, to make sure that, we're still maintaining the public safety, but maybe not as long a day coverage, so you could cover all the other neighborhoods that needed police and public safety. So I respect the decision of the police department and the city to do what they did. I'm a regular participant, and it's always a great day. Even when it rains, it's always a great day because people are out there cheering and enjoying themselves. But I understand why they decided what they decided. Yeah, sorry, Isabel. That I want to take off the table? I mean, I haven't heard every proposal. I'm sure there are some that I wouldn't agree with, but I also think that we've got to look at the cuts that need to be made, along with, are there changes in fares for certain types of riders that need to be made. It's a complex endeavor, I have to say, that's going to occur over the next year as we contemplate what to do.
One of their ideas is a tax on services.
On services, yeah, like sales tax on services. I have never been in favor of that before. As you say, there may need to be a source of revenue here, but that's not something that I have favored in the past. I really don't want to start saying we're not going to do this, we're not going to do that. At this point, there are just so many pieces of this that we have to look at before we're making decisions about how we're going to pay for what's necessary here as we come off of support from the federal government and making sure we're restoring transit services.
Last one here to Jerry. Last one here to
Jerry.
It's April 30th, the last preceding day for the month. How are budget negotiations going, and any news of an April surprise?
April surprise. Well, I mean, we're always pleased, to know that our revenues seem to be on track. I can't say because I haven't heard the end of the day today or even the last couple of days, but I feel pretty good about where we are. So I think that the big question is just about the General Assembly and spending. I think everybody understands, though, this is not, people have made more of what I said in the State of the State than I think is appropriate. It's a tight year, but this is not like, it's not like we're running a massive deficit and we need to, panic about how we're going to balance the budget. I proposed a balanced budget. It's totally reasonable. It really only has one tax adjustment, actually two tax adjustments, but one new or additional tax, and that was the change from 15 to 35% on those who take sports betting. Not on sports bettors, to be clear, because that's been misreported, but rather on the companies that take sports bets, which is not inappropriate because there are lots of states that are have even bigger, they're among the top states that take sports betting that charge a higher tax than we're even proposing this year.
Thanks, everybody. We have to get going. We really
Thank
got to
you.
get going. Sorry.
All right, welcome. I think we're ready to get going. I'm going to kick it off here. Welcome to the Fillmore Center. We're so glad to have you here this afternoon. My name is Heather Staines. I chair the Staines Family Foundation, which is one of the organizations behind developing the Fillmore Center here. Before we begin, I'd like to recognize the Governor Pritzker for being here, and I know we have Alderwoman Scott and Senator Lakeisha Collins maybe, but Representative, I know Yolanda Morris and Omar Williams are both here too. Thank you all very much to our esteemed group. These elected officials, leading by Governor Pritzker, are really leading the charge to invest in the people and the organizations in the West Side communities that are really making it thrive, and we so appreciate their leadership on this. The Fillmore Center is thrilled to be hosting this important announcement. This building's been existing here in the heart of North Lawndale for over 100 years. It's been vacant for a long period of time. We are recently renovating it and repowering it, with the first business opening up. Behind us, you see the Fillmore Linen Service, which does hospital laundry here locally. And that's really about reducing environmental impact, creating jobs, and keeping business here local. Very much aligned with what we're going to be learning about today with all the work that 548 Foundation is doing. And we're in fact partnering with the 548 Foundation to do the solar panel installations on the roof of this building as well. So thank you to 548 folks. And today's announcement of the Climate Works pre-apprenticeship program represents a significant stride towards expanding our state's clean energy workforce, promoting environmental sustainability, and ensuring inclusivity within our workforce for the thriving economy of the future. You're going to hear more about that from Governor Pritzker in a moment, but first I have the honor of introducing Rob Wallace, the Senior Vice President for Sustainable Solutions at the 548 Foundation, and an engineer, electrical engineer, energy engineer, all sorts of great titles on his name as well. Thank you.
Thank you. How are you? Thank you. Thank you. Sorry about that. My talking points got confused when I was on the stage, and I realized I was missing one of the pages. So we're going to go ahead and rock and roll for here. So hey, hello and welcome everybody. This is a joyous occasion. So let's give it a round of applause for the 548 team, Governor Pritzker and his team, everything they've done here, the Fillmore Foundation, everything they've done for us. Hello and welcome. My name is Rob Wallace. I'm Senior Vice President of Sustainable Solutions for 548 Foundation. I'm truly thrilled to be here with you today to celebrate an initiative that has taken years to get here. This is a great training opportunity for the Climate Works training program. First, I'd like to extend my heartfelt thanks to Governor Pritzker. Where is he? Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. And I'm going to say this from the heart, for his unwavering support. As many of you know, it's been a long time coming for this. And so we're super excited, and thank you for your commitment to clean energy and to what we do here in the community. Thank you. Okay. Thanks to his administration for its efforts, along with his dedication to our team and the many other advocates, we're about to open a new chapter in the state's economic history. At 548 Foundation, our mission is to economically empower entire communities. And one of the best ways to provide that is through energy training and economic empowerment. And that's what we do at 548 Foundation. We believe that an individual can move from a low-paying job to a moderate or high-paying job. It will change their lives, but also the legacy that comes after them. So let me repeat that. Economic empowerment is what changes their lives, but the legacy that comes after that. And that's the focus of this program. They're able to build wealth that can be passed down from generations to come, ensuring that their kids and that their grandchildren have a better opportunity than they had. And that's the significance of this program. So in my 20 years of experience in clean energy, I've seen how entering high-paying fields can allow individuals to build generational wealth. And in those 20 years, I've also seen the stresses that come with this, with the work we do. When we started in clean energy training, I had hair. I had an even Steven, I had a black beard, and you can see now it's gray and my hair is gone. So this is very important work that we do. But the industry requires specialized skill set to make sure that this job training is essential. especially for Black and brown and marginalized communities who have historically been left out of the green energy revolution. That's why this is so important. So our graduates, when they come through our training program, the average starting salary is between $50,000 and $60,000, right, when they start, which represents life-changing economic impact for many families. Think about this. Folks who are low income, maybe no experience, minimum experience in college or education, can now start a career after 13 weeks making $50,000 to $60,000 with benefits, health care, 401k. This is a game changer. Thank you. Thank you. We also focus on teaching our trainees life skills because we believe for an individual to learn a new trade, they must also have the tools to handle their financing, to manage conflict, relationship building. So life skills is a key part of our training as well. So thanks to the Climate Works program, we'll be able to expand our offering and welcome a new generation of skilled workers who will help fight climate change, not only in Illinois, but nationally. Hire 360 will also be able to expand its similar workforce training programs in other parts of Illinois, making our state ready for the economy of the future. With incentives like Solar for All and other solar companies that are moving here who hire these graduates, it's the perfect storm. Because now you have the federal incentives, you have the state incentives and local workforce to make sure that the economic impact stays in the communities we're building in. And that's one of the focuses of 548. I truly believe our state is set to become a model nationally. Many of you have seen the Solar for All program that was rolled out by President Biden for the entire country. If we can make this work here in Illinois, this will be the blueprint for the entire country. And that's why this program is so important. So I thank you for having me today. Now I'd like to introduce Governor Pritzker, whose commitment to investment in economic empowerment and the green economy is truly admirable.
Well, good afternoon. Oh, we could do better than that. Good afternoon. All right, great to see everybody. It's a great day, but then again, every day is a good day to invest in the people of Illinois. First and foremost, I want to thank Rob. Thank you for the work that you do, the 548 Foundation, for hosting us this afternoon, and for their continued partnership as we drive Illinois into a sustainable and prosperous future for all. From day one of my administration, I've worked with stakeholders and the General Assembly to put green jobs at the center of our economic revitalization and allow those who too often get left out and left behind to get an opportunity to leap ahead. We knew that a generation-defining issue like climate change would require us to leverage every ounce of strength and ingenuity that our people had. And we knew that a full-scale mobilization presented us an opportunity to put our economy on a long-term trajectory of stable, equitable growth and provide a pathway to success for every person in every corner of this state. So we met that opportunity with bold and decisive action. We passed one of the most ambitious climate and clean energy packages in the entire nation, the Climate and Equitable Jobs Act, which dedicated billions of dollars to getting us to 100% clean energy by 2050. We enacted our $45 billion bipartisan infrastructure plan, Rebuild Illinois, to upgrade and modernize our roads and our bridges, our railways, our ports, and more. And let's not forget broadband. And that includes billions for environmentally conscious projects from mass transit to new water management systems. We crafted nation-leading incentive programs to attract new clean energy businesses, from electric vehicle makers to chip manufacturers to renewable energy producers, to lay down roots in our state, developing a robust ecosystem of businesses focused on sustainability. This is the vision that requires transformation, but it does not happen without people at the forefront. With the help of partners like 548 Enterprises and others, from community colleges to the clean energy companies themselves, we have developed a workforce development infrastructure capable of shaping a world-class green workforce right here in Illinois. So far, the results have been promising. We rank #1 in workforce development in the Midwest, according to CNBC. But we will not meet our climate goals or our commitment to the people of this state until there is a pathway to a quality, meaningful career for every person in Illinois. That pathway starts with quality K-12 STEM education, and it extends through career and technical education and apprenticeship programs so that learners of all levels can take part. Today, with our partners here at 548, I am very proud to celebrate another step forward in that pursuit. Through the Climate Works pre-apprenticeship program established in the Climate and Equitable Jobs Act, we are strengthening our clean energy talent pipeline and creating new career pathways for potentially thousands of underserved people. Climate Works will provide participants with the direct, hands-on support and resources that they need to build a career in the clean energy trades while further bolstering our world-class workforce development infrastructure. In the coming years, pre-apprentices, people of color, women, and other groups that have been historically excluded from the trades will take the first step to good-paying careers in clean energy. Illinois will move closer to a future built on sustainable and shared prosperity. That's the future that our people here in Illinois deserve. Thank you all very much for joining us and for being our partners in that future. It's now my great pleasure to introduce the great Alderwoman of the 24th Ward, Monique Scott.
Good afternoon. As Alderwoman of the 24th Ward, it's an honor to represent this community, but not just every day, but especially on a day like today. I'd like to thank Governor Pritzker and distinguished representatives from the city of Chicago. North Lawndale is rich in history, culture, and potential. We continually strive for initiatives that uplift and empower our residents, and today's announcement of the Climate Works pre-apprenticeship program and the existence of the Fillmore Center are examples of that commitment. This program is not just about training, it's about creating pathways to prosperity for our community members by expanding our clean energy workforce and promoting diversity within trades so that we can ensure that North Lawndale and the communities across Illinois have a stake in our state's clean energy future. Governor Pritzker, your leadership is making a significant impact on communities like North Lawndale. Your commitment to equitable development and sustainability growth is paving the way for a brighter tomorrow. The building is just an example that North Lawndale is worth the investment, that the people here deserve cutting-edge technology that will make life better for all of us. I want to extend my deepest appreciation to everyone involved in bringing this program to life and creating opportunities for the residents of North Lawndale. Again, I thank you. And now I would like to introduce Kenya Merritt, Deputy Mayor, City of Chicago.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
Thank you so much, Alderwoman Scott. It is a pleasure to be here today to celebrate the impact this grant will have in playing a pivotal role in advancing our workforce and clean energy. Mayor Johnson wishes he could be here today, but he sends his congratulations to you, AJ, and the entire 548 team. I'd like to also acknowledge our governor, Governor Pritzker, as well as his team at the Department of Commerce and Economic Opportunity for their vision and their leadership in launching the Illinois Clean Jobs Workforce Network program. And so this program is a cornerstone of the Climate and Equitable Jobs Act, which creates a skilled, diverse pipeline of workers ready to take on careers in construction, building trades, and clean energy sectors. And so through this initiative, I am so grateful that AJ and his team has been at the helm. They have emerged as a crucial partner in our collective efforts to build a sustainable future right here in Chicago. And the Clean Energy Training Program provided by 548 offers comprehensive training, certification preparation, and skill development for entry-level jobs in clean energy industries like solar, wind, energy efficiency, as well as EV maintenance. But this program is not just about technical training. It is about equipping individuals from diverse, historically disinvested communities in Chicago with the knowledge and skills needed to succeed in emerging clean energy fields. And so since the launch of this program in April of 2023, I have the opportunity to witness it myself firsthand. They've made remarkable achievements. Over 60 students have graduated, each one stepping into the clean energy workforce with the qualifications, but most importantly, the confidence to make meaningful impact. The upcoming class, starting in the early fall, is already fully enrolled with 27 excited trainees, underscoring the demand and excitement for this transformative education. In Chicago, we are at the cutting edge of the clean energy economy, and building out a strong local workforce is critical to Mayor Johnson's strategy. We are supporting clean energy investments in the areas that need them most through the Climate Infrastructure Fund. And so building a sustainable city and a sustainable future is going to take the full force of public, private partnerships, as well as strategic investments like the one that we're here today to celebrate. And to aid in this, we have our new Department of Environment. I believe Angela Tovar is here. She's our commissioner. Well, we have a representative here. She's our Commissioner of Environment, as well as our Chief Sustainability Officer. But this grant provided by the state to 548 is more than just financial support. It is an investment in our city's future by empowering individuals with industry-recognized certifications and career placement opportunities. By that, we are fostering economic growth and ensuring that all benefits of the clean energy economy are accessible to everyone. And this initiative not only supports our city's environmental goals, but also promotes social equity and economic resilience in all of our neighborhoods. As Deputy Mayor, and most importantly, former resident of North Lawndale, I am proud to see such initiatives taking root and flourishing in our city, and we will continue to serve as a partner in advancing this work. Once again, I commend AJ and the 548 team for their unwavering dedication, and all the partners and stakeholders here today who have made this program a success. Together, we are building a brighter, cleaner, and more equitable future for our city. Let us continue to support and expand these initiatives, ensuring that Chicago remains at the forefront of innovation, inclusivity, and the clean energy sector. Thank you so much, and with that, I'm going to bring up Jay Raul of Hire 360. Jay.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Kenya, for that kind introduction and your work on environmental issues. Hello, I'm Jay Rowell, Executive Director of Hire 360, and it's great to be here with you all today. Congratulations to the Staines Family Foundation for putting this incredible center together. Thank you to AJ Patton and 548 for inviting us to participate today. And a huge thank you to Governor Pritzker for being such a strong advocate for the Climate and Equitable Jobs Act, or CEJA, and for building a green future for Illinois. And thank you to the legislators who are here for their work to pass this truly transformational legislation. And a big thank you to all the efforts of organized labor to ensure that these jobs created by CEJA are solid middle-class jobs. And a big thank you to the entire team at DCEO, Director Richards, Julio, Lisa, and so many others for putting the CEJA program together. The incentives in CEJA will drive green economic development for years to come. meaning long-term sustainable jobs. Hire 360 is proud to be a key partner in this work. Hire 360 is a partnership of the largest developers, general contractors, and trade unions focused on diversifying the construction industry. And our program rests on 4 pillars: workforce development, youth engagement, creating diverse supply firms, and scaling up diverse contractors. Currently, we're scaling up over 190 diverse contractors with a whole host of unique supports, from working capital loans, accounting support, and bid assistance. We've already helped over 10 firms become equity-eligible contractors under the CEJA legislation. And an example of how impactful this work is, we helped Simply ENC, a Black-owned electrical firm from Austin, become an equity-eligible contractor, get a working capital loan thanks to JP Morgan Chase, and connected him with over $5 million worth of solar work already. We're in the process of connecting him to another $2 million right now. And now, with CEJA's Climate Works pre-apprenticeship program, we'll be able to prepare candidates and connect graduates to jobs with these growing diverse contractors. Working with trade unions, Hire 360 has already helped over 420 individuals in the Chicagoland area who are diverse and female get into every single trade union program in the area. And CEJA expands our model to all 102 counties and allows us to greatly scale up the number of workers we can prepare for clean energy careers. We're very proud to have been selected, along with 548, to run the Climate Works pre-apprenticeship program and to upskill Illinoisans to obtain these great long-term union careers. And we look forward very much to deepening our partnership with the Governor's Office, DCO, contractors, and trade unions to connect individuals for these careers. And again, thank you, AJ, for your leadership and partnership, and thank you, Governor, for your vision and commitment. And I look forward to having you all back at our place in about 6 weeks for a ribbon cutting of our new training center. And I will now bring up AJ Patton, the man of the hour.
Thank you. Good afternoon. As mentioned, my name is AJ Patton. I'm the founder of the 548 Enterprise, which is a group of companies with the mission of investing and building sustainable communities. So at our core, we are a for-profit. I just want to put that out there. We invest in communities. We believe that sustainable communities and sustainable technologies should be accessible for all. But in the process of that, what I learned, what is equally as important, is who got those jobs. And so we started the 548 Foundation with the sole purpose of the same communities we invest in, we're going to train folks up so they participate in the ascension of their own community. And that's what the 548 Foundation is all about. And so today is a great opportunity to celebrate the growth of our program and so forth, but I just want to highlight the efforts of our entire platform. I know our CFO and CEO is here, but I'm just really grateful that our entire team is able to share in this success. I want to point out a couple of folks that have been really important to the growth of the program. I want to highlight 2 specific advocates, and then I want to have a little bit of a call to action. One, I want to thank our host, the Staines family, for having us. This is a wonderful facility. I want to acknowledge the RISE strategy team. I know Tara Cooper's here because there's a helicopter on the roof, so I know she's nearby. Then POD Strategies, I know Connor and Lisa, that team, as well as this was also helped by Show Strategies. I saw the chairman, Glenn Charles, is here. He's in the back hiding. He is the first African-American owned firm that will be the prime general contractor for the DNC this year. First ever. You'll find him in the nicest suit. That's where you'll figure out which one's Glenn. I want to underscore our relationship with local officials, so I'd like to acknowledge Rep. Tarver, Rep. Omar Williams, Senator Sims. I think Alderman Rodriguez might have snuck in here somewhere. Rep. Morris, my teammate, my former football teammate, Alderman Chico's here. And so tons of great friends here. I do want to highlight 2 very specific folks that have been very integral to our success. And one you heard from, which is Alderman Scott. When we started the program, I got a phone call from the alderman. She said, I heard what you're doing with your little nonprofit, which was what she said. And she said, and I want it in my community. Do you mind if I call on your behalf to find you a space?
And so, of course, I said yes. And she found us a Catholic school, which we've expanded and taken over. And we've now got a satellite office that we're opening in Alderman Chico's ward. And then from then, we get a phone call from others that say, hey, we're doing solar on we'd like to do solar on the Fillmore Center. And Alderman Scott said we should give you a call. And then beyond, she said, you should do that press conference there because I think it's beautiful that you'll be graduating folks in this neighborhood and that they'll get jobs in this neighborhood. And so I just want to highlight Alderman Scott in her consistent and just overwhelming support of 548. Thank you, Alderman. Last, there's another young man I want to acknowledge. He's here. He's been the victim, frankly, of some really tough street rumors. And I just want to acknowledge him and support him, and that is our governor, Pritzker. I've been hearing rumors about Pennsylvania Avenue. No, I want to just acknowledge the governor because him and I were connected almost 2 years ago to the date, thanks to allies with Christy George and others that set us up because he was going on an international trade mission and he wanted diverse businesses at the table representing not just diverse businesses, but the intersection of workforce. And as he was traveling around the world, he requested that 548 be at the table with ComEd, Ameren, Nicor Gas, Peoples Gas. And he said, you need to be here and you need to be in these conversations as we advocate around the world for the state of Illinois to be the leader in clean energy access, and labor development. That's who he is when no one was around, being intentional and thoughtful about inclusivity in meetings that no one will hear about from years to come, but will impact all of us for years to come. And I want to thank the governor for his intentionality in including us in those conversations. Thank you, Governor. And I'm very sorry to hear those nasty rumors about you, too. I'm sorry about that. Lastly, this is just the beginning. Many of you represent tons of different institutions. I see many influential nonprofits, the utilities, labor leadership is here. And I would ask for, this is a call to action. Jay and I are just getting started on this path. We've graduated several students at this point, but we need all of your help in placing graduates. So if you know contractors, institutions, organizations around the region and the state that would be open to a conversation about partnership and building a bridge so that all of us can have access to these great middle-class jobs and building our communities together. So we ask for your help. Thank you so much for attending today, and we look forward to working with you in the future. Thank you. And for a very brief moment, I believe we will take a couple of questions from the press.
I think we're doing a photo and then...
Photo? Even better. Let's take a photo and we can take some questions. Perfect.
Do you take any questions? Yes. Yeah, first of all, he was fully engaged. We had, I don't know, around 20 governors, half of them in the room, half of them on Zoom. We had a very good discussion between us. And again, the president did a great job of answering questions throughout that meeting. Listen, Joe Biden is our nominee. I am for Joe Biden. I've been campaigning for Joe Biden. I think you've seen I've got dates scheduled to go to Indiana, to Ohio for Joe Biden. So, you know, Joe Biden's going to be our nominee.
Can you see that as also not just for Joe Biden, but for Jay to introduce yourself to those folks who might not know you?
I suppose you could say that about any of the surrogates who are traveling around the Midwest or the country, that they're introducing themselves in some way or another. But importantly, what we're doing is talking about why it's important to re-elect Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, and why it's important to defeat Donald Trump, who's trying to take away your freedoms, who's trying to send jobs overseas, and frankly, it would be bad for the economy and bad for working families.
Governor Whitmer has said that she will not run even if Biden says he will not be the nominee, even if he drops out of the race. Can you say the same?
What I can tell you is I'm not engaging in any hypotheticals. You can see that I'm all in for Joe Biden. Joe Biden's going to be the nominee of the Democratic Party. I'm going to go out there and wholeheartedly campaign for him. I've endorsed him and Kamala Harris. He's going to be at the convention in August, accepting the nomination, and I'll be cheering for him in the audience.
Do you think that he's physically and mentally capable of serving another 4 years?
Of course. No, I was asked, about the meeting. It was a robust meeting, lots of conversation. There were questions of the president. He answered those questions. Some people came away with different impressions, maybe. But for the most part, and you saw that the head of the Democratic Governors Association and 2 other governors, went and did a press conference together representing all 20 of us. Because again, some weren't able to be at the White House, and some of us had to go catch a plane. The truth is that it was I think a robust discussion, and I just wanted to be accurate about how I reported what happened in that meeting.
Is all of this fair? These questions, this hoopla, this media concentration?
Oh, sure.
And frankly, among the party as well. Is it fair?
Sure, I think that President Biden, and I've said this, he needs to go out there and answer all the questions, and he needs to show people that he is the leader of the free world, and that he's doing a heck of a job of making sure that the United States is leading us. We have a lot of enemies in the world, and it is going to take a tough, strong, smart, and principled leader, and that's what Joe Biden is. Look, I think it's not unreasonable for people to have differing opinions about all this, but I know Mike Quigley. I know he does not want Donald Trump to become president of the United States. So you've seen a lot of comments by congresspeople, by others who have questions. In the end, everybody understands that we're pulling together to put our party and our party's nominee and our issues over the line. And importantly, the working families of America need our party and the issues that we're pushing in order for them to have better lives and better opportunity for their children.
Do you see any chance that there could be a broker convention between now and the Democratic convention?
No, I can't imagine that. Joe Biden said he's going to be the nominee. He's planning to be at the convention. He's planning to be the guy who accepts the delegate vote that's going to occur, and so I can't imagine what else could happen. Oh, trust me, the old Will Rogers line, I don't belong to an organized party, I'm a Democrat. I'm sure that we haven't seen anything like that in, I don't know, it seems like in my lifetime. Well, yeah, in my lifetime, thinking about the last broker convention in my life. The fact is that I think it would be different for for everybody that would be attending. But again, I don't expect that to happen. We're going to have an orderly convention. Again, there's going to be a roll call that occurs before the convention, and then at the convention you're going to see that, and all the speeches, of course, endorsing President Biden. Oh, I don't think it's helped the party. I think that obviously the president had a bad performance at a debate. That doesn't help anybody. He knows that, and what you have to do is stand up, say, I didn't do it well, which I think he said, and prove people wrong about what they want to say about him. And he's doing that. He's getting out there and talking, and I think he's having an impact, and I think you saw last night that the Black Caucus in the congressional delegation, right, in the congressional, in Congress, right, the Black Caucus in Congress stood up for Joe Biden yesterday. I don't think there was a single member of the Black Caucus who said anything except we 100% support Joe Biden. And that's just one example of the many, many people that do support Joe Biden. And many, by the way, who had questions. We're all going to come together and support him for president. What I would say is that we all have to work hard up and down the ballot. I actually am a believer, and I think you've seen this about the way that I've run for office. I believe that people who are down ballot actually lift people up who are on top of the ballot. And so the stronger they can do at the local level, getting people out to vote for people you know on your block, in your neighborhood, in your community, that those people, after they vote for the person that they know best, their community member for office, they're going to work their way up the ballot voting for Democrats. So that's going to help Joe Biden. But look, in the end, this is about the tremendous job that Joe Biden has done bringing jobs back to the United States. We've seen manufacturing come back to the United States. We've seen him fight hard to bring down prices, costs across the United States. I think there's no question we have the better argument. We've seen the chaos that Donald Trump has sowed, and we've seen that he wants to take away people's freedoms, particularly a woman's right to choose. That's not something people are going to accept. When they go into the ballot box, they're going to vote for the guy who's voting for them, who's doing the right thing for them, and that's Joe Biden.
We're going to go back here to Tara.
Hi, Tara. Yeah, actually, it took a letter from the governor in order to kick that off. So I was asked by the city of Chicago to write the letter for them, and so we did. We sent that to the White House and to the federal government. As we saw with Highland Park, where there was a lot of support that came from the FBI, the ATF, and other federal agencies, that's what the city of Chicago should get. We also need a lot of interdiction on the many guns that are coming over the border into Illinois from states that have very lax gun laws. We need more enforcement from the federal government. We're doing it, by the way, state police, CPD, but more help from the federal government is necessary. And so, yeah, it was the right thing for him to do. Oh, that's not impossible. Let me just point out to you, we're actually in one of the best positions to be able to achieve that. Let's start with the fact that 53 to 54% of our power comes from a clean energy source already, and that's our nuclear reactors. Okay, so we have 54% of our energy coming from there. We also, in the time since Senator Steins was in the Senate and helped us start moving this clean energy bill, we went from 7.5% renewable energy in Illinois to 15% in just little over 2 years. And we now, I believe, are going to add another 5 to 10% just in the next year or two. So think about that, just 54 plus roughly 25 gets us pretty close, right? We're at 70%. There's still a lot of work to do, but that's just in the near term, in the next few years. So if we have till 2050, I'm not saying we'll slow down. I'm just saying I think we have a good shot at actually hitting 2050, and that was what that bill was all about.
One more.
Yes. I said you got to get out there and talk to the American public more. It was important. I think they took too long. I think he admitted this after the debate for him to really go out and do press that would get national attention. I know they did some rallies along the way, but it's important for him to answer questions and talk about the issues. Hyper important. People are thinking about their own families, how they're going to deal with the kitchen table issues they've got in front of them, and their personal freedoms. And there's no candidate better on those issues than Joe Biden and, by the way, the Vice President, Kamala Harris.
Thanks, everybody. We got to get going.
Thank you, everyone. Well, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
In the history of our state, there have been events that at the time flew under the radar because, well, they may have felt abstract, but in retrospect turned out to be historic moments that signaled a future of innovation and progress that shifted the course of history. This may very well be one of those moments. It was 32 years ago, just down the road at the University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign, that a group of students and researchers at the National Center for Supercomputing Applications developed and launched the first inline graphic web browser. It was called Mosaic, and it ended up popularizing widespread use of the internet, making it understandable and accessible to everyday people. But on the day it was released, no one outside the NCSA really recognized what Mosaic would mean for the world. That seemingly small step forward, born out of a partnership between the federal government and Illinois, and driven by an ingenuity we draw uniquely here in Illinois, is one of the key elements that brought about the internet age, a massive global revolution that has made our world more connected, more informed, and more prosperous. And leading that charge was the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, or DARPA, which gave birth to the fundamental elements that created the internet. It is in that same spirit that I stand here today alongside some of the brilliant minds at DARPA to celebrate another groundbreaking collaboration called the DARPA Illinois Quantum Proving Ground. Now, I'm known to be a geek for all things quantum, but I am first and foremost the governor of Illinois and a geek for everything that is good for our state. So I want to take a minute to talk about the transformative impact this partnership can have for our people and our economy. The General Assembly and I are dedicated to a vision for Illinois as the undisputed capital of quantum computing. Central to that vision is a quantum computing site where researchers and entrepreneurs from the public and private sectors come together to collaborate, to share information and equipment, and commercialize quantum advancements and applications. Illinois has been one of the only states to invest in and actualize a plan for the quantum future. Fortune 500 companies and the best research institutions in the country are exploring plans for being a part of our efforts. And among the first to join us in this ever-expanding universe of opportunity is DARPA. I'm very proud today to be here with those federal partners to announce that DARPA will partner with us to establish the Quantum Proving Ground program right here in Illinois, where quantum computing prototypes will be tested and evaluated as part of DARPA's quantum benchmarking initiative. With an initial state and federal commitment of up to $140 million each, our quantum vision takes an enormous step forward, armed with the financial resources, the research infrastructure, and the global credibility of such a renowned federal agency. The top quantum researchers and companies in the world will now compete to come to Illinois for their place in our ecosystem. Paired with our previous $200 million investment in University of Chicago, University of Illinois, and the Chicago Quantum Exchange, we are positioning ourselves here as a national hub of quantum technology development and, in turn, the prosperity that can come from the economic benefits of it. $60 billion in projected economic benefit and impact, and thousands of new jobs, potentially. This is what our vision could mean for the people of Illinois. With a project of this magnitude, we also have the opportunity and the responsibility to focus on the potential global impact of this work. Quantum computing has the potential to unlock scientific and technological advances previously thought impossible. Unhackable cybersecurity, biopharmaceutical cures for diseases that previously took decades could occur in just months. Near perfect nanomaterial design, reducing microelectronic size to something that can't be seen by the human eye, and so much more. This won't happen overnight. As the leaders and scientists at DARPA know well, progress rarely comes in the form of a eureka moment, but rather with rigorous, sustained, and comprehensive research and development efforts. The beauty of the scientific process and the vision for our quantum computing ecosystem is that with each individual breakthrough, we grow a step closer to a seismic advancement, sometimes one that no one saw coming. Today, we are committing ourselves to that process, and in doing so, advancing the potential for broad-based economic prosperity, giving greater opportunity for our people, and solidifying Illinois and the entire United States as a global leader in the efforts around quantum computing. I want to thank everybody for joining us here today. I want to thank you for believing in our vision, and thank you for helping Illinois take this quantum leap forward. And with that, there are many more puns like that you'll hear from me over the years, probably. With that, I'll hand it over to the program manager for DARPA, the Microsystems Technology Office at DARPA, and that's Joe Altepeter. Joe?
Thank you, Governor Pritzker. 20 years ago, when I was a graduate student at the University of Illinois, I was convinced quantum computers were going to change the world. 5 years later, as a professor at Northwestern University, I realized that was going to be really hard, maybe impossible. And for most of the last 15 years, I have been DARPA's designated quantum computing skeptic. I am the one that they brought in to prove that the algorithm you are hoping is going to change the world isn't actually useful for anything, or the quantum computer you're trying to design can't ever be built. But in the last few years, something has changed. What began as really tiny DARPA investments grew into a small DARPA program, which grew into a larger DARPA program. Until today, the prospect of building these machines doesn't seem quite so impossible. And if there is a real path from the scientifically interesting quantum computers of today to critical industrial tools, the United States has to know. The stakes are too high for us not to. And so it is my great pleasure to announce a new DARPA initiative, the Quantum Benchmarking Initiative, a new very large DARPA program designed to verify and validate if there is any commercial company who is able to build one of these critical industrial tools in the near term. This is going to be extremely hard, and DARPA is not going to be able to do it alone, which is why we are very excited to have other partners in the federal government, the larger Department of Defense and the Department of Energy joining with us in this mission. And representing those organizations here today are Dr. John Burke, the Principal Director for Quantum Science at the Pentagon, and Dr. Linda Horton, who is the Associate Director for the Office of Science at the Department of Energy. If this is going to work, we are going to have to build a unique and world-class test and evaluation team. But not only that, we are going to need the kind of quantum test facilities that have never been built before. So the reason we're announcing this here in Chicago is because Illinois has had the foresight to fund exactly that type of facility. And so we are extraordinarily excited for the new DARPA Illinois Quantum Proving Ground to be a part of the larger DARPA Quantum Benchmarking Initiative. So before I step away from the microphone, I want to make sure that I'm able to thank both Senator Durbin and Congressman Foster for their sustained support of DARPA over the years. Thank you. And finally, I want to thank Governor Pritzker for your leadership and for the opportunity to be here today. I and DARPA are extremely excited to see what DARPA and Illinois are going to be able to accomplish together at the Quantum Proving Ground. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Good morning. My name is Kristen Richards, and I am the Director of the Illinois Department of Commerce and Economic Opportunity, or DCEO. I am honored to be here with DARPA to announce this partnership in the formation of the DARPA Illinois Quantum Proving Ground. I'd like to thank Governor Pritzker, President Harmon, Speaker Welch, and members of the Illinois General Assembly for continuing to give DCEO the tools we need to make partnerships like this one possible, that attract billions of dollars in investment and create new job opportunities for current and future generations of Illinoisans. DCEO's mission is to create equitable economic opportunities across the state of Illinois. My colleagues and I at DCEO, alongside our business attraction partners at Intersect Illinois and P33, are focused on ensuring that globally, Illinois' reputation is the center for quantum computing, research and development, testing and prototyping is known, and that companies understand there is no other place better positioned to support their efforts to find industrial and scientific use cases for quantum computing technology. DCEO is also strengthening partnerships with workforce and education partners to create the training needed to support thousands of jobs on the quantum campus, including highly skilled technical positions. We're proud to stand alongside DARPA and create this competitive environment where innovation can lead to opportunity. Thank you, and with that, it is now my honor to turn it over to Senator Durbin.
It's an honor to be here today on behalf of myself and Senator Duckworth. On the Senate side, a total commitment to the effort that we're celebrating. The House side is going to be represented by Bill Foster as well as Krishna Marthi, Congressman, who will arrive in a few moments. So many colleagues from across Illinois, industry partners, and federal officials all coming together to showcase the strength of Illinois and a global hub for technology and innovation. I want to give a special shout out to the governor and to the members of the Illinois General Assembly. Your investment put us on the map when it came to this subject. I recently met with the director of DARPA in my office, Director Tompkins, and she said our visit to Illinois blew us away. This state gets it, understands where we're going and what we need. And I want to congratulate the Governor and General Assembly for that leadership. I know it's not easy. Illinois has a storied history of leading on innovations that have changed America and the world. In the 1970s, it was a little-known company that started with the bold idea of putting radios in cars that called Motorola, of course, that debuted the first cell phone, changing the world forever. That wasn't the only thing. We also had at the University of Chicago an extraordinary effort to harness nuclear energy, which changed the world, still changes our state on a daily basis. You can go on, and I'm sure our researchers who wrote these speeches have a long list that I could add to, including the discovery and the announcement of the newly found technology in 1893 at Chicago World Fair of the zipper, something we count on every day. The spirit of invention and innovation and influence has been with our state from the beginning. What's next? Today's event illustrates that our state remains committed to leading in quantum technology, a field with the potential to transform, as the governor said, cybersecurity, communications, financial services, medical research, and countless other applications. Through the combined efforts of Illinois' wonderful, highly regarded national labs, world-class universities, and industry leaders, now our growing partnership with DARPA through this Quantum Proving Ground initiative, our state will continue to champion technologies and industries of the future. I'm grateful again to the Governor and General Assembly for the investments they've made to make this day possible. I look forward to doing our part. We have to come up with the matching funds in Washington, and the only reason there's no announcement today is because the budget is still being debated. I'm a member of that Appropriations Committee, and we have weeks of effort ahead of us, but it will get done. That's why I'm working as well to reauthorize the National Quantum Initiative Act, a bill that empowers agencies across the federal government to advance understanding and deployment of quantum technologies. I'll continue to support robust funding for DoD's investments in quantum as a member of the Senate Appropriations Committee. Illinois is committed at every level to leading in quantum tech. I look forward to supporting our state every step of the way. And now it's my honor to introduce a friend, a fellow member of the delegation, a great congressman, the chairman and the only member of the physicist, PhD physicist in the United States House of Representatives, Bill Foster.
Thank you, Senator. And yeah, it's true. I do sometimes introduce myself as saying I represent 100% of the strategic reserve of PhD physicists in the U.S. Congress. I'm also proud to represent both of Illinois' world-leading national laboratories, Argonne National Laboratory and Fermi National Lab, where I worked for 23 years before getting into this crazy business here. I'd also like to thank everyone involved in making this a reality, starting with Albert Einstein, Richard Feynman, John Stuart Bell, and the long list of physicists that have gradually convinced the world that there's a theoretical possibility of a really effective quantum computer. And when 80 years ago we had the theoretical possibility of a nuclear chain reaction, it was to the University of Chicago that we went to prove whether or not this idea actually worked. And I think it's very significant that when we're trying to figure out how significant quantum computers might be, that it's to Illinois and Chicago that we're returning. And I think this is really the city with broad shoulders is also the city that can figure out what's nonsense and what's technically feasible. And so it's one of the reasons I'm really excited about this. And I also want to thank DARPA. You know, their mission is to prevent technological surprise, or if there's going to be technological surprise, we have to own it and not be blindsided by it. And so when you see, and when people ask me, well, you know, how significant quantum computing might be, I say, you know, that little padlock on your web browser that indicates you have end-to-end encryption? Well, guess what? If someone else makes quantum computing work first, that padlock breaks, all right? And everything that you think is secure on your website transactions are visible to the enemy. And because of that, under the Obama administration, NIST initiated a quantum-resistant cryptography effort that will be the first line of defense against that. But we have to understand what the capabilities are. And so DARPA is exactly right in prioritizing quantum as an emergent technology that will be powerful if it's on our side and a real risk if it's not. And so I want to thank them for being true to their mission and keeping your eyes on what's coming around the curve at us. So thank you all, and it's now my pleasure to introduce Senate President Harman.
Thank you, Congressman. Thank you, Senator Durbin, and all of our federal partners. I brag at every opportunity about Illinois' world-class research universities and laboratories, and it's great to have you here in partnership as well. The great Thomas Edison once said, "Opportunity is missed by most people because it is dressed in overalls and looks like work." I want to commend Governor Pritzker and his team because they recognize the opportunity presented by quantum technology. And more importantly, they've enlisted the General Assembly to be partners in doing the work to position Illinois at the forefront of this transformative technology. That's why we're excited to be here today. Illinois has long been an industrial leader, a state where brains and brawn combine to propel development, solve problems, and create a better tomorrow across the country and across the globe. We reversed a river, split atoms, and built the first television remote control. I often joke that in saying quantum technology, I have reached the outer boundaries of my understanding of quantum technology. But I do understand clearly why Illinois wants to be the home of quantum technology. Just as technological innovation has changed our lives in ways we could never have imagined, quantum holds the promise of doing the same again on an unimaginable scale. And that future will happen here. I want to thank the governor, my good friend Speaker Welch, for their commitment and partnership as we share in building a better Illinois for today and tomorrow. Thank you very much. It's my pleasure to turn the microphone over to my colleague, Speaker Chris Welch.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
What a beautiful day to celebrate this quantum proving ground partnership. You know, Proverbs 29:18 says, "Where there is no vision, the people perish." And I got to tell you, because of the great vision of the best governor this state has ever had and the legislature, Illinois continues to solidify its position as the leader of quantum development and technologies. I got to tell you, I looked it up before I came here this morning. It was last year at this time that I had the pleasure of joining Governor Pritzker in London for a trade mission from July 16th through the 20th, where we worked hard to keep Illinois at the forefront of discussions in this growing field. And it was this day, I believe, we were sitting at a quantum roundtable at the University of Chicago in London, Mr. President. I was sitting there most of the time saying, "What is quantum?" But I'm watching our governor, and I'm sitting there in amazement because I'm like, what a difference it makes to have a governor that's our chief marketing officer, someone who will always tell you how great Illinois is and why it's the best place to live, work, and play. But also I was thinking, what a great opportunity, because you have the legislature, you have private enterprises working together to make all of this happen. We had John Atkinson, our friend from Intersect Illinois, there. We had representatives from the University of Illinois there. And this partnership that's going to include my alma mater, Northwestern University. Thank you, Mr. President Schill, for being here. And the Senate President's alma mater, the University of Chicago, is going to play a central role in this. Partnership, collaboration. It's amazing what can happen when we're all working together. You know, the $500 million that we asked the General Assembly to approve this year is already paying amazing dividends. It's truly a team effort, and I'm proud to be a part of it. This partnership is yet another example of the smart investments we're prioritizing as a state. It's an investment in this evolving and growing field. It's an investment in 21st century jobs. It's an investment in our future that will grow our economy and help Illinois emerge as the leader of quantum technologies. And so I want to thank my colleagues in the General Assembly for their hard work in getting us here today. Landing a budget plane is never easy, but It takes vision and foresight to understand what we're trying to accomplish, and we got it done. I want to thank our governor for his support and his continued advocacy, because I know tomorrow he's going to wake up and try to figure out the next project. And I want to thank our federal partners, DARPA, who also played a major role, Senator Durbin, who just is an amazing senator for the state of Illinois, Senator Duckworth, and our entire congressional delegation, but especially the doctor, Congressman Foster. Thank you for securing the new quantum proving ground. And now it is my honor and privilege to introduce our next speaker. Please welcome Ms. Gretchen Campbell. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Speaker Welch, Governor Pritzker, Senator Durbin, Representatives Foster, and everyone else who is here today. It is wonderful to join you for this exciting announcement. American leadership and a continued investment in quantum information science has never been more critical. My name is Dr. Gretchen Campbell, and I serve as the Assistant Director for Quantum Information Science at the White House Office of Science and Technology Policy, as well as the Director of the National Quantum Coordination Office. President Biden has said that we'll see more technological change in the next 10 years than we've seen in the last 50 years. That's why the Biden-Harris administration is deeply committed to investing in the exploration of science and the revolutionary technologies that will shape our world, like those enabled by quantum information science. At the White House Office of Science and Technology Policy, we work to harness the power of science, technology, and innovation to achieve America's greatest aspirations and bring new possibilities to its people. We believe that we need to work to ensure that all Americans have access and benefit from emerging technologies. While quantum information science is still early in its development and there are many hurdles ahead of us, quantum has a promise to offer future benefits to our society. Breakthroughs in quantum are poised to generate entirely new industries, good-paying jobs, and economic opportunities for all Americans. But like any powerful technologies, future quantum technologies may also create significant risks, which is why President Biden has taken steps to lay the groundwork for continued American leadership in quantum while also mitigating the risks that quantum computers pose to America's national and economic security. The National Quantum Initiative is taking a science-first approach to quantum information science while also recognizing the importance of deepening our engagements with industry, continuing to develop a skilled quantum workforce, providing critical infrastructure while maintaining national security and economic growth, and building international partnerships with like-minded countries. And while we're excited, and we're very excited to work with research centers around the country, including 4 here in Illinois, to fully realize the promise of quantum computing and train the next generation to continue to contribute to the future quantum technology and innovation ecosystem. Quantum computers hold the potential to drive innovations across the American economy, and it is clear that America's continued technological and scientific leadership will depend, at least in part, on America's ability to maintain a competitive advantage in quantum computing and quantum information science, which is why I'm so glad to be here today in Illinois as part of this exciting announcement for both the DARPA Illinois Quantum Proving Ground and the Quantum Benchmarking Initiative. And with that, I'm happy to introduce Brian DeMarco.
Hello, everyone. I'm very happy to be here with you today. I'm Brian DeMarco, professor of physics. I'm a quantum physicist at the University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign, and director of IQUIS, the Illinois Quantum Information Science and Technology Center. I was delighted when DARPA approached me and my colleague, Harley Johnson, professor of mechanical science and engineering and associate dean for research for Granger Engineering at UIUC, with a quantum proving ground concept. And it was my and Harley's pleasure to help plan the partnership and the program that we are announcing today, which I believe is essential to securing U.S. leadership in the global race to utility-scale quantum computing. The Quantum Proving Ground is an incredible opportunity to advance next-generation computing technologies that have the potential to impact society, the economy, and national security. I look forward to working with the other members of the Chicago Quantum Exchange, the Illinois Quantum Ecosystem, and our partners to competing for Proving Ground funds and working to develop, deploy, and rigorously evaluate quantum computing prototypes at the Illinois Quantum Campus. Thank you to Governor Pritzker, the state of Illinois, and DARPA for making this amazing opportunity possible. And next, I'd like to turn it over to Congressman Chris Murphy.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm reminded of the old saying that you know you're dealing with the quantum physics mafia when they make you an offer you can't understand. And so when they asked me to come and speak here and they gave me the remarks, I took about 10 minutes reading the same sentences over and over again, but I think I'm starting to get it. And what I get is that this is a big deal. This is a big deal. And, you know, Senator Durbin, my colleague Bill Foster, have been helping to lead the charge in Congress, but really, you know, Governor Pritzker deserves tremendous credit for helping to pull various partners together at various levels of government to make today possible. And so I just want to say, as the ranking member of the Special Select Committee on the strategic competition between the U.S. and the Chinese Communist Party, a name is almost as long as mine, that this particular quantum proving ground is going to be essential for us as a country, not just the state of Illinois, not the city of Chicago, but as a country to win the strategic competition in the area of quantum computing, which is a next generation technology that the CCP, as well as other countries, are prioritizing in terms of leading the charge on. So what is happening here today is of enormous import, far beyond Illinois. So with that, I just want to say thank you, thank you, thank you to the governor, thank you to DARPA, thank you to all of our partners and leaders in the state and in the country for selecting here as the quantum proving ground. And next, I'd like to reintroduce Governor Pritzker to take some very easy questions. Thank you.
Before I take questions, I just wanted to recognize something important for all of you to know, which is it is unusual when the major universities in a state are gathered together and working together and coordinating with one another. And we have seen it over and over and over the last few years that the Chancellor of the University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign, the President of the University of Chicago, and the President of Northwestern University are in the same room, talking about the same things, gathered around the same ideas and working together. And I do want to thank you all for the work that you do together and the collegiality that you bring to this. And it really is advancing the prospects for our economy, our technological future in the state of Illinois and nationally. So thank you. Happy to take questions from members of the media. They're very shy. Sarah. Okay.
So it's 140 million from DARPA agreed to match by 140 from the state, right?
Yeah, it's up to, because, you know, they're looking for the right opportunities to be able to advance a company and bring them to the campus and work with them. So, you know, that'll happen over some period of time, and so we both committed $140 million to that effort. Right, so it's not like someone's writing a check today for 140 either side. It's more that as the opportunities arise, we're sharing in that opportunity as between us up to $140 million each. So we expect in the end it will be as much as $280 million. Yeah.
Can you sketch out just a little bit about what that money might go for? You know, is it the idea to help spark companies to create product, or to do something else? How exactly is that?
We're a little early for product, but I'm going to hand it over to Joe to
Sure.
describe.
Thank you, Governor. Yeah, like the governor said, we're not committing any dollars today, but we know this is a huge challenge and it's going to be extremely expensive. If you really want to know for sure that something's going to work, you're going to have to do things like vet the algorithms to see if they're going to work with the people whose industries we're hoping to revolutionize to make sure what we want to do is going to work. You're going to have to build some really expensive prototypes to actually kick the tires and find out if these technologies work. And you're going to have to build a lot of equipment and hire a small army of people to really vet these technologies. We're not interested in finding out if it just sounds plausible that these things might work. We really want to prove to ourselves before you build the big one that we have confidence that you could build it, it will work as designed, and when you build it, it really is going to be a critical industrial tool. Does that answer the question? It does. Great. Thank you.
And I'll just add one thing to what Joe said, which is, and the commercialization prospects of it are advanced significantly by having this proving ground, this endeavor with the DARPA, with the experts at DARPA, to sort of make sure that, I think he used the word vetting, I would use that word too. It's good for these companies. This is the only way for them really to advance, if you ask me, is to be vetted, and being vetted by scientists at DARPA and the experts from our great universities here is, perhaps the most important kind of vetting you could possibly have.
Do you expect this to be located on the quantum campus that you guys talked about creating?
Yes. Yes. Olivia.
Off topic.
Mhm.
Since the shooting of former President Trump over the weekend, some Republicans have accused Democrats of name calling and personal attacks. Do you regret any of the name calling against Trump, or feel it's been unfair, and do you plan to change your rhetoric going into that rest of the year?
I have never and never would call for any political violence, and you can take that to the bank. That's not anything that I've ever advocated, and I think that there's always hot competition in the in the world of ideas, in the political world, and so we all advance our own ideas, and when their ideas are bad ones, we call them out. But it's still true that Donald Trump is a convicted felon, an adjudicated rapist, has been a congenital liar, and is unfit for the office of President of the United States. Having said that, I am very pleased that he remains relatively unharmed, that it was a relatively minor incident for him, and of course saddened and find it extremely tragic that someone with apparently an assault weapon killed people at that rally for President Trump, and of course attempted to take the life of a presidential candidate. That should never happen. And here in Illinois, as you know, we banned assault weapons. And of course, I think you've heard all of us that are here and elsewhere talk about the abhorrence that we have for political violence.
Since the shooting, I know the Democrats have kind of shifted messaging, or kind of forced to shift messaging and pull back some ads. Will that continue?
Well, I can't speak for for anybody outside of myself. I'm not deciding what ads get run. I think that we're in a political season. I think it's appropriate for us to just take a pause and recognize that this violence, needs to be called out. We need to make sure that this does not happen in American society anymore. It is extremely disappointing that people on the other side of the aisle are just in the last few days calling for counter violence, as if there was anything that was done by Democrats here. It wasn't. It turns out that the shooter, in fact, was a registered Republican. And I think none of us think that anybody, whatever their political party is, ought to be, committing this kind of violence.
Can you also comment about President Trump's vice presidential pick, J.D. Vance, and also Senator Durbin, if you can also comment on that too, since that's pretty
Well, yeah, I'd be happy to stay here for about 45 minutes to tell you about the history of J.D. Vance, but the fact is that he is someone who has very extremist views. As you may know, he is not just anti-choice against reproductive rights, but he also thinks that if you've been raped or have had incest committed against you, that you should be forced to have that child. He is someone who has ridiculed women's rights. There's a pretty long list of very, very extreme views that he holds. And I think, of course, it's in keeping with the MAGA extremism of the broader Republican Party. So I'm sure he's being accepted by them. But I think there are a whole lot of independents and Republicans who abhor what he stands for and won't vote for that ticket. May not have before, but now especially will walk away because J.D. Vance is on the ticket. Senator, do you want to?
I've been chairman of the Senate Judiciary Committee for 4 years. One of our responsibilities is filling the vacancies on the federal bench as well as U.S. attorney positions. Under President Trump, some 86 U.S. attorneys were all appointed through this process with voice votes, no record votes. When we tried to do the same thing under President Biden, there was resistance, particularly from Senator Vance. He objected to the appointment, filling the vacancy for U.S. Attorney here in the Northern District of Illinois, as well as in Cleveland in his own home state. 3 times or more, I went to the floor and asked him, confronted him with this decision, saying, how can you be for law and order and talk about stopping the scourge of fentanyl and other terrible things, human trafficking, and deny us to this president the leaders that they're asking for in these offices? He said, and he repeated himself over and over, his goal was to grind the Department of Justice to a halt. I had that printed on a board and put on the floor and said, did you say this? He said, I still stand by it. What was his thinking? Why would he want to stop career prosecutors from moving forward to protect us? He was very clear about it. It was retribution for the weaponization of the Department of Justice toward Donald Trump. It was strictly a political move. It had nothing to do with the merits of the nominees or the needs to fill those positions. That does not give me a lot of hope in terms of what his politics mean for a lot of people who are looking for law and order all across the United States to protect their families and neighborhoods. Who are you?
Last night at the Republican convention.
Who are you looking for?
Teamsters, both of you guys.
Uh-oh, you're up, Senator.
Tried to escape.
Are you guys concerned that President Biden is losing union support given the fact that the Teamsters had spoken at RNC?
There's not been a stronger president in the history of the United States for the union movement than Joe Biden. He is outspoken on the issue. He doesn't dance around or mince around when it comes to that subject. He is very direct. He supports labor unions. I do too. When they prosper and their members prosper, the middle class prospers in America. We all grow in the right direction. Having said that, the reality is not all members of labor unions support Democratic candidates. They are individuals making their own decisions, and some unions will go one way and some the other. But I believe that Joe Biden stands by his record on unions, and I do too.
I would just add that Donald Trump and the entire Republican Party have stood against workers' rights, against raising wages for working families, against keeping our workplaces safe. Those are things that unions do, fighting for working families. And so I realize that you might find that there are some union members who will support Donald Trump, but you'll also find that the majority of unions and union members understand that it's Joe Biden that has stood up for them and is genuinely the best president that the union movement and working families have had in their lifetimes, perhaps if not ever. Thank you. Make sure that doesn't happen to us here. Yep.
Talking chemistry, there's much speculation about the chemistry at the top of the Democratic ticket. Your feeling about what's happening there? Maybe your role in them?
I don't know if I should thank you for asking that question, I am supporting the nominee of the Democratic Party. That right now is our president, Joe Biden. So I've been campaigning. I went to Ohio and Indiana last weekend to campaign for President Biden, Vice President Harris, and I'm going to continue to do that. He's apparently going to be our nominee. He's chosen to be our nominee, and so we've got to win because the alternative is unacceptable for the country and for the future of our nation. For forever, really, could be altered as a result of the election of his opponent, Donald Trump.
Governor, it has been a very hard week for the Springfield community. I saw you put out a statement last night as well.
Yes.
Could you talk about the murder?
Great. So welcome, everyone. Welcome to Chicago Beyond for this exciting day. I'm Liz Dozier, and I am the founder and the CEO of Chicago Beyond. It is an absolute honor and a pleasure to welcome Governor Pritzker, Lieutenant Governor Stratton, and all of our distinguished guests into our space today for this important moment for women and families here in Illinois. Chicago Beyond, as some of you may know, has a vested interest in birth justice. We are a national philanthropic organization that addresses systemic inequity by truly backing solutions led by those who are closest to the issues. Since our inception in 2016, with the generous support of Mark and Kimbra Walter, we have dedicated over $65 million to individuals and to organizations who are truly in the fight closest to these issues. So one of our incredible leaders that we have had the pleasure and the honor of partnering with is Janine Valerie Logan. And we invested in Janine to give her space, to give her time, and to give resources to actualize her dream of opening Chicago's Southside Birth Center. And the center, as many of you know, will provide vital options to more women and to more families in our city. My team and I are focused on birth justice, not just here in Chicago, but ultimately nationwide, because it is unacceptable that Black women are 3 times more likely to die from a pregnancy-related complication than white women. Governor Pritzker, your partnership in these efforts continues to be invaluable. You are an integral part of this journey, and in many ways, today is truly a full circle moment. Last year, we actually shared a stage with the governor at the Clinton Global Initiative. And Governor, it was then that you championed women's reproductive rights and shared your vision for Illinois. And at that same event, Chicago Beyond committed to the Fellowship for Black Maternal Health, which was modeled after our investment in Janine. And our partnership grew from there. Earlier this year, our governor uplifted Janine and her work at the State of the State address, unveiling the very bill that he will sign today. In February, we all met at the Chicago Southside Birth Center to underscore the importance of this bill. And Lieutenant Governor, our team recently shared a stage with you to share our work with other national funders. And now, here we all are here today in this full circle moment of this bill signing. So special thank you again to Governor Pritzker, and thank you to Lieutenant Governor for advocating on behalf of women and on behalf of families in our state. Thank you for using your platforms to amplify community-based birth leaders who have proven solutions for impacting and improving Black maternal health. Again, I'm thrilled that this moment is happening, this historic moment for Illinois is happening in the space of Chicago Beyond, and that this space truly was designed to uplift, to elevate voices that are often unheard, to fight for our collective work for equity. So thank you. And with that, I'd like to welcome to the stage, it's my great honor and privilege to welcome to the stage Lieutenant Governor Stratton.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. I am Lieutenant Governor Juliana Stratton, she, her pronouns. First of all, thank you to my friend, Liz Dozier, for your kind words and your leadership, and thank you to Chicago Beyond for hosting us. Do you all feel that? It's the page turning on a new chapter in maternal health care. Before I dive in, I want to pause and shine this spotlight on the community leaders who set the Birth Equity Initiative into motion. In 2022, Janine Valerie Logan and a group of Black midwives and doulas, some of whom are in this room, joined my office for a monthly community engagement that we call Tea with the LG. It was good. We actually had tea. But they brought with them candor, concern for their people, optimism, and meaningful ideas for change. And it is because of them that our conversation transcended into legislative action, reminding us all that those closest to the problem are also closest to the solution. I want to wholeheartedly thank Leader Robin Gable and Senator Lakeisha Collins for guiding this bill through this session with powerful conviction and urgency. To our partners in the General Assembly, including Representatives Morris, Mueller, and Blair Sherlock, and Canty, and Senators Preston and Johnson, and all the advocates who are joining us this morning, thank you for your willingness to hear what Illinoisans need and join in delivering results. And finally, to the man wielding that long-awaited pen, Governor Pritzker. In the last few months, I've emphasized your ability to thread compassion and responsibility throughout your leadership. And today, I am overwhelmed at what that delicate balance has accomplished. That said, I have to acknowledge how darkly ironic it is that we celebrate Illinois' work to empower women as our neighbors to the west woke up this morning with even fewer rights than they had last night. Iowa is now the 22nd state in the nation to enact an extreme abortion ban, solidifying that 1 in 3 women of reproductive age in America now live without access to comprehensive reproductive care. The Birth Equity Initiative is Illinois' way of strengthening protection for the full spectrum of reproductive care. It bolsters our administration's belief that no government should decide when or if a family grows, and ensures that when families do expand, both mom and baby have access to the care they need to get home safely. This initiative then goes a step further, acknowledging the substantial gap in care for mothers who do not fit the criteria of white and urban dwelling with unlimited access to resources. As eyes are glued on the Summer Olympics in Paris, I'm thinking of Olympic gold medalist Allison Felix, the most decorated track and field athlete in history, who, facing unexpected complications during the birth of her daughter, realized that no amount of money or status can compete with the pervasive racism in healthcare. If she, an Olympian in top shape, with a robust support system, was not spared from the risks that haunt black mothers, no one is immune. Speaking out on the issue, Allison said, "The more women who speak up, the more women will have a voice. Because when a woman speaks up and shares her truth, you really feel that collective power." Well, I'm proud to say that Illinois heard that collective power, and now it's our turn to deliver. We're bringing private insurers up to parity with Medicaid, demanding coverage for holistic birthing care and postpartum support. We're investing millions into assessing the crisis in mortality for Black women, and we are activating a pilot program to tackle the hidden health emergency facing 47% of American families: diaper needs. Every woman, regardless of race or zip code, deserves to bring life into this world safely and with dignity. And whether you're on the south side of Chicago or downstate in Cahokia Heights, no family should welcome a new soul with grief for the one who carried it. I'll end with a word to the families for whom this support comes too late. Your loved one lives on in you, in each of us, and in our shared home state. The Birth Equity Initiative is a promise that her life and death mattered, and for as long as this administration has breath, Illinois will honor her. Thank you. Today really is a great day in our state, and it couldn't have happened without the extraordinary leadership of our great governor, the best in the nation, by the way. Please welcome Governor J.B. Pritzker.
Well, good morning. Thank you all for joining us for this truly significant step forward for maternal health. I want to start by recognizing the truly tireless work of a true champion for women and families, and that's the best lieutenant governor in the nation, Juliana Stratton. Juliana put in countless hours of work to make this birth equity initiative a reality, listening to our communities in need, crafting language with experts and stakeholders, and negotiating to get it across the finish line. I am exceptionally proud and immensely grateful to have her as my partner in governance. Thank you, Juliana. This law never could have found the light of day but for the vital role of the Illinois House and Senate, especially the chief sponsors, Leader Robin Gable and Senator Lakeisha Collins. Yeah. The General Assembly has been our partner in progress for years, and I want to express my deep gratitude to them on this occasion, and also to their leaders, House Speaker Chris Welch and Senate President Don Harmon. Yeah. In Illinois, we have some of the most dedicated and caring community and healthcare advocates who made this their mission in the 2024 spring session. Liz Dozier, we just heard from our host, and of course, right here at Chicago Beyond does work that almost no one else does, and we're so grateful for the work that she does to support organizations across the city and beyond. Sarah Garza-Resnick of Personal PAC, and Kelly Hubbard of EverThrive Illinois, and so many others. I just want to say that, as you know, in the General Assembly, we have champions in the House and the Senate, in the governor's office, but often the reason there is excitement and movement on these issues is because people who are doing this work on the ground are making it happen. And so I want to just say to the advocates, thank you for everything that you do to advance this cause. From start to finish, the birth workers who are here with us, including Dr. Janine Valerie Logan, brought their experiences and passion to help shape this initiative from the very beginning, and they are on the front lines ensuring its success. We have work to do. There's no doubt. There is a lot of work ahead, but it is because of them that we will be able to deliver on the promise of this legislation. Finally, I am blessed to work every day with compassionate and visionary people in the office of the governor. Emily Miller came into my office one day last year, and she said, "Governor, we can't wait any longer to solve the problem of women being denied equitable access to health care when they're pregnant and being put in danger by the inequities of the healthcare system." Now, you know, when someone who works for you and that you care about comes in to tell you that, you need to act. So then she went to work with Juliana and proposed how we would do it, what it would cost, and who we would work with to get it done. And she was all in, and so was I. And that's why I want to say a special thank you to Emily Miller for her exceptional work in getting this across the finish line. Reproductive freedom and maternal health go hand in hand, and every time we make an advancement in the cause, I thank my mother for instilling in me the drive to protect those rights. For too long, we have failed to live up to the promise of equal health care for Black and brown mothers in this state. For example, as you well know, Black women are 3 times more likely than white women to die from medical complications during pregnancy and childbirth. That is appalling, and it's unacceptable, and we're not going to let that happen anymore in the state of Illinois. It isn't right that some women are forced to weigh their own mortality or their future health against bringing life into this world. All mothers must have the full spectrum of maternal health care available to them. With the enactment of this new law today, we bring ourselves closer to a state where every mother, no matter her race, economic status, or zip code, is afforded the right to a safe and healthy pregnancy. This initiative is part of the most robust birth equity effort in the entire nation. It is a package of reforms and investments that will assist pregnant women and families at every step in the process. It'll improve long-term health outcomes and make pregnancy-related care more culturally responsive. Again, there's more work to do, but this is an enormously important first and big step. Our Birth Equity Initiative creates funding opportunities for birth centers in underserved areas. It expands home visiting programs. It creates a pilot program, as you heard, providing free diapers for new mothers most in need. And it cuts red tape to help make doulas and midwives more accessible to more people. This is the kind of absolutely vital pregnancy care that makes a transformational difference to new and expecting mothers' health outcomes. Since day one of my administration, I have committed myself to the same goal, to make this the best state in the nation to raise a family. And I'm incredibly proud to be with all of you today as we take an enormous step closer to making that vision a reality for all families in Illinois. And with that, I want to hand this podium over to another tireless advocate for Illinois children and families, and someone without whom we could not have made this progress and in so many other areas moved the ball forward on protecting women and children in this state, Senator Lakeisha Collins.
Sorry, I have to bring the microphone down just a little bit. Good morning. I'm State Senator Lakeisha Collins, and I represent the 5th Senate District, which we are sitting in right now, which is one of the best districts in the state of Illinois, I might add. I would like to thank Liz Dozier and Chicago Beyond for hosting us here today, and to my colleague and my friend and a leader in the House of Representatives, Robin Gable, for your instrumental role in advancing this vital piece of legislation. I also would like to extend my gratitude to the advocates, the doulas, the healthcare professionals who have shared their personal stories and expertise to ensure the success of this initiative. A huge thank you to Janine Valerie Logan and for her hard work and for standing on the front lines for Black women across the state of Illinois. And I would also like to thank a good friend of mine who I don't have enough words to say this, but she truly is a good friend of mine, and that's Sarah Resnick. Thank you for all of your support. I applaud our governor for his steadfast commitment to uplifting women overall and supporting equity in Black maternal health, and for standing with all women in the face of opposition. We have a governor who talks the talk and walks the walk, and I admire his fearless leadership and being unapologetic for putting women and families first. Furthermore, I would like to thank our beloved Lieutenant Governor, Juliana Stratton, for her fierce leadership and unwavering support. Throughout this process, she has stood on her commitment to getting this across the finish line, and I know how hard she worked to make this a reality, and even telling her own personal story, which I relate to so deeply. We have a Lieutenant Governor who would check on you and encourage you. She checks on you about your self-care. And through this process, I'm gonna be a little bit vulnerable here. It was hard for me. I'm new to the Senate, but this bill was definitely a challenge. Not a challenge like you think. It was a challenge because, one, I know that there are women who look like me and women all over this state who are faced with these barriers. And I knew how important it was to get it done. And it's a mental wear and tear sometimes when you're fighting for what's right. But to have my Lieutenant Governor call me and just say, hey, how are you? Are you okay? Did you take some self-care today? I wanna know how you're doing. We're gonna get it done, but take care of yourself. So I thank you for that, Lieutenant Governor. This collaboration within our administration is truly commendable, and I would also like to thank our administration remarkable team for their tireless efforts to ensure we got this right and we got it done. Thank you, Emily. Thank you to all the staff, to all the LAs for all of your hard work. And I also want to give my appreciation to our House and Senate leadership and to my colleagues on both sides of the chamber for their support of this legislation, because it truly takes all of us in both chambers to make this a reality. I would also like to thank our staff in both chambers as well for the important work that they do. As a Black woman and a mother of 3 young Black boys, this legislation was personal to me. The increasing rates of infant and maternal mortality, particularly among Black women, it demanded urgency. African American women are 3 to 4 times as likely to die from pregnancy-related complications, and what's even more horrifying is that 80% of those cases are preventable. But by passing House Bill 5142 and witnessing our governor sign this historic piece of legislation into law today, I am proud of what we all accomplished here. We lost an alarming number of Black women who were simply trying to seek the health they needed and deserved, but unfortunately was too late in receiving proper care. But today, Democrats here in Illinois have changed that narrative. Together, we have broken yet another barrier, rewriting the wrongs of history and ensuring that this cycle of systemic racism and oppression ends, restoring confidence in Black maternal health so that women can feel seen, feel heard, feel safe, and feel comfortable that when they go to their healthcare professional with concerns, that they're not brushed off, but they're listened to, and that cost is no longer a barrier, and now they have options to birth their babies at homes or at a center, which is deeply rooted in our history. This legislation will provide life-saving health care for women and their babies, regardless of their income, background, or race. It will require that providers cover services such as midwives, doulas, postpartum care, certified lactation consultants, breast pumps, equipment, and so much more. And I've said this before, but from Chicago to rural Southern Illinois, women across every community, every zip code, they face unexpected complications during pregnancy. And without the coverage of insurance, are faced with life-threatening complications that are preventable. But no one, and I mean no one, should have to pick and choose their health, the health of their babies, for basic necessities. They should be able to do both. This law is not just about health care. It's about justice. It's about equality. It's about the right of every mother and child to have access to the safest and the most effective care. And ultimately, what we have done here in Illinois is we are reducing the mortality rates and ensuring a healthier future for all Illinois families. I'm grateful to have a governor and a lieutenant governor, along with my colleagues who get it, who continue to show up for our families across our state. And when we're attacked for simply trying to do what's right, we continue to push forward because we understand that lives are on the line, and like so many other important pieces of legislation, this will save lives and increase healthy outcomes. Thank you, Governor and Lieutenant Governor, and to my chief co-sponsor, Leader Gable, and all who stood on the front lines with us to make this a reality. And next, I would like to bring up my friend, one of my leaders when I was in the House, but she is truly a leader. She's been doing this work for a very long time, and she does it from the heart and from her experience and from her lived experience. And so I want to introduce to you Leader Robin Gable. Thank you.
Well, we've heard a lot already, haven't we? I was going to do my thank yous at the end, so I think I'll keep with that. But there are so many thank yous to give. I do want to just thank Governor Pritzker for this transformative policy for birth equity in Illinois. It was really my honor to sponsor this legislation in the House. As a lawmaker and former executive director of EverThrive, a policy and advocacy organization for maternal and child health, I have spent my career working on behalf of newborns and mothers. It is so heartening to me to see a governor who understands that a safe, healthy pregnancy shouldn't be predicated on one's income, background, or race. It is a fundamental right. with the signing of this legislation, we will now have laws that require insurance companies. Illinois has been the Wild West of insurance companies. They have pretty much done whatever they wanted. And in this administration, that is not going to be true any longer. They are going to be required, and Medicaid is going to pay for the most effective ways to improve maternal health and infant health: doulas, midwives, and lactation consultants. Having somebody walk that walk with you when you're pregnant and verify how you're feeling and helping you maneuver through the medical system has been shown to be the best use of our dollars. This is even more important in the context of a recent nationwide decline in maternal and child health. Maternal mortality has increased. It is shocking that the wealthiest nation that has ever existed in this world has this problem. It must and will be addressed. So along with the diaper pilot program, which you've heard about, a bill that I carried for a number of years unsuccessfully, so I'm glad that we finally have that done, and a child tax credit, which will actually put dollars into the pockets of working families with children. This legislation truly is transformative and will improve the lives of so many women and so many families. So I would like to thank everyone that's already been thanked, but I'll do it again. First, Governor Pritzker for his forward-thinking policies and his whole policy team led by Emily Miller. Thank you, Emily. I also want to thank advocates like Janine Valerie Logan, who has been working so hard on this issue. And in addition, some folks over at the University of Illinois who have been working on a maternal health project for a number of years and have really helped to inform our policy at the state level and the national level, Arden Handler and Stacy Geller. So I truly want to thank our Lieutenant Governor, who is amazing, just amazing, and such a support to all of us. She sat there in committee with me. I think you were on the floor when I did the bill as well. First of all, to share her story, which is so compelling, and second, just to be there to support all of us. It's so much appreciated, Lieutenant Governor. And I also want to thank my colleague, Senator Collins, who so deftly guided this legislation through the Senate and so proudly tells her own lived experience as well. Thank you, Senator Collins. So now, as we say after we pass these important bills, on to implementation, right? It is my pleasure to now introduce one of my newer colleagues in the House, Representative Yolanda Morris, who I am so excited to have in the House. She is such a bright light and full of energy, and she is truly a rising star. Come on, Yolanda.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. I am Yolanda Morris, State Representative of Illinois' 9th District. I am a proud advocate for House Bill 5142, which addresses the needs of pregnant individuals, new mothers, and their newborns in Illinois. Having experienced health disparities in my own family, I am passionate about ensuring equitable access to maternal health care. Our communities, especially those of color, face significant health inadequacies leading to poor outcome for women. House Bill 5142 is a vital step in addressing these issues. It requires insurers to cover essential services for paternal doulas, licensed midwives, including home births and support during labor, abortions, or miscarriages. It also emphasized postpartum care by providing coverage for lactation consultations and necessary supplies for at least 1 year after birth, without cost sharing. Let us unite to create a healthcare system that is inclusive and equitable for every woman and child in our state. Together, we can ensure that all families have access to care they deserve. Thank you all for your support in building a healthier and more equitable Illinois. Thank you.
And with that,
I'm sorry. Sorry. And I would like to introduce Janine. Sorry, I had a blur moment.
Y'all sweet. Good morning. There are so many things I want to say today, but I'll start off by saying thank you. Thank you, Governor Pritzker and Lieutenant Governor Stratton. Thank you, Senator Collins and Leader Gable, for carrying this bill. This is truly a historic day. My name is Janine Logan, she, her, goddess pronouns. I'm the founder and lead steward of Chicago Southside Birth Center and a leader in residence here at Chicago Beyond. I am leading the effort to establish the first Black midwife-led birth center on Chicago's South Side. And ultimately change how people choose and receive reproductive health care in their own community. Although we still have quite a ways to go before we open our doors, HB 5142 will give families greater access to midwives, to doulas, and mental health services and resources they need to change systems. Be it in government, philanthropy, community birth, a huge part of our work to change systems is to gather, share experiences, deep listening and trusting of each other to make this change happen. The culmination of this work is exactly what we did and exactly what you're seeing today. Thank you to all of the community partners in this room, being strong advocates for your partners, your clients, your families. You all made this happen, so thank you. And thank you again, Lieutenant Governor Stratton, for hearing us. You listened and you heard us, and HB 5142 is just the beginning we need to write the course of birth equity across our state, and together, I know we can't be stopped. I woke up today thinking about a lot, but my daughters were one of them. This bill, along with ongoing support for expansive reproductive health policies in Illinois, gives me the hope that in their lifetime, my daughters and their peers can experience birth equity and the legacy of community birth that we all are working so hard towards in this state and across the nation. I also envision them not only being safe in their pregnancy and postpartum, but also their whole lives. It saddens me to think about Sonia Massey and all the other families that are grieving now for senseless killings and preventable childbirth trauma. I will turn it back to our Governor Pritzker for the signing of HB 142, and thank you.
Happy to take a few questions from members of the media. spots here. Thank you. Happy to take any questions. Mary Ann.
All right, I'm pivoting to off topic,
This is an amazing group of people. If you have questions, honestly, this is the best group. Okay.
and there was a lot of enthusiasm, I appreciate it. Can we talk about migrants, and are you prepared if Governor Abbott does send the 25,000 migrants here before the DNC or during it?
As you know, we have a partnership with Cook County and with the city of Chicago. There was an awful lot of planning that went into effect back in the early part of this year, and we're excited about the Democratic National Convention coming. We're also excited to have this partnership in place. As you know, and you can go to the City of Chicago's website to see how many beds are currently occupied, how many beds are available, and also that we have a plan for expanding that if necessary. So far, we have not seen the influx that we might have expected, and one of the reasons for that is because despite the fact that Donald Trump told Republicans to walk away from an immigration bill that would have helped us actually secure the border, that the president has nevertheless put in place a series of agreements with countries throughout Central America and North America, including Mexico, to make sure that we've stemmed the tide of border crossings. And so actually we've seen some of the lowest numbers of border crossings in the last 2 years over the last several months. And I check on that weekly, talk to the White House and others to make sure that that's still the case.
Are your sources that talking back and forth, is Abbott just a threat, or might that really happen?
Well, of course, we have a governor in Texas who cares nothing for the human beings who have crossed the border, who are in his state. He frankly ships them all across the country, including to Chicago, threatened to do it again when he was at the RNC. But we've not seen any evidence of him increasing the numbers that have been sent to the city of Chicago. Yes? On and off, good.
You mentioned, and Janine as well, that there's more that can be done.
Mm-hmm.
Is there talks about any future legislation coming this year? Like, what else does Illinois need?
Well, let's be clear. We need more than just one birth center on the south side of Chicago. Meanwhile, let's actually effectuate what we've got on the plate and make sure that Janine is able to get her work done. But there's more to do, and it isn't just in the city of Chicago, though we could use more here, but also across the rest of the state. So there's work to do. We have to make sure that we have the right partners and also that we're providing the right amount of resources for those centers to open. And that's just one example. You heard a pilot program for providing diapers for moderate and low-income women. And if that pilot program is a successful one, we'll want to make sure and expand that. That's just one example. Yeah.
My topic is, you met with the Bears CEO a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah.
Any movement there in terms of public financing deal? Also, have you called other mayors or governors in other states about maybe best practices of what they've done that has worked?
Oh, I've done a lot of research on this topic, but let me be clear. There isn't much change. I mean, I made it clear to the Bears leadership that it would be near impossible to get anything done if there was a proposal put on the table by them that could get done. You couldn't actually get it done probably during the veto session and would have to wait until next spring. But in reality, there isn't a proposal on the table right now that would be acceptable to anyone that I know in the legislature.
Governor, can we clarify conversations with the Harris campaign that you were asked about last week? First of all, were you asked to, and did you submit vetting materials?
This may be the 73rd time that you and your colleagues have asked this question. I'm not going to talk about those conversations, but I've had many conversations and continue to, as I have for weeks and weeks and weeks when Joe Biden was going to be our nominee, and now with Kamala Harris as our likely nominee. I talk to the campaign regularly because I want to do everything I can to make sure that Kamala Harris wins and that Donald Trump does not. All I'm saying is that I'm going to work my heart out for this ticket.
Would you tell us if you had not been asked?
I'm sorry, would I tell you? I think I've been very transparent about almost everything about being governor and everything that's occurred. And in this case, all I can say is that my guess is over the next 10 or 14 days, we'll all know who the vice presidential nominee is. How did I do? Yeah. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Let me make sure that somebody who hasn't asked a question, Chris.
Yes, Governor. This morning, Governor Whitmer said that she is not part of the vetting, that she's communicated with everyone, including the people of her state, that I'm going to stay governor. Can you say the same?
How many times can we get asked this question? Yeah. Again, I'm not going to talk about the conversations that I've had with the campaign about that.
Okay, one quick follow-up. Over the last 72 hours, there's kind of been a changing of the framework of how the Harris campaign is sort of putting in perspective the Trump campaign, using the phrase weird. They're using that word in a way that the Biden team didn't. You've been one of the starkest critics of former President Trump. How do you define this phrase of weird? Do you embrace it? How do you look at that?
Well, I've listened to it. I've actually talked about it yesterday. The truth is there are a lot of very weird, strange things coming out of both the Republican nominee and the vice presidential nominee on the Republican side. I mean, there's this consistent kind of talk about Donald Trump's fear of sharks. I'm not sure why that's relevant to becoming president of the United States. There's the talk about couches and dolphins on the vice presidential candidate's case. And it's just, I don't understand. We should be talking about the issues that are important to working families across the United States. That's what Kamala Harris is talking about. That's what all of us ought to be focused on. Yes.
Governor, do you know if I am Angela McLemore? I am a retired hospital administrator working for State Senator Matty Hunter. And I'd like to know are the tertiary hospitals who see these very high-risk maternal cases, will there be a bill or more monies given to them to render services to these types of cases?
So, as you know, critical access hospitals, safety net hospitals, those I think are the ones that you're referring to, are a real, and those that aren't covered by that are the focus of a lot of work that we need to do about providing midwifery services as well as doulas. And making sure that we're addressing the broad issue of maternal health. It's not been done adequately, even in some of the best hospitals, when we talk about women of color in particular. And so that's why we've got to change the way this system operates. One of the things that we've done is expanded Medicaid to pay for particularly culturally sensitive doulas, culturally sensitive provision of services for women of color. And so there's a lot of work to do. That's why I said that earlier, and I think you heard it consistently. We're not finished. This is an awfully good beginning to something that's important for us to accomplish.
Governor, can I
yes.
ask about the CPS bailout? Have you noticed the CTU president's remarks claiming that you are denying funding for Black, brown, or working class immigrant children, and she's somewhat outright lobbying against you as a possible candidate?
Look, I think that they're in the middle of a negotiation, and so I think they're going to say things that they think are going to, will advance their cause. I think I've been clear. I want to fully fund education, public education in the state of Illinois. I have worked hard during my term in office to do that. Billions of dollars more have gone into education, public education for our state. I want to do even more. We're taking every resource that's available to us for education and putting it there. So I know that there are people who would like more. I'm one of them. And so let's go do that, but that is not something that can happen immediately during their negotiation. It is something that I think we should be working on every single year, and I've done that. Again, almost $500 million more has gone into public education every single year since I took office, and I you know, again, I will do everything I can to meet the needs of our students and make sure that we're paying our teachers properly. But you know, criticism at this moment isn't helpful. I think, you know, they came to Springfield, they talked to the legislature. We, in fact, did provide a significant amount more money for public schools, and we'll continue to do it every year I'm in office. Yeah, thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Welcome to the Greater Chicago Food Depository. I'm Amy LeBoy. I'm Vice President of Programs and Community Partnerships here at the Food Depository. It is always wonderful to look out and see all amazing partners in a room together. I'm so excited for today, celebrating this opportunity that is an important one for our state and our neighbors. Thank you all for being here. The Food Depository is honored and proud to host this celebration today. We are extremely grateful for Governor Pritzker's leadership in advocating for approval from the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services for Illinois' Healthcare Transformation 1115 waiver. This policy change represents a pivotal moment in the way our state addresses health disparities and health-related social needs. So let me start by saying thank you, Governor, for your commitment to improving the health outcomes of Illinois residents. We are so proud that our state has a leader who works tirelessly to make sure that Illinois is at the forefront of addressing social determinants of health. The Greater Chicago Food Depository believes that a healthy community starts with food. For many years now, food banks have been working at the intersection of hunger and health, driven by the understanding that food insecurity, chronic disease, and costly health outcomes are intrinsically linked. For many of the people we serve, and more across Illinois, the stress of food insecurity is coupled with the impacts of diabetes, hypertension, obesity, and chronic disease. More and more households are experiencing food insecurity and having to make difficult decisions between buying food or buying medicine or medical care. It's an impossible decision that no one should have to make. To make matters worse, many families are also at risk of experiencing housing instability, violence, and behavioral health issues. That's why we are so excited about this opportunity to think differently about how we address health-related social needs. This waiver represents a significant acknowledgement that social needs such as food and housing are important aspects of improving health outcomes. I can't wait to see what the expanded Medicaid coverage through the 1115 waiver will bring for Illinois residents, and how it will impact the work that the Food Depository and other community groups have been doing for years. The opportunity to create a sustainable infrastructure and new partnership for this work is upon us. The Food Depository stands ready to support the governor, our state leaders, and collaborate across sectors to fulfill this promise. Thank you, Governor Pritzker, for your leadership in addressing the disparities and inequities that prevent our neighbors from reaching their full potential. We are grateful for our many partnerships with you, the state of Illinois, and other leaders in this room to make sure that Illinois is the best place to live and work. And now I am honored to introduce Governor J.B. Pritzker.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Oh, no, we're here with Tony Preckwinkle. We don't say good afternoon at a low tone. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Love to hear that. Thank you all for joining us and helping us lift up another important victory in health and equity here in the state of Illinois. I first want to thank Amy. Thank you for your leadership. Thank you for your kind introduction. Thank you for the staff that you've brought together here at the Greater Chicago Food Depository. This really is an important day, and I can't think of a better place to celebrate that than a place that is consistently helping people across the city, across the state, and setting an example for the nation. The past few years exposed many of the painful, persistent weaknesses in our public health infrastructure, requiring us to rethink what a smart and equitable healthcare system should look like. Central to that rethinking has been understanding the forces driving health disparities and investing the necessary resources to address them. That work has led to the development and deployment of comprehensive, forward-thinking public health strategies designed to confront head-on social and structural determinants of health. We're here today to announce something truly, truly exciting. I mean, Illinois is on the forefront, and this is an important day. I know it sounds at the headline when we say things like an 1115 waiver. It doesn't sound all that exciting, but let me tell you how exciting it really is. We are leading the nation in this work because there was an effort to reach out and make it so with the Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services, which has now approved an extension of our 1115 demonstration waiver, giving us new authority and flexibility to develop innovative ways to advance access, quality, and equity in healthcare, and reducing the burden on Illinois taxpayers for this important work. Here in Illinois, the 1115 waiver is the cornerstone of our broader strategy to address health-related social needs. We're using it to direct Medicaid resources toward initiatives that address the root causes of health inequalities, such as housing, food insecurity, unemployment, violence prevention, reentry from prison settings, substance use treatment, and so much more. When these basic needs like housing and nutrition go unmet, individuals are 2.5 times more likely to have poor physical health, 5 times more likely to have mental health challenges, and twice as likely to report higher healthcare utilization. You've heard the expression, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. Well, that's what this waiver means for Illinoisans all across our state. With this extension, we can build on the demonstrated success of programs that meet these needs: housing support, food and nutrition services, employment assistance, community reintegration, while developing and piloting new solutions to ensure that we're meeting the needs of all Illinoisans. Success in this mission has required a collaborative effort from state and federal agency staff, legislators, community organizations, health experts, and more, many of whom are here with us today. And I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, because I know all of you have worked together to help make this happen, thank you. Thank you on behalf of the 13 million people of the state of Illinois. So there are lots and lots of thank yous. I'm not going to get to everybody, I have to admit, but let me start by thanking my cabinet members and staff from agencies across state government who work to make this happen. I'd be up here all day if I tried to list even just all of those people, but I want to make special mention of our Healthcare and Family Services Director, Lizzie Whitehorn, and her incredible team. So let's give her a big round of applause. And it would be remiss on my part, I would be remiss if I didn't recognize my Deputy Governor for Health and Human Services, who I get to work with every day in the office and who Lizzie Whitehorn got to work with as well, and that's our great Deputy Governor, Grace Ho. Now, this is where the list would get long, and I'm going to offend some people by not mentioning their names, but I want to just say our partners in the General Assembly have been unyielding in their commitment to the health and prosperity of Illinoisans. Since I've taken office, being able to work with these fabulous people, and we have senators and House members, people who every day think about the health and safety of the people of Illinois, and I'm just so fortunate to be able to have these kinds of partners to work with. So thank you to the General Assembly for making all of this happen. And then here, representing the entire federal government, is Mike Cabinargi, our friend, our home Illinois guy at the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. Thank you. He's regional director now, but I guarantee you he is moving on up and going to run the entire government at some point. So thank you very much, Mike. And lastly, those in the community whose firsthand expertise and experiences shaped this effort. Amadou Dramé, who you're going to hear from the Illinois Justice Project, as well as Chad Williams. Chad, thank you. I know that you have a story that you're going to share with us, your own story. Thank you for sharing your experiences and helping to uplift others. Thanks to the tireless efforts of all of these folks and innumerable others, vulnerable residents across the state of Illinois have a comprehensive network of services and support that will promote their health and well-being and provide a foundation to thrive well beyond that. Illinois is leading the way in this work. I want to repeat that because I feel like for so many years we never heard those things at a podium in Illinois, but we're leading the way in the nation in this work, and we're once again setting a national standard for what equitable, effective, and people-centric health care should look like. Today is a day that all Illinoisans should take great pride in. So with that, I am very proud to hand this podium over to a champion for quality health care and prevention, a friend to all people in the county of Cook, but also across the state of Illinois because she is a pioneer in her own right, President Toni Preckwinkle.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. I'm grateful to be here to celebrate the approval of the 1115 waiver. While they could not be here today, I want to acknowledge and thank Senator Durbin, Senator Duckworth, and all of our congressional delegation, and thank who is here with us, former county official Mike Cabinargi, now Regional Director, HHS Director, and all of our federal partners for their help. I want to express my special appreciation to Governor Pritzker and Director Whitehorn for their leadership. Thank you. This comprehensive waiver addresses many of the risk factors that impact the health of our communities, and I appreciate the state's partnership. Thanks, of course, to the Greater Chicago Food Depository for hosting us, and I want to thank our state legislators. We've been joined by leaders in the Senate, Leader Matty Hunter, Leader Omar Aquino, Senator Sarah Feigenholz. In the House, Leader Camille Lilly, Leader Robin Gable, Representative Dagmara Avalar, Representative Selena Villanueva, Representative Ann Moeller. Thank you very much, state legislators, for joining us. The Illinois healthcare transformation will allow Medicaid to cover a new set of health-related social needs that are often present among Cook County residents. This is especially true for those who rely on the Medicaid program. The majority of insured patients at Cook County Health rely on Medicaid as their primary payer. As a result, the Illinois healthcare transformation is a welcome opportunity to holistically address the needs of our CCH patients with Medicaid coverage and our county care members. New services such as housing and housing supports, food and nutrition services, violence intervention and prevention services will now be reimbursed by Illinois Medicaid. This will provide new opportunities to expand access to these critical services. I'm proud of the work Cook County Health has initiated to pilot some of these critical services, relying on access to limited grant dollars. Some examples include establishing a medical respite center with Housing Forward, which is a not-for-profit organization that works around homelessness in Evanston, partnering with the Greater Chicago Food Depository to address food insecurity among patients, and engaging in critical work with trauma victims and their families around violence prevention. Additionally, I'm pleased that the Illinois waiver will support reentry services for individuals leaving Cook County Jail and other correctional facilities around the state. Cook County Health, CIRMAC Health Services, has long provided comprehensive physical and behavioral health services to detainees at Cook County Jail. We look forward to building on the high-quality services already in place to improve community integration and reduce recidivism. Cook County looks forward to operationalizing the waiver with our state to implement these new benefits. Through this work, we will improve the health and lives of Cook County residents and residents throughout the state of Illinois. Thank you very much. And now it's my pleasure to bring to the podium Director Whitehorn. Thank you.
Thank you, President Preckwinkle. Good afternoon. I'm so excited to be here with you today to talk about the recent federal approval of Illinois' Healthcare Transformation 1115 demonstration waiver. Thank you, Governor Pritzker, for your leadership and for allowing us to do work every day in service of what you have said since the beginning of this administration. In Illinois, healthcare is a right, not a privilege. A big thank you to our federal partners, especially the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Region 5 Director Mike Hubnarji, who is with us today. The Medicaid program is truly a federal-state partnership, and we could not be as innovative as we are in Illinois without their support. I want to thank Kate Mayer, who couldn't be here today, and my friend Amy LeBoy and the Greater Chicago Food Depository for hosting us. Thank you to the legislators who are here today, including Leader Lilly and Leader Gable, Senator Aquino, Senator Hunter, Senator Villanueva, Senator Feigenholtz, Representative Avelar, and Representative Moeller, all of whom are wonderful leaders in the healthcare space working with us. I want to thank our MCO partners and representatives from community organizations on the ground serving our customers. I also have to give an enormous thank you to the HFS staff for your tireless work on this waiver application. This was an enormous team effort that will have real impact on people's lives. The federal approval of HFS's 1115 waiver earlier this month touches off what will be nation-leading work in the Illinois Medicaid program to meaningfully address health-related social needs and the root causes of health disparities. 1115 waivers are designed to allow state Medicaid programs to test the impact of innovations that are not traditional medical services and therefore have not been covered by Medicaid. This is transformational because it gives us the ability to better address the root causes of health disparities where they stem from, to prevent them from becoming adverse health outcomes down the road. For many years, researchers have known that if someone is not housed or can't access food, their health outcomes will be worse. Studies have repeatedly proven that social determinants of health factor heavily into an individual's health outcomes. The U.S. Department of Health and Human Services last fall issued a call to action to address health-related social needs in communities across the nation, citing research that shows social determinants of health account for about half of the variation in health outcomes in the nation. The newly approved benefits fall under 4 categories of work. The first addresses a specific set of health-related social needs, including housing support for individuals who may be transitioning out of a long-term care facility, out of foster care, or after a period of experiencing homelessness. The supports include short-term post-transition housing or rental assistance, medically necessary home remediations, and medical respite. We will also be able to provide food and nutrition services not previously covered by Medicaid, including nutrition counseling, home-delivered and medically tailored meals, and nutrition prescriptions targeting health risks. Second, along with these services, we will be able to cover transportation to and from health-related social needs service providers. We are one of only a few states approved for this type of transportation to be covered under an 1115 waiver. Next, Illinois is the first state approved to address community violence under an 1115 waiver, allowing for screening and needs assessment trauma therapy, and other services for Medicaid beneficiaries who have survived violence or are currently experiencing or at risk of experiencing violence. This work will support and complement the state's ongoing initiatives under the Reimagine Public Safety Act and will be coordinated closely with the Office of Firearm Violence Prevention. Finally, Illinois is among one of the first cohorts of states to provide reentry services for individuals being released from a carceral setting, including coverage of pre-release services that can begin up to 90 days before release. By moving toward Medicaid coverage of services that have otherwise been provided in siloed state agencies and from different levels of government, we can propel the groundbreaking work of this administration to prevent and end homelessness, to prevent firearm violence, and to better support reentry. To that end, there are many state and local leaders here today. I want to recognize in particular leaders from the Lieutenant Governor's Office, the Department of Human Services, the Department of Corrections, the Department of Juvenile Justice, the Department of Public Health, the Illinois Housing Development Authority, and the Illinois Criminal Justice Information Authority, as well as our partners at Cook County. We will be working with all of them to implement this transformational work over the coming years. This is just the beginning. With this approval, we enter into an implementation planning phase. We will be working in close collaboration not only with our sister agencies, but our community partners, MCOs, healthcare providers, customers, and federal CMS to stand up these services in a thoughtful and responsible way. We at HFS look forward to continuing to work in partnership with everyone here today to implement coverage for new services that will impact so many Illinoisans in the years ahead. Thank you, and now I'm pleased to turn it over to Mike Cabanargi.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Mike Cabanargi. I think I'd be used to that by now. I'm Mike Cabanargi. I'm the Regional Director for the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services for the Midwest region. So that's Illinois, Michigan, Ohio, Indiana, Wisconsin, Minnesota, and then our 34 sovereign tribes, 11 in Minnesota, 12 in Michigan, and 11 in Wisconsin. I want to thank the governor for his kind words and President Preckwinkle. This is an exciting moment. The Biden-Harris administration is working to ensure every American has access to high-quality, affordable health care, and creative leadership like Illinois' strengthens health care coverage for American families. Illinois today joins a growing roster of states that recognize a simple truth. Health care can and should mean care for the whole person. We applaud Governor Pritzker, the Illinois General Assembly, and the extraordinary team in Illinois government for using every tool available to improve quality and access, reduce health disparities, and improve health equity for those who need it most. At HHS, we look forward to more states following Illinois' example. As part of the Biden-Harris administration's efforts to build a healthcare system that benefits all Americans, the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, or CMS, approved Illinois' amendments to the Medicaid system to bundle a series of actions to advance health equity and allow Illinois to make large investments in wide-ranging Medicaid initiatives, including connecting people to crucial housing and nutritional support services, and enhancing access to coordinated and comprehensive treatment for substance use disorders. As the nation's largest insurer, CMS is proud to approve Illinois' critical demonstration amendment, which gets to the heart of Medicaid's role as an innovator. The 1115 demonstration program allows CMS to approve innovative projects that promote the objectives of Medicaid, provide health coverage to millions of low-income adults, children, pregnant people, and people with disabilities. Illinois' demonstration initiatives will provide this broad range of health and social supports to underserved communities, improving their health and quality of life. Across these and other efforts, CMS and the state of Illinois will monitor progress through rigorous independent evaluations to determine the outcomes and the impacts. For people in the justice system in particular, ensuring a successful transition back into the community includes having the health care supports and the services that they need. There is significant health coverage and continuity of care needs that justice-involved individuals face when returning to the community. These include disproportionately high rates of substance use disorder, opioid overdose, serious mental illness, and chronic physical conditions. Opportunities like Medicaid reentry demonstration projects have a track record for improving health and human care transitions. Now, for the first time, thousands of incarcerated people in Illinois will have critical supports during their transition out of a carceral setting, thanks to this important health care coverage. Once again, Illinois is to be commended for acknowledging the connection between the social determinants of health and health care and taking this essential step for advancing health equity in the Midwest. Now, it's my pleasure to introduce the Majority Leader of the Illinois House of Representatives, State Representative Robin Gable. Leader Gable is also the co-chair of the Medicaid Working Group. Leader Gable.
Thank you, Mike. Can you hear me, or do I have to move this down? Okay, great. So thank you so much. Again, my name is Robin Gable, State Representative and Majority Leader in the House. I did run the Medicaid Working Group this year, and it was an exciting experience. We had, I don't know, maybe 50 bills we had to go through and decide which ones that we were going to pass this year. The 1115 waiver will make that work so much easier. I really want to thank Governor Pritzker, who I learned this morning wants to make Illinois the best state in the union for families. Yay. Illinois is taking a truly transformative step in addressing the root causes of health disparities. Our health is not only our medical care, but it is the sum of all of our experiences, our jobs, our homes. So in caring for some of the most vulnerable populations, we need to account for issues from housing to food insecurity to transition from incarceration. Under Governor Pritzker's leadership, Illinois is recognizing that a comprehensive approach to health care must be rooted in compassion and must treat the whole person. We've taken many important steps together to expand critical health services covered under Medicaid, from increasing access to specialists to expanding coverage for mental health. This is another critical step. I'm proud to stand here today and applaud another important step in this direction and look forward to working to continue moving Illinois forward. As was said by Lizzie, on to implementation. It is my pleasure to introduce a friend, a colleague, who has been working with me in the House. We came in about the same time, and we've seen a lot of change, and we've made a lot of changes. So please welcome Leader Camille Lilly.
We have to lean on each other to get things done here in the state of Illinois. I would just like to start, again, I'm State Representative Camille Lilly here in the state of Illinois, and I have to say we are all excited that our governor sees how important our needs are here in the state of Illinois, and he has come forth to celebrate the approval of the 1115 waivers. Can we give him another round of applause? I too want to thank the federal government for having the waiver program. Thank you for allowing us to have the vision to address the needs of the people of Illinois. And yes, HFS, you are some hard-working team. We couldn't do this without you. Thank you for all the work that you do on behalf of Illinoisans. And as Robin mentioned, we came in together, but there are so many people here before us who work on the Medicaid work group that has come to do the work of the people and work alongside the staff and the governor to bring this program forward. Can we give the Medicaid work group a round of applause? Now, this measure will give the most vulnerable population hope as they navigate the health disparities that shows up in social influencers, which I like to call them, but many of you call them social determinants of health. It goes without saying, those at risk, when they don't receive the resources in a timely manner, they become the most vulnerable population, having the ability and having the inability to address some of the biggest problems that are in their lives. But this program, this waiver, will allow them to address homelessness, addiction, and the disparities. As the chair of the Probes Health and Human Services, I am glad to be a part of this program. Again, all the services that have been mentioned, they're flexible to our targeted population. All the services that have been mentioned brings additional service in a demonstration that allows us to address the quality of life. Again, all the service that many of you provide bring the quality, the access, and equity in healthcare. I just want to say this program allows us to address life expectancy, improve health outcomes, and I, along with many of the colleagues in the General Assembly who voted for this legislation because we knew it was important, we see, and it is our obligation to work with each and every one of you. With that, it is our honor to say thank you again to Governor Pritzker for understanding the importance of quality of life for all Illinoisans here in the state of Illinois. With that, I'd like to bring forth the leader in the Senate, one of them, who I work with so diligently, Senator Aquino, Leader Aquino.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. We got to be a little bit more cheerful this afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Let's clap it up because this is a celebration here. We are celebrating a transformative waiver, the 1115 waiver, that gets to really address social determinants. What is that? What is for folks that don't work on healthcare? That is, they're non-healthcare issues that really have a great impact on your health and on community health. Data shows that sometimes those social determinants have a greater impact than your personal choices and even your healthcare access at times. Being able to address housing, food security, or providing services for those re-entering into our communities is going to address not only individual health, but also the health of our greater community. This is going to impact generational health for our communities that have been healthy for many years. That COVID just highlighted and exacerbated what we have seen for many, many years, which is, if you do not have access to affordable housing and don't know if you're gonna have a roof on your head, you cannot address your own health. If you don't have access to affordable and quality food, you cannot be healthy. This waiver allows for us to rethink how we can address people's health here in the state of Illinois. And I want to thank the leadership of our governor of HFS. HFS, actually, I want to give them a shout out. They go into community. We just came from a meeting where the chief of staff was in community in Humboldt Park, at Humboldt Park Health, talking about different ways of, again, trying to address the health care of our most vulnerable folks, especially those that are receiving Medicaid. So I just want to, again, clap it up because this is a celebration, you all, and we got some somber faces out there. We need to celebrate this win for the state of Illinois, and I'm looking forward to continuing that work in the Medicaid work group. And with that, the next speaker is Director Amadou Drame, and apologies if I did not get that your name correct. Thank you.
Okay. Well, good afternoon. My name is Amadou Drame, you got it right. I serve as the director of the Illinois Justice Project. We advocate for policies and practices that make the criminal legal system more just, communities safer, and we also convene the Illinois Reentry Council, which is a 200-member group of like-minded people working to create an effective reentry process and system throughout Illinois. I would like to first thank Governor Pritzker and his team, including my good friend and LGC classmate, Director Lizzie Whitehorn of HFS, the good folks at DHS, the teams there, and the countless others who made this equitable and innovative piece of public policy a reality. And thank you especially to the Illinois Department of Healthcare and Family Services for applying for an expansion on behalf of Illinois, and for recognizing that people who are incarcerated in this application are just as deserving as anybody else for access to care. And thank you, of course, to the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and Senator Durbin, who's not here with us today, but certainly with us in spirit, for the work to secure this application's approval, and I'm sure there were countless others who were part of the Illinois delegation. Today, there are nearly 1/3 of the Illinois adult working age population has an arrest or conviction record. In Illinois alone, there are 4.1 million people who have an arrest or conviction record. If all arrested Americans were a nation, they would be the world's 18th largest, larger than Canada, larger than France, and more than 3 times the size of Australia. Roughly 30,000 people are incarcerated in Illinois prisons, and 9 out of every 10 of them will eventually return to our communities. They face barriers to employment and legitimate economic opportunities, housing, and health care, among countless other barriers. Barriers that increase the likelihood of them returning to prison despite their best efforts not to. Incarcerated people and formerly incarcerated people are often overlooked or dismissed as not worthy of the same support and opportunities that anyone else in this country expects. But the truth is, being sentenced to prison should not be a sentence to sickness or disease. It should not erase your eligibility to a health care program that can prevent that. And after paying their debt to society, returning residents should be entitled to the supports that help them successfully navigate reentry, that process after prison and jail. For generations historically, the federal government, and this is not a dig on anybody here, but it just has been the case historically, had designed and operated the Medicaid program in ways that brought inequities and harm and great division to families and communities of color. However, this Illinois version of the program and this new expansion expands coverage to include those people and communities that this government policy and program had once harmed. The expanded healthcare transformation program lays the foundation for Illinois to provide new and more robust services for people leaving carceral settings, and that is significant. People who are incarcerated can begin receiving Medicaid-covered services 90 days prior to their release from prison. These services include physical and behavioral health clinical consultation services, laboratory and radiology services, medications, and medication-assisted treatment. Under this program, people can now leave prison with a minimum of 30 days' supply of prescribed medications, over-the-counter medication, and durable medical equipment. People can also receive Medicaid-covered reentry navigation supports under this waiver. Offering such support is essential to people who are returning home, often after years of separation from all support systems and loved ones. They have essentially nothing, and yet we expect them to find a job and a home and become a contributing member of society. This is hard enough when you are healthy. Imagine when you are ill and have no way to get medical advice or help. So ensuring effective reentry in Illinois is complicated, and much work remains if we are to have sustained and equitable policies and practices. But today, I'd like to celebrate and thank all those who worked to ensure that this piece of the puzzle is in place, offering much needed support to the incarcerated people in our society and our state. The Illinois Justice Project and Illinois Reentry Council also stand ready to work on implementation and to support that. And again, I thank you very much. And now I will pass it to Chad Williams, who is, I believe, a former consumer with Housing Forward, but now a volunteer with them.
Well, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you for being here today. My name is Chad Williams. In the winter of 2017, I was being discharged from West Suburban Hospital in Oak Park, Illinois, after being treated for congestive heart failure. Afterwards, I found myself with nowhere to go. I had spent quite some time living on the streets of Chicago, and then my health failed me. I hadn't had a plan or a place to stay, so I wound up in West Suburban Hospital needing treatment for congestive heart failure. I found housing for it afterwards through a doctor at West Suburban, and for 2 years from 2017 to 2019, I stayed at Housing For's overnight shelter. I received warm meals, a safe place to sleep, and eventually it came to be like home. When Housing For opened Sojourner's House in 2019, I was one of the first residents to move in. Being at Sojourners allowed me to temporarily enjoy the human experience once more, as being without a home can take away from you. Sojourner's House provided me with a safe place to recuperate, time to think, in a better social structure. Today I'm doing well, and I have been in my apartment for 4 years and have access to quality, affordable health care. This has made a big difference in reaffirming my trust in people, and having consistent health care has literally meant the difference for me between life and death. The kind of health care I have now is unparalleled for me. I feel like somebody cares now. I hope that this expansion of services will mean more people like myself will be able to receive the medical and housing support that they need, and a greater chance to address their health problems. Thank you for your time and your willingness to hear my story. At this time, I'd like to invite Governor Pritzker back to the podium.
Happy to take any questions from members of the media. Yes. It is. As a matter of fact, I think one of the things that we've learned is that the earlier we can get people access to housing, to health care, to nutritious meal, to ultimately to a job, the better off we all are and most importantly, the better off that person is. And I think over the years, one of the things that has been overlooked is the importance, we talk about social determinants, but the importance of these things in someone's life. It's not just that they're being released from prison and, great, there's all kinds of places to go and things to do. No, as a matter of fact, being able to have the comfort of knowing there's a place for you to live, that there's health care available for you immediately. I want to just tell you one example of what's needed and how long it's taken to get there, and now what we have the opportunity to do. My wife has been very involved in, focused on incarcerated women in Illinois. It turns out that when we came into office, and she really dove into this, and she had been involved with it before we came into office, but she found out that men who are released from prison actually were being offered Medicaid immediately, because the SAFER Foundation works with a lot of the incarcerated men, and so they had made sure that it was available, and it was, and they had the forms, and they were helped to fill them out and so on. No one was doing that for women. And so women were being released without access to Medicaid. Not all women, but many. And in Illinois now, as a result of the work she did, women are in fact getting Medicaid nearly immediately. You know what the difference is for these women? It's that there is a security when they're leaving incarceration, knowing that there are people who will care for them, and especially because there are many issues that somehow go untreated when they're in prison, and now with access to Medicaid, they can actually get access to that treatment. So I tell you that just as one small example of what was being done before this 1115 waiver came along, and how we addressed it. But again, incarcerated women are a very small population of the total number that are incarcerated. We have 30,000 who are incarcerated in the state of Illinois. Women make up less than 5% of that. Mm-hmm. Indeed, behavioral health is part of the service that gets provided. I mean, think about it: food, clothing, shelter, health care. Those are the things that we all need in order to survive and live. And so, yeah, it isn't just about people who are being released from prison, those who are returning to their communities, but it is, in fact, also about those folks. Yeah. Yes, ma'am. Hi, Olivia. Are you the only member of the press other than this gentleman? I think so. You all came to our earlier press conference, where, by the way, we announced our birth equity initiative and signing of the bill. It's Healthcare Day today. Olivia. I'm sorry, on whether or not it's going to be clear, what's the update you're looking for? Yeah. First of all, there's no immediate timeline. There's no immediate endeavor to close Stateville. I know that or let me say it a different way. We know that we will be closing Stateville, but we will be replacing it with a new facility that has health care, that has mental health treatment in it, that has the ability to provide classes so that people can actually earn their degrees. This is something that, as you know, we have some of our facilities that are 100 years old. In fact, one of them is almost 150 years old. Can you imagine that those were not built for people to be able to rehabilitate? They were just for punishment alone. So we want to replace those old facilities with new ones, and Stateville is a primary one of those. The timeline is not set, but as you know, there have been hearings so that people could express themselves in the communities where there are concerns about this. But importantly, the faster we get to work building the new Stateville facility, the better off those who are incarcerated will be, and the better off, by the way, that the correctional officers will be. Is it still possible? I just can't hear you very well. I'm sorry. Well, we wouldn't be able to build the new facility in September, yes, but it is absolutely possible that would be the timeline. Again, some of this is we've got to do engineering and planning, and there's a whole lot ahead of us before we'll actually be able to build the new facility. But importantly, it is possible whenever we're able to start that process that facility would be shut down, and those who are incarcerated there would go to other facilities on a temporary basis. Yeah. I'll correct your timeline. I think I said no on Tuesday morning, that I had not received vetting documents. And then subsequently I was asked the question, just so you can go back and look at your records. And what I've said repeatedly since then is that, I'm not going to talk about the conversations that I've had with the vice president or with her campaign, other than to say that I have committed myself to Kamala Harris, that I will go out and work my heart out for her to win this election, because we cannot have Donald Trump as president of the United States. Wait, nothing yet.
I might need these.
You are,
After the governor.
yeah, where is,
Yeah, okay.
yeah.
Yeah.
Got it? Ooh.
I got the chair.
Perfect. It was easy.
Of course, when everybody comes up, just keep it. That's what I'm saying.
Good morning. Hello, my name is Colette Payne, the Director of the Reclamation Project of the Women's Justice Institute. On behalf of our team, I am so very honored to welcome Governor Pritzker, First Lady M.K. Pritzker, Lieutenant Governor Juliana Stratton, Secretary of State Alexi Giulianis, so many of her friends and colleagues to the Women's Justice Institute's Reclamation Center to celebrate the passage of this important legislation. As you all can see, the center is a very special place. It is the first arts and advocacy, mutual support, and national training center of its kind, led by and for formerly incarcerated women. Together, we collaborate to reclaim the false narratives that fuel women's mass incarceration in our lives. Hundreds of our sisters flow through these doors each year seeking support with their reentry and healing journeys. And many others come together in this space to collaborate on ways to transform systems and to change the harmful policies that uniquely impact system-impacted women. Throughout our space, you will notice these words in many places. See us, hear us, believe us, free us. This is because women have been historically the fastest growing prison and jail population in the nation, yet the most overlooked and invisible when it has come to investing in our unique needs and including our voices at policy-making tables. It is also a reminder that freedom does not begin and end at the prison door. Freedom also means freedom from barriers that women face before, during, and after incarceration. I can tell you firsthand that obtaining a state ID is one of those critical barriers for women coming home because it creates considerable challenges with employment, housing, and more. And the worst thing about these kinds of barriers is that women are punished for surviving when we cannot overcome them. For example, when a woman with an X on her back can't get work, housing, or care for her family, she is at increased risk for reincarceration, being trapped in an abusive housing situation, losing her children to the child welfare system, or even worse, all of the above. It is for those reasons and more that we are incredibly grateful to our Governor, Lieutenant Governor, Secretary of State, and bill sponsors for their leadership on SB 8203. This legislation will have a positive impact on the women we serve by removing critical barriers and opening new avenues to obtain a state ID more quickly upon release from juvenile facilities, jails, and prisons. However, I also want to share a heartfelt and very special thank you from the entire WJI family to the First Lady, M.K. Pritzker. Where's she at? There she is. For the past several years, First Lady M.K. Pritzker has made it her mission to address women's mass incarceration in nationally significant ways. This has included spearheading a holistic set of solutions on the state ID issue. And let me add that I don't think this state or anywhere in this country has ever had a First Lady that has fought with and for impacted women like MK.
All right.
She has brought impacted women to tables where we previously hadn't been offered a seat, and centered women in policy solutions where we had been overlooked for so long. MK repeatedly walked the housing units of Cook County Jail and prisons statewide to conduct listening sessions with women on their challenges and suggestions. From the moment she learned about the state ID issue, she doubled down on solutions. She leveraged the power of her office and her top staff, like the incredible Zareen Khan. Where are you, Zareen? To rally multiple state agencies around a coordinated plan of action that began with a successful demonstration project at the state's largest women's prison. This project was so successful that it is now being implemented statewide. Because of these efforts, more women than ever are getting the help that they need to obtain a state ID. And SB 2803 will only build upon that success. With that, I want to say thank you, MK. Thank you for seeing us. Thank you for hearing us. Thank you for believing us. And thank you for freeing us from one more barrier to reclamation. It is my honor to introduce you, First Lady MK Pritzker.
Well, good morning. Thank you all for joining us here today. And thank you, Colette, my friend, for that very kind introduction and those extremely kind words. I'm so excited to be here among all of my friends here at the Women's Justice Institute, and we really have become friends over the years. In January of 2019, just after JB was sworn in for his first term as governor, I made my first visit out of more than a dozen to date to the correctional institutions that house women who are incarcerated in the state of Illinois. During these visits, I heard directly from women we incarcerate, and I learned about their backgrounds. I found that many of society's stereotypes of incarcerated women are just not true. Less than 2% of women in prison are incarcerated for violent offenses. 98% of women incarcerated have suffered some sort of abuse. 98%. Most continue to suffer trauma-induced mental health issues while incarcerated. Many suffer additional challenges that continue to go unaddressed. Most have faced insurmountable economic hardships. These hardships not only have shaped the trajectory of their lives, but also, because they are heads of household, the lives of their families. My focus since that first visit in January 2019 has been on ensuring incarcerated Illinoisans are treated with respect and dignity, and that they are given a real opportunity to rehabilitate and return to post-incarceration life with a chance at avoiding recidivism and making positive change. But I found that upon release, most didn't even have an ID. Having legal identification is a first step in all of the many essential processes a formerly incarcerated person must complete to be successful as they return to their community. Having legal identification says, I am here, I am somebody, and I am a returning citizen choosing to participate in civil society. In 2021, we rolled out a state ID pilot program for returning women at Logan, which was a tremendous success. It grew into a statewide initiative that influenced the bill the governor is signing here today. I am so proud of this work, and I'm grateful to all of my partners. Today, I would like to recognize former Illinois Secretary of State Jesse White, without whose tireless work and partnership, none of this would have been possible. During his 24 years in office, Secretary White was a tireless advocate for making identification accessible for Illinoisans most in need. I'm thankful for his decades of service and his work on this issue. He has dedicated his life to helping others. His impact on our state is immeasurable. Our state owes Jesse White a debt of gratitude. I would also like to thank the Women's Justice Institute for their commitment to the women of our state who interface with Illinois justice system and for their advocacy and partnership. I'm especially grateful to Deanne Benos, who is an amazing leader and partner in this work. Also, Lieutenant Governor Juliana Stratton, who has always been a leader for criminal justice reform and an inspiration to me personally on this subject. Thank you, too, to the Department of Corrections and the Illinois Department of Public Health for facilitating the state ID program. Finally, I would also like to thank my staff who worked so hard on the creation of the pilot program, Adolfo Hernandez, Zareen Khan, and Willette Benford. without whose work the state ID program for returning residents would not be a reality today. Now it is my pleasure to introduce another person whose commitment to our state inspires me every day, my husband, Governor J.B. Pritzker.
Now I get lipstick. Okay. It's not a bad mark, I have to say. Good morning. Thank you all of you, really, for joining us today. It's so meaningful to have a full room of people who genuinely care about this subject and about lifting up people who are formerly incarcerated. I'm very proud to be here at the Women's Justice Institute, advancing yet another measure for fairness and sensible public policy in our criminal justice system. Getting introduced by the First Lady today feels a lot like, well, we got the program reversed. I should be introducing her. The bill I'm signing today has been a project that she has been fighting for since long ago, and she is the one who first made me aware of the need for state IDs for returning citizens. MK has consistently stood up for, well, compassion and reason in the making of public policy, especially around those who are formerly incarcerated. And I'm very proud to be standing with her to deliver on that work. She has a heart of gold and is a powerhouse who quietly does what's right in every situation. So many others have served as partners in getting to today. Secretary of State Alexi Giannoulias and his staff, I want to thank you for all of your hard work in helping to ask the General Assembly to carry this bill forward. I also want to especially mention, as MK did, our former Secretary of State, Jesse White. He's a hero to many of us. He's a true statesman and, of course, so much involved in the beginnings of this program. Of course, our leaders at the Department of Corrections and the criminal justice reform champions in the General Assembly, some of whom are behind me here today, who led this effort, especially our bill sponsors, Senator Chris Belt and Representative Justin Slaughter. I also want to recognize the anti-violence leaders who are with us today, especially our friend Arnie Duncan and all of those who every day do their best to try to reduce violence on our streets and make sure that we're doing everything we can to engage returning citizens in that endeavor of reducing crime, reducing violence, and making our state and our city a better place. With my signature today, we are amending the Illinois Identification Card Act to simplify the process for those leaving the Department of Corrections custody to receive an identification card. Lack of identification is an all too common barrier for returning citizens. At a time when they need the most support to get reestablished in society, the lack of identification often shuts them out. They can't pursue employment opportunities. They can't pursue housing, social services, healthcare. Can't simply open a bank account without ID. These are individuals who have served their time and paid their debt to society. Rather than closing them off to the rest of the world, this legislation is about empowering them to make their own choices about their future, giving them the opportunity and the resources necessary to come back as full, upstanding members of our communities and get themselves on the right path and carry forward with their families. This isn't just about fairness and justice. Study after study also tells us that when formerly incarcerated individuals have access to these resources, jobs, housing, healthcare, recidivism rates go down significantly, and our communities are safer for it. Throughout my time as governor, the General Assembly and I have vigorously pursued common sense, humane criminal justice policies that advance our mission to rehabilitate and assist in the reentry of the formerly incarcerated. It's the right thing to do for justice and for public safety. I'm proud to be taking another step forward in that pursuit, and I look forward to continuing our work to build stronger, safer communities. And with that, it is my pleasure, my honor, to pass it over to our injured but always resilient Secretary of State Alexi Giannoulias.
Sorry, I'm going a little slow. Thank you, Governor. Thank you all for being here. It's great to see members of the media that are very excited about reducing recidivism. Thank you for making time to be here. I mean that. And before I thank the elected officials, I do want to take a second, as the Governor mentioned, to thank the leaders in the community who do real work every single day. We see it. You help the people who are trying to re-enter society. Give them a shot. You give them hope. You give them a hug. The Governor mentioned Arnie Duncan, who's like a mentor to me, the work that he does with Chicago Cred every single day with some of our most volatile and in-need people, young men and women. So thank you to everyone here. I want to thank the elected officials, obviously. You know, we get all the glory and get the fancy pens, but all of you do the real work, and I'm grateful from the bottom of my heart for all you do for the state of Illinois. Thank you. I also want to thank my good friend, Juliana Stratton, who's a terrific lieutenant governor, who's a great personal friend of mine. Thank you for your work on this issue and so much else. Thank you for being here today. I want to thank Senator Belt and Representative Slaughter, our two sponsors, as well as my good friend Senator Peters, for working with our office and for being champions on this significant piece of legislation. I also want to thank the other co-sponsors, Senator Mary Edley Allen, Maddie Hunter, Julie Morrison, Willie Preston, Doris Turner, and Rachel Ventura. We would not be here today if not for their passion and concerted efforts to get this bill passed in Springfield. And a special thank you to my friend Governor Pritzker for taking this action to help reduce recidivism in Illinois and facilitate reentry by expanding our groundbreaking initiative to provide state ID cards to individuals leaving incarceration in prison or jail. I also want to give a special shout out to First Lady M.K. Pritzker, who has been tireless in her efforts, as was mentioned earlier, to assist previously incarcerated individuals. Early on in my administration, she expressed to our office how near and dear to her heart this issue was to her and has continued to be. She has always been a strong champion for those who are trying to get their lives back on track. She has been a staunch advocate for individuals, especially women, impacted by the justice system, and understands the importance and benefits of providing state IDs to help these individuals. So thank you, Madam First Lady. Thank you, Governor. Today's bill signing marks a huge step forward for Illinois in eliminating barriers for individuals seeking to successfully return to their communities. Most of us don't think twice when we're asked to present an ID while we're at a store, bank, or a doctor's office. In a moment's notice, that small plastic card that we pull from our pocket, wallet, or bag gives us immediate access to whatever we need. We use it so often and rely on it so much that we tend to take this privilege for granted. But for those who are leaving jail or prison after serving a period of incarceration, a state ID is absolutely essential to performing the everyday tasks that increase the likelihood of successful reentry back into society. That's because access to everything from a home to a job to a doctor becomes almost impossible without one. When I ran for this office, I heard firsthand countless stories of people who had been counting down the days to their second chance at providing the best possible life for themselves and their families after serving their time. But they struggled to find employment, housing, treatment for addiction, or mental and physical health care solely because they didn't have a valid ID. The crux of the issue was locating the documents they needed, like their birth certificate or physical Social Security card, which are required to prove your identity when applying for a state ID. They expressed frustration with the difficulties they encountered while trying to navigate the system. Many didn't even know where to begin. Many others lacked basic internet access, which prevented them from finding the answers. As one ex-offender told me after he was released, he so badly wanted to do the right thing. He wanted to start a new life. But after leaving one system, he felt stuck in another system that was difficult to understand, halting his progress. Without the support in place to assist him in the process of navigating the bureaucratic red tape, he struggled, and he just gave up. All because he didn't have a small piece of plastic that gave him the opportunity to get a job. Almost 2 years ago, the Secretary of State's office launched a partnership with the Illinois Department of Corrections to issue valid state IDs free of charge to individuals upon the release from the 26 state prisons. The program has been a resounding success. Since the inception of the program, the Secretary of State's office has issued nearly 3,000 free IDs to individuals re-entering society. Earlier this year, we worked with Cook County Sheriff Tom Dart to expand the program, providing the same service to individuals released from the Cook County jail system. We're extremely excited about the strides we've been able to make through these partnerships, but the governor's action today will further expand and bolster the program by making it even easier and even faster for individuals to obtain a state ID upon release. The new law enables individuals to bypass the long wait times and red tape associated with obtaining the identification requirements required to obtain a state ID, which frequently acts as a major obstacle in the process. The Secretary of State's office will now have the authority to waive the requirement for a certified birth certificate as proof of identification and confirmation of date of birth if the person has previously held an Illinois driver's license or ID card. In addition, our office can now waive the requirement for a Social Security card, assuming we can verify a person's Social Security card number directly through the Social Security Administration. This eliminates the need for the physical card, which many incarcerated individuals cannot readily access. Perhaps most importantly, this new law allows for federal correctional facilities based in Illinois and every county in the entire state to participate in the program. I strongly encourage each and every county to participate because fulfilling the small but basic need reduces recidivism, saves taxpayer money, makes our community stronger by disrupting cycles of economic hardship, and shows that we care and are willing to support those that are willing to do the grueling work of turning their lives around. This important legislation builds on our restorative justice initiative, which we've been working hard to implement since day one, and includes funding for Illinois Department of Corrections libraries and helping newly released individuals obtain their driver's license and secure employment. As part of this new initiative, we will begin hosting a series of educational seminars with correctional facilities to help increase awareness and participation in the program. The importance of providing opportunities and lowering barriers for residents to re-entering society cannot be overstated. The passing of the bill today is a profound step in eliminating barriers to re-entry while helping individuals leaving incarceration return to a sense of normalcy. I am extremely proud of this bill, and I'm extremely proud to live in a state like Illinois where we have a governor that truly cares about those that so many in our society have given up on. Again, thank you all for being here. Thank you to our sponsors. Thank you to the leaders, and thank you to the governor for signing this bill today. I would like to introduce Mr. Marlon Chamberlain.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Marlon Chamberlain, founder and executive director of the Illinois Coalition to End Permanent Punishments, which is a very long name, so we use MPP.org for short. I want to first start with thanking the governor and first lady for their leadership around criminal justice reform, and also want to thank the elected officials that are in the room, but also the community leaders that are in the room that helped influence this piece of legislation. At MPP.org, we are dedicated to ensuring that individuals leaving prison are not just released, but are truly set free, fully free. We work to eliminate what we now call permanent punishments that prevent individuals with arrest and conviction records from fully participating in society. SB 2803 creates a seamless process for individuals to obtain their identification with all the hassle, and it makes it easier to restart their lives. Not saying that the road will be easy, because there are hundreds of permanent punishment laws that await them on the other side. People with arrest and conviction records should not be defined by their past mistakes. just as none of us are the same persons we were at 5, 10, or 20 years ago. Those returning home have changed and deserve a chance to be productive members of society. We all want the same things. We want to be valued, respected for who we are now, and not judged by our past actions. MPP.org recognizes that there is still much work to do to ensure that individuals leaving incarceration are truly free. Our policy initiatives are aimed at creating a new norm where people with arrest and conviction records are set up for success from the beginning, rather than waiting for them to fail and then blaming them for the shortcomings of the system. We believe, and this is an example, this legislation, by working together and changing laws, that we can create opportunities for individuals, which equals community safety. We can create a just and inclusive society for all, and let's continue to push for reform and give every individual the opportunity to thrive after incarceration. And I also just want to say this in closing, it's also important to be careful of the language we use. And we like to use person-first language. So instead of using terminology like ex-offender or inmate, let's use individuals with felony convictions or an individual with a record. Because the way we talk about individuals also influences how we treat them. Thank you. And also I have the privilege of bringing up one of my favorites, the Lieutenant Governor, Julian Stratton. Yeah.
Thank you, Marlon, for sharing your story with us with such generosity. You know, I always say that when it comes to making policy change that helps people's lives get better, we have to listen to the wisdom in the room. And Marlon, you are an example of that wisdom that's in this room. Hello, everyone. I'm Lieutenant Governor Juliana Stratton, she, her pronouns, and it's wonderful to be back here at the Women's Justice Institute with my sister, Colette Payne, and so many others whose work I admire. I am so grateful to all the hands that touched Senate Bill 2803 as it crossed the finish line. To the best governor and first lady in the nation, Governor and MK Pritzker. Of course, our partners in the General Assembly, Secretary of State Alexi Janulius, former Secretary of State Jesse White, the Illinois Department of Corrections, and the entire team from my office's Justice, Equity, and Opportunity Initiative. Thank you for using your voices and expertise to advocate for stronger, safer communities. And of course, thank you to the Justice League. And who is the Justice League? Well, it's all of you in this room who every day don't just think that we can be better, you do the work to make us better as a society. I appreciate you. Listen, healing communities starts by healing individuals. And early in our administration, Governor Pritzker established the Justice, Equity, and Opportunity Initiative through executive order. And in doing so, he set a new precedent across the state, one that turned Illinois' wheel towards substantive justice and away from punitive punishment. As a restorative justice practitioner, I've always been focused on healing the harm caused by systemic practices and policies. In fact, before I propose any solution, I first ask myself, what would true justice look like? Because the truth is that too many have a limited view of what justice really means. They think it is only what happens before a judge's bench or inside prison walls. But talk to those who've had these experiences and you'll quickly come to find that true justice is also about having access to what's needed to keep you from cycling in and out of the system. True justice is about having access to what's needed to care for yourselves and your families in productive ways as contributing members to your community. See, the reality is that most people impacted by the criminal legal system will return to their communities. And reentry is a process that begins on the first day that someone is incarcerated and continues long after their release. Today, we're ensuring that when they step back into that world, they carry the key to unlock a new door, a state ID. When someone re-enters their community after incarceration, the most important things they need, housing, jobs, education, medical attention, all require proof of identity. And by ensuring that people have identification, we're not just simplifying the re-entry process, we're establishing a justice system that recognizes people's personhood. And this is especially important when you consider that Black and brown people are disproportionately represented by the in the carceral system. When they return home, they face disproportionate obstacles to reestablishing themselves. It's almost like another level of punishment, if you will, one that can have generational consequences that only widens racial inequities. Hence Marlin's term, permanent punishment. So it's our job as leaders and advocates to combat recidivism by making sure that the path back to community is free from obstacles. And with the governor's signature on this bill, there's now one less hurdle for people to clear. Today, we can proudly say that in Illinois, we see the person behind their mistake and commit to helping that person re-emerge. And to me, that is true justice. So thank you all for being here, and I'm now so excited to bring back Governor Pritzker, who's going to sign this bill into law.
Okay. You got to answer. Just 1 second here. Thanks, Governor. There we go. You bet. Happy to take questions from members of the media. Yes, Isabel. Look, what happened to Sonia Massey should never happen to anyone ever again. And honestly, I have seen so much tragedy just over the course of my governorship. Think about George Floyd. Think about Breonna Taylor. Think about the many names of people, Sonia Massey included, who have been killed in similar circumstances by an officer of the law. We need to hold people accountable. I'm very proud of the work that the Illinois State Police did in investigating this quickly and bringing it to the state's attorney so that the deputy sheriff could be charged and was charged, in fact, with 3 counts of murder, appropriately so. The way in which this deputy sheriff was hired the background should have been taken into account. The way he was hired is an enormous question mark that still needs to be made transparent. How did the sheriff end up hiring this person? Must have known their background, must have. I mean, no one hires somebody without checking out the hiree's background. And so I have a lot of questions, and I'm so far disappointed with the answers that I'm hearing from the sheriff, but I think that the community is reacting the way that I think is appropriate, protesting, making their voice heard, asking for change, the Massey family in particular, thinking about how do we improve the system going forward. And so I stand with them in that effort.
Governor, can I ask you, what was it like to go through the vetting process and your reaction to the choice?
Well, I'm not going to talk about too much about the vetting process, except that it's a grueling, long process. I think even though this was about 14 days or so, there were lots of questions and information and so on that happens in that process. I have to say it was handled with the utmost professionalism, and I was glad that I made it through that process, made it to the final number of candidates. But I have to say that I want to be clear with everybody. You often hear me say, I love being the governor of Illinois. I really do love being the governor of Illinois, and so I was very torn during this process about being a participant in it, not because I don't support Kamala Harris. I do 1,000%, and I will be out there campaigning for her at every turn whenever I have time to do so. But I also, know that this job that I'm doing now, that we're making a big difference today, is just one example. I want to turn around to the members of the General Assembly that are here, Senator Peters, to the Secretary of State, to my wife, to the Lieutenant Governor, to all the elected officials here, and the people who vote for us. I come to work every day knowing that we can make a difference, and we have over the last 5.5 years. And so I continue to come to work with a great deal of joy, and not sorry at all about the fact that we have a terrific Midwestern governor in Tim Walz that's been chosen, and I'm going to go out and support him and the ticket and Kamala Harris every day. I think there are 90 days left as of today in the election, and we have to beat Donald Trump. Yeah. Tina. Not had any of the discussions about electoral future. And then have I talked to? Listen, I at the moment I'm just focused on the job that I've got. Being the chair of the DGA is an enormous amount of time that Tim Walz put into that job. Did a great job, by the way. And in some ways, I'm sorry that we're going to lose him. On the other hand, I'd like him to become the next Vice President of the United States.
Could you react to him giving interactions with Governor Walz over the past few years and
Yeah.
what they've been able to do together?
Yeah, so we've been governors the exact same amount of time. We got elected in 2018, and he has done terrific things in Minnesota. Remember that when he came into office, he did not control, or the Democrats didn't control the legislature. But he worked and earned the trust of the people of Minnesota enough to help win over those seats in the legislature, and just since getting reelected in 2022 has accomplished many of the things that I'm proud to say we were able to do in my first term, because we have a great General Assembly and great leaders to work with. So he is a kind and decent human being. Tim Walz cares deeply about the work that he does and every person that he interacts with. And I met him for the first time at the National Governors Association meeting. They do something called it's euphemistically referred to as Baby Governors School. When we first are elected, the experienced governors meet with the new governors to answer questions, to provide stories and help. He and I met there, and we hit it off immediately. We have each other's cell phone numbers. We talk to each other on a fairly frequent basis. We went through COVID together, and he did an outstanding job. And I just, you know, I'm in many ways, I'm very proud that another governor is now in the spot and helping Kamala Harris win.
Two more questions.
Two?
Wait. Have you reached out to Governor Walz, and what was the conversation like with the Vice President when you had the conversation that you were not in?
Thank you. I reached out this morning to Governor Walz. I've not heard back. You can imagine he's a bit busy today, but I know that I will, because that's just the kind of guy he is. And then I won't characterize everything about the conversation that I had with the Vice President, but I made sure that she knows that I'm 1,000% on board, that I'm going to be out there every day putting my heart and soul into this election to help her win, because we must. Yeah, Sarah.
The Republicans, as you know, they're already on the attack.
Of course.
They're blaming Tim Walz for letting Minnesota burn during George Floyd, et cetera, et cetera. So how will he help the ticket with white suburban voters, especially women?
Well, let's start with the fact that he has been a pro-choice advocate for his entire career, that he has brought school breakfast and lunch to the children of Minnesota, that he has in every way demonstrated that he is trustworthy and a person of integrity, and that's a heck of a lot more than you can say for the vice presidential choice that Donald Trump made.
How many times did you speak either in person or by Zoom with the Vice President? And second question, Senator Joe Lieberman famously said, being vetted is like having a colonoscopy without any anesthesia. Can you offer a little bit of insight? It's something nobody in this room will likely go through. Give us an anecdote, if you would.
Actually, I saw an interview that was done with somebody who led a vetting process in a previous administration, several previous administrations, might have been on your station. And I think they described it very well. So I'm not going to review that. I'll just say, it's an honor to be considered, and it's a grueling process, but one that, as you may recall, Tammy Duckworth went through back in 2020, and it was months longer than this process. I think that it's a worthwhile thing, because all of us, and Tammy in particular, I would say, along with me, we know how important this election is. And so, we're doing everything that we can to make sure that we win.
And how many interactions did you have with her, if any, over the last 2 weeks?
With the Vice President? Several, but, there are a lot of people in the process, so I interacted with them and provided whatever information was necessary. And I was, I think getting through all the way to the end and having a kind of a last interview at the end was also an honor, because I think, they're along the way, as you can imagine, the decisions get made. And so every time you get a call saying, here's another thing we'd like you to engage in and talk to us about, means that you're still in the process, and that, you're somebody that they value enough to have you around till the very end.
Governor, have you contemplated, either with Vice President Harris or just with yourself in your inner circle, a cabinet position? Is that
No.
something that you would leave the governorship for?
That is not something I've contemplated. I really do love the job that I have, and remember that we've made a lot of improvements. We have a lot of work to do still for the state of Illinois, but we have made a lot of improvements, and I think, every day I try to think about what's the next thing, what's on the list now that we can do to make people's lives better. Today was a great day.
Is there a question you can share with us that you were asked, I don't know, for those of us who might have future job interviews, anything that was a bit stumping?
You're expecting a vice presidential job interview. You might. You're terrific on TV, I might add. I can't think of anything that you wouldn't already know, that people might get asked. I think, importantly, I think that the process is one that attempts to weed out, can you be somebody's support mechanism, right, to be the number two? Can you bring another set of advice to the table that's valuable? And I think, you don't get on that list unless they think you actually could be president of the United States and do the job if you had to. I can't think of a particular question you wouldn't already know gets asked, but again, it's an honor to be asked, even if some of those questions are like a colonoscopy. Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
So, Chicagoans are increasingly concerned about the influx of migrants that are going to be coming to the city around the DNC. So I wanted to talk to you about your plans as far as safety strategies and how to keep the city safe.
Thank you for asking. And as you know, we put in place a strategy many months ago to deal with whatever eventuality might come. I think you'll be pleased to know that the work that the President and the Vice President of the United States have done to stanch the flow of people to the border, and therefore the number of people who come across the border and seek asylum, that has helped a lot in reducing the number of people who end up coming to cities like Chicago. It also reduces the number of people that a very inhumane governor of Texas has available to throw onto buses and send to whatever city he might want to disrupt at any given moment. So I'm pleased to say that we've seen, I think you can see this in an online portal that the city has, and in information that I get regularly about how many people are coming to the city of Chicago, how many are in shelters, and I'm pleased to say that that has reduced over time. Meanwhile, we are ready if we see many more coming over the next couple of weeks. And so, who knows what the governor of Texas has in mind, but I'm pleased with the work that's been done, especially over the last several months with the county, with the city, and the state working together.
All right, thanks, everybody.
Yep, thank you.
Governor, can I ask you, what was it like to go through the vetting process and your reaction to the choice?
Well, I'm not going to talk about too much about the vetting process, except that it's a grueling, long process. I think even though this was about 14 days or so, there were lots of questions and information and so on that happens in that process. I have to say it was handled with the utmost professionalism. And I was glad that I made it through that process, made it to the final number of candidates. But I have to say that I want to be clear with everybody. You often hear me say, I love being the governor of Illinois. I really do love being the governor of Illinois. And so I was very torn during this process about being a participant in it, not because I don't support Kamala Harris. I do 1,000%, and I will be out there campaigning for her at every turn whenever I have time to do so. But I also, know that this job that I'm doing now, that we're making a big difference today, is just one example. I want to turn around to the members of the General Assembly that are here, Senator Peters, to the Secretary of State, to my wife, to the Lieutenant Governor, to all the elected officials here, and the people who vote for us. I come to work every day knowing that we can make a difference, and we have over the last 5.5 years. And so I continue to come to work with a great deal of joy, and not sorry at all about the fact that we have a terrific Midwestern governor in Tim Walz that's been chosen. And I'm going to go out and support him and the ticket and Kamala Harris every day. I think there are 90 days left as of today in the election, and we have to beat Donald Trump. Yeah. Tina. Not had any of the discussions about electoral future, and then have I talked to? Oh, listen, I at the moment I'm just focused on the job that I've got. Being the chair of the DGA is an enormous amount of time that Tim Walz put into that job. Did a great job, by the way, and in some ways, I'm sorry that we're going to lose him. On the other hand, I'd like him to become the next Vice President of the United States.
Could you interactions with Governor Walz over the past few years and what
Yeah.
you've been able to do together?
Yeah, so we've been governors the exact same amount of time. We got elected in 2018, and he has done terrific things in Minnesota. Remember that when he came into office, he did not control, or the Democrats didn't control the legislature. But he worked and earned the trust of the people of Minnesota enough to help win over those seats in the legislature, and just since getting reelected in 2022 has accomplished many of the things that I'm proud to say we were able to do in my first term, because we have a great General Assembly and great leaders to work with. So he is a kind and decent human being. Tim Walz cares deeply about the work that he does and every person that he interacts with. And I met him for the first time at the National Governors Association meeting. They do something called the, it's euphemistically referred to as Baby Governors School. When we first are elected, the experienced governors meet with the new governors to answer questions, to provide stories and help. He and I met there, and we hit it off immediately. We have each other's cell phone numbers. We talk to each other on a fairly frequent basis. We went through COVID together, and he did an outstanding job. And I just, I'm in many ways, I'm very proud that another governor is now in the spot and helping Kamala Harris win.
Two more questions.
Two?
Have you reached out to Governor Walz, and what was the conversation like with the Vice President when you had a conversation that you were not in?
Thank you. I reached out this morning to Governor Walz. I've not heard back. You can imagine he's a bit busy today, but I know that I will, because that's just the kind of guy he is. And then I won't characterize everything about the conversation that I had with the Vice President, but I made sure that she knows that I'm 1,000% on board, that I'm going to be out there every day putting my heart and soul into this election to help her win, because we must. Yeah, Sarah.
The Republicans, as you know, they're already on the attack.
Of course.
They're blaming Tim Walz for letting Minnesota burn during George Floyd, et cetera, et cetera. So how will he help the ticket with white suburban voters, especially women?
Well, let's start with the fact that he has been a pro-choice advocate for his entire career, that he has brought school breakfast and lunch to the children of Minnesota, that he has in every way demonstrated that he is trustworthy and a person of integrity, and that's a heck of a lot more than you can say for the vice presidential choice that Donald Trump made.
How many times did you speak either in person or by Zoom with the Vice President? And second question, Senator Joe Lieberman famously said, being vetted is like having a colonoscopy without any anesthesia. Can you offer a little bit of insight? It's something nobody in this room will likely go through. Give us an anecdote, if you would.
Actually, I saw an interview that was done with somebody who led a vetting process in a previous administration, several previous administrations, might have been on your station. And I think they described it very well. So I'm not going to review that. I'll just say, it's an honor to be considered, and it's a grueling process, but one that, as you may recall, Tammy Duckworth went through back in 2020, and it was months longer than this process. So I think that it's a worthwhile thing, because all of us, and Tammy in particular, I would say, along with me, we know how important this election is. And so, we're doing everything that we can to make sure that we win.
And how many interactions did you have with her, if any, over the last 2 weeks?
With the Vice President? Several, but, again, there are a lot of people in the process, and so I interacted with them and provided whatever information was necessary. And I was, again, I think getting through all the way to the end and having a kind of a last interview at the end was also an honor, because I think, they're along the way, as you can imagine, the decisions get made. And so every time you get a call saying, here's another thing we'd like you to engage in and talk to us about, means that you're still in the process, and that, you're somebody that they value enough to have you around till the very end.
Governor, have you contemplated, either with Vice President Harris or just with yourself in your inner circle, a cabinet position? Is that
No.
something that you would leave the governorship for?
That is not something I've contemplated. I really do love the job that I have, and remember that we've made a lot of improvements. We have a lot of work to do still. for the state of Illinois, but we have made a lot of improvements. And I think, every day I try to think about what's the next thing, what's on the list now that we can do to make people's lives better. Today was a great day.
Is there a question you can share with us that you were asked? I don't know, for those of us who might have future job interviews. I think that was a bit stumping.
You're expecting a vice presidential job interview. You might. You're terrific on TV, I might add. Yeah, I can't think of anything that you wouldn't already know, that people might get asked. I think, importantly, I think that the process is one that attempts to weed out, can you be somebody's support mechanism, right, to be the number two? Can you bring another set of advice to the table that's valuable? And I think, you don't get on that list unless they think you actually could be president of the United States and do the job if you had to. So I can't think of a particular question you wouldn't already know gets asked, but again, it's an honor to be asked, even if some of those questions are like a colonoscopy. Yeah. Kamala Harris, yeah. Yeah. I had several discussions with her. I'm thrilled. I'm thrilled. Governor Tim Walz is a terrific guy who cares deeply about the people of the United States, has acted upon that as both a congressman and as a governor, and he himself has served this country as National Guardsman, as a leader in the National Guard. He's also somebody who's been a coach and a teacher, and I think that his career has engendered trust from the people of Minnesota, and I think the people of the United States will react just as people all across Minnesota have, and will elect him the vice president. No. Was that's ridiculous. Wait, the Republicans are charging anti-Semitism? That is ludicrous. I have to say that you have seen, I think, that the Republican Party has become a party of authoritarianism. It's become a party that seems to reject anybody that doesn't look like their two nominees. They talk about our nominee or the person who will be nominated at the Democratic Convention as someone who's other, and separating her identity. I mean, really, these people, they have no shame. Fellow Democrats, welcome to Chicago. We're a great American city in a proud blue state. Our patriotism was formed in frost and in fire, and in the steel we forged to survive both. Our love of country has been a tapestry of faith that weaves from Abraham Lincoln reuniting a house divided to Barack Obama declaring blue states and red states make one United States. Now, Illinois' presidential pedigree is unmatched. And given that Vice President Kamala Harris spent some of her early life right here, I speak for the entire Illinois delegation when I say we claim her too. Now, one president we will never claim is the con artist the Republicans nominated in Milwaukee last month. Donald Trump once called Chicago embarrassing. To quote a great Chicagoan who won 6 world championships on these very grounds, we take that personally. I had to govern for 2 years while Trump was president. Let me tell you what's embarrassing. In Illinois, we passed a massive bill to fix our roads and bridges. When Donald Trump proposed his own plan, he turned right around and called it stupid. We eliminated the grocery tax. Donald hasn't been in a grocery store since his first bankruptcy. Illinois invested in clean energy and the jobs it brings. Donald claimed that windmills in the ocean made the whales a little batty. During COVID, we supported small businesses and jobs. And Donald told us to inject bleach. Donald Trump thinks that we should trust him on the economy because he claims to be very rich. But take it from an actual billionaire. Trump is rich in only one thing: stupidity. Now, I meet with business leaders all the time, and there's one universal thing they all need: people. They need more workers to fill all the jobs they have. But the anti-freedom, anti-family policies of MAGA Republicans are driving workers away. Here's the thing. Americans don't want to be forced to drive 100 miles to deliver a baby because a draconian abortion law shut down the maternity ward. Americans want the hope of giving birth through IVF, not the fear that it might be taken away. Americans with LGBTQ kids don't want them facing discrimination at school because the state sanctioned it. Americans want to go to their neighborhood grocery store and not have to worry about some random guy open carrying an AR-15. Americans don't want their kids to be taught in history class that slavery was a jobs program. And if Americans are black or brown, they want to get promoted at work without being derided as a DEI hire for the sin of being successful while not white. Let's be clear. It's not woke that limits economic growth. It's weird. And these guys aren't just weird, they're dangerous. Democrats are for lower taxes and higher wages, less inflation and more business growth. We just think it's wrong to craft those policies for Elon Musk and not for everyday working people. That includes a secure retirement and good health care. We think the government should help you prosper, not police who you're sleeping with. More than anything, Democrats want economic policies that are kind, not cruel. But Trump chooses cruelty every time. After all, everything he's achieved in his own life has been by hurting someone else. Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, well, they've spent their lives lifting people up, not pushing them down. They know that a White House that leads with kindness looks at someone who is struggling and sees not what they might cost society, but what they might create for it. Americans want policies that give every American a chance to make it to the middle class. They want to grow small businesses, and Democrats want to cut taxes for everyday people. More than anything, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz want a country where we can all live with a little serenity. The serenity that comes with a balanced checkbook, an affordable grocery bill, and a housing market that has room for everyone. And if there's one thing I know about Donald Trump, he's not bringing anyone any kind of serenity. We have a choice, America, between the man who left our country a total mess and the woman who has spent 4 years cleaning it up. And I think it's time we stop expecting women to clean up messes without the authority and the title to match the job. Vice President was a good title for Kamala Harris, but you know an even better one? President of the United States of America. Let's go get him! Well, good morning, everyone, and thank you all for joining us today. Let me begin by thanking all of the election judges and poll workers here in Illinois and across the country who facilitated a smooth, fair, and democratic process. I went to the South Side on Election Day to deliver some midday treats to the people who were running balloting in a precinct there. And there were 4 young people working alongside 6 older women, learning the ropes from some experienced old hands. And it reminded me that our elections truly are in the hands of the people, and that the youth of our nation are our best hope for maintaining a strong democracy. It's no small thing to volunteer to work a polling location in these times, and I want those who stepped up across the state of Illinois to know that they have a sincere thank you and sincere gratitude from the governor. I also want to thank all the Illinoisans who voted in this election. Casting a vote is making a wish for the future. Sometimes you live to see that wish fulfilled, and sometimes you must accept that your vote is a down payment on a house that you may wait a long time to finally live in. I'm thinking a lot today about my mother. For most of my life, I've been involved in public policy and democratic political campaigns as a volunteer, as a supporter, as a candidate, and that's most especially because of my mother. When I was just a little kid, I was conscripted by her to stuff political flyers into envelopes while my older brother and sister addressed and stamped them. We watched as Sue Pritzker organized political campaigns out of our living room at a time when women weren't even allowed to have credit cards without a male co-signer. I think about how she supported causes for women's rights, for gay rights, for civil rights, back when it must have seemed like the pace of change was heartbreakingly slow. The memory of my mother has helped to give me some understanding that the hope that American women have for our country is not a new manifestation, but an old inheritance. It has been nurtured and cared for over generations, passed down with the kind of persistence that you need to continue putting logs on a fire you may not get to see lit in your lifetime. I know that there are a lot of women out there this week, especially young women, asking themselves if they will ever get to see a female president. And to them, I want to say, I too am tired of having to explain to my daughter and to my son too, that eventually the time will come, but not now. Yet here we are again. A majority of women are not the only people who are disappointed in the results of the election on Tuesday. For many Illinoisans, there's a considerable amount of uncertainty and unease about the road ahead. And I'm here today to remind people that no matter the storm that we face, Illinois will always strive to make you welcome and safe and protected. Chaos retribution and disarray radiated from the White House the last time Donald Trump occupied it. Perhaps this time may be different. But if it isn't, Illinois will remain a place of stability and competent governance. Through his repeated attacks on workers and women, on immigrants and people with disabilities, and our LGBTQ plus community, Illinois has remained a place where rights are protected and that everyone can call home. Despite his threats to health care coverage and educational opportunity and a fair minimum wage, Illinois will continue to invest in the well-being and prosperity of our people. Donald Trump will be our next president. He won the election, and we must all be willing to work together for the common good. In months ahead, we should all be focused on the peaceful transition of power, even if Donald Trump didn't afford that to his successor. But we also must be focused on the defense of our entire Constitution, not just the parts that demand the peaceful transfer of power. While I was certainly surprised by Tuesday's results, I was not unprepared. Having fought through the headwinds of the first Trump administration, the General Assembly and I took proactive steps to plan for the potential of a second Trump presidency and protect our residents from the damage that it may attempt to cause. We enshrined reproductive rights and other health care protections into the state constitution via the Reproductive Health Act to protect women from his Supreme Court's extreme anti-choice agenda. We built a path to an abundant, clean energy future in an attempt to protect our children and our planet from his reversion toward lower environmental standards that will pollute our air and water. We reaffirmed labor rights and nearly doubled the minimum wage to beat back Trump's consistent assault on American workers. We invested in advanced manufacturing and electrification and new high-tech industries to attract new businesses and jobs to Illinois and ensure that tariffs and trickle-down economics do not define our state's economic future. Illinois will continue to be a refuge for those whose rights are being denied elsewhere, women seeking reproductive health care, immigrants searching to work hard for a better life, LGBTQ Americans looking for welcome and protection, and people with disabilities whose civil and human rights are under attack. Over the years ahead, we'll do more than just protect against the possible reversion to an agenda that threatens to take us backward. We will continue to advance a positive, productive, and inclusive agenda of our own, one that brings opportunity to Illinois and helps uplift the nation as a whole. One final note. People have often said that I'm a happy warrior, and I've always taken seriously my role as a happy warrior on behalf of this state. Even today, when I'm struggling with many of the difficult questions this election poses, my optimism for the future remains undiminished. Governing is hard work, but it's also important and challenging work. I refuse to let it grind me down. Setting the example for us all are the hardworking and decent people of Illinois who refuse to let the challenges they face grind them down. To anyone who intends to come take away the freedom and opportunity and dignity of Illinoisans, I would remind you that a happy warrior is still a warrior. You come for my people, you come through me. I look forward to taking your questions, but first I'm going to hand this podium over to a fellow warrior and a powerful defender of the people of Illinois, Lieutenant Governor Juliana Stratton.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Governor, for your guiding light. While I'm always honored to serve by your side today, I am especially grateful to live in Illinois and to be your constituent. I want to echo the governor's gratitude for every person across the country who worked to ensure an efficient and honest election. On more than one occasion, you have heard me express being grateful for the shoulders of my ancestors upon which I stand. Today, I am testing my own shoulders' capacity to bear weight. I'm practicing steadiness while the floor beneath my feet quakes. As a mother to 4 daughters, one of whom is under the age of 10, I have literally carried the weight of the future on my back. And at this moment, it seems like I can almost feel their breath on my neck as they inch higher, preparing to assume their place on my shoulders as they follow in my footsteps. And while the future is murky, I am sure of this: Illinois' shoulders are strong and will remain firm as we continue the work of building the future that all of our children deserve. For 6 years, Governor Pritzker and I, along with our partners in the General Assembly, have advanced policies and practices that were designed to withstand the winds of opposition. This was intentional because we knew that whatever happened on the national landscape, we would be proactive in protecting our people. The outcome of this election does not erase the fact that Illinois has already expanded reproductive care, protected LGBTQ+ people, banned assault weapons, protected workers' rights, and created more access to opportunities. In fact, these results fortify our next steps. We will continue to fight for a world where every child can get a good education, and anyone looking for an opportunity to work or start a business can find one, where no family fears the cost of groceries or chooses between an electric bill or filling a prescription. A world that is welcoming to all and embraces the notion that our diversity is indeed our strength, and where children who look like mine don't have to think twice about where they belong. A world where kindness is contagious and everyone being worthy of respect is a societal norm. See, the work doesn't stop, even if it feels like the earth just did. Nothing can contain the wild hearts of Americans seeking peace and justice. No constraints have been able to keep us from pursuing something more, something better, something beautiful for all. So rest assured, we will continue to press on. And as we approach the next curve of our path, I simply offer my heart and my hand to the whole of Illinois. At no point have I ever felt the salience of these words more truthfully. Our only way forward is together. Thank you, and with that, I'll pass it back to Governor Pritzker to answer questions from the media.
Thanks, Julia.
Hey, Governor.
Yep. Jeremy.
I know we talked about veto session before in the last week, but it's going to be a lot, it seems like it's going to be a lot different with the energy now. Are there any state laws that are currently on the books? You just talked about several strides made in the past 5 years in response to the first Trump term, but are there any state laws on the books now that you think warrant some kind of review to see, as a precaution, to see if they need to be strengthened, that perhaps could be taken up in veto session or lame duck in light of any possible federal action the Trump administration may take against them?
Yeah, thank you for asking the question. It's an extraordinarily relevant question. As you can imagine, in months past, and indeed over years past, we've thought a lot about, what happens if the administration in Washington changes, if the tone changes, what would have a negative effect on Illinois, and how do we shore up and make sure we're protecting people here. So we've done a lot of work on that, and I think you've seen that in some of the bills that were passed in the last session and the session before, and even over the summer as we thought about what more needs to be done. Yesterday, I had a meeting with my senior staff to talk about exactly this. Indeed, I talked to some other governors around the country about the things that they're looking at doing. And so we're gathering, I would call it a list of things that we may need to address. Maybe not during a veto session, but maybe. It can be done in the new year. There is time to do that. But suffice to say that we have a lot of work that we're looking at doing. But I feel like a lot of that work has been done over the last 5.5 years to protect the people of Illinois from something, terrible happening at the federal level, or some attack on Illinois residents.
Any specific topic areas?
You can imagine what all of the health care, reproductive rights, you can go down the list of, there are areas where I think, you can imagine the people who woke up on Wednesday morning and saw the results, if they didn't already see them on Tuesday night. And there are many people whose lives and livelihoods are at risk, and there are many people who cried at the result because they know what impact it may have on their families. So think about them. Yes.
What can the state do if Trump withholds federal funding for police grants? He goes through the mass deportations. And then secondly, in retrospect, do you think Biden should have dropped out earlier to make room for other Democrats?
On the first question, to the extent that these things are nonpartisan grants that are decided by independent groups within the agencies, which happens for most grants, it would be illegal for the Trump administration to stop those grants from flowing, and so we would take action if we saw that happening. Trying to think about any other grant-related stuff. The other.
He claims that he would survive legal challenges.
I don't know what to say except that it would be illegal if he did it, and I presume that the courts would find it so. We certainly would take action and work with our Attorney General to do so. I mean, look, 107 days, I think that's how many days that Kamala Harris had to run that campaign. And so that's an extraordinarily short amount of time. She did an extraordinary job of, making it, as competitive as she could. But more time would have been better. Yeah.
So, Governor, what's next for you? And I have a follow-up.
Well, I talked about the things that we're doing right now.
Third term, run for president, what's the plan?
I, as you know, the work that I do now as governor is work that I love doing. And there is, in the wake of the Tuesday election, I think back to my first days in office, my first 2 years in office, where Donald Trump was president, and we had to defend Illinois against an awful lot of, policies that the Trump administration was imposing that we needed to make sure we were addressing. And so I think that work is going to continue. And I don't have anything to announce today, but I promise you, Mary Ann, you'll be among the first to know if I have something to announce about running for re-election, and I have no plans for anything else.
Can you talk about what happened for the Democrats? Because it turns out that Biden got 81 million votes in 2020. I know we're still counting, but Harris got 55 million. What happened? Where did those 15 million go?
Yeah.
Trump got about the same
Yeah.
as he didn't.
Yeah, I don't know, and I think it would be premature for all of us to draw conclusions today. You have to look at the data before you can draw conclusions. And yet you turn on the television and everybody's spouting, what happened? Is there some policy change that should have been implemented? Should there have been some different candidate? Should something else have happened? I don't know, and I think that we have to stop, take a breath. Democrats certainly should look, over the next couple of months at the data across every state and draw some conclusions. Here's what I want to say, though, about Illinois. Interestingly, with all of the improvement that Donald Trump had across the country and in Illinois in terms of his margin, if you look just below that and all the way down the ballot in Illinois, Democrats won every seat in the General Assembly that it already had, and we won in races that I think people didn't expect, at county board races, taking control of the McLean County Board, for example, coroners races. Literally, if you look, people clearly bifurcated, and made decisions different down the ballot than they did at the top of the ballot, and so I'm proud of that. I think that's a result of the policies that Democrats have had in Illinois and the approval of the voters about those. It's a result of organizing the Democratic Party of Illinois, which was not organized a couple of years ago, right? It was almost moribund if you go back 2.5 years. And so a lot has been done to rebuild the scaffolding and the infrastructure of the party. And remember that Republicans in Illinois were projecting that they would win 5 seats in the General Assembly, and they didn't. And there were a lot of competitive races all across the state, and Democrats fared very well.
Governor, can you talk about the
Olivia, sorry, I'm just kidding. Yeah.
Are you coordinating with other Democratic governors to kind of fortify some of those Democratic values? As I know that you have in the past, right now, are those conversations happening? And if so, in what policy areas?
Yeah, I think I mentioned it earlier. The answer is I've talked to other governors. It's been a day since the election, day and a half now, I guess. So, we all, I think, we have like mind about protecting certain rights and making sure that we're going to be able to withstand, 4 years of a Donald Trump presidency, and also the areas where we might work with the administration, whatever those may be. So there's a lot of discussion going on, certainly among Democratic governors. But I have to say, I talked to Republican and Democratic governors, and when you're governing, I mean, there's a lot that you have to deal with that is just common across the board about things that you need to do in your state, and so those are conversations that are going to be ongoing.
Yeah, but can you talk a little bit about the crumbling of the blue wall? Democrats put so much effort here in Illinois, going to Wisconsin, going to Michigan, even Pennsylvania and whatnot, and yet all 3 of those states turned red. Is there a chance that people there were rubbed the wrong way by, progressive people from Illinois coming and trying to influence? Explain what happened with the blue wall.
Craig, I really can't, because you can't make a judgment about what happened in each of the states without looking at the demographics, how people turned out in what areas, and really examining it closely. And I don't have the data. I haven't seen anybody show up with an analysis of the data. A lot of people with opinions. And certainly Republicans are spouting off their opinions about what Democrats have done wrong in order to lose an election. But the reality is it's going to take a little while, I think, before we have real answers.
Did Democrats underestimate or play the wrong hand with the economy? That seems to be such a big issue for why people changed. Maybe they just didn't like the way things were going and voted for change, even if they maybe didn't like the candidate that was on the other side.
I think that you get dealt the economy that is in front of you. The government doesn't control the economy, and so you get dealt the hand that you get, and then you have to, as a political matter, you play the hand that is dealt to you. So all I can say is that there were challenges. There's certainly, I think everybody believes, Democrats and Republicans, that people have suffered from inflation. Whose fault that is, it's a whole other conversation, but people suffered from inflation. People, people felt like their reproductive rights were under attack, and so there were a lot of people who showed up to vote around that issue. And I'm proud to say that the organization that I founded, Think Big America, we won the vast majority of the referenda across the country that protected women's reproductive rights. So tens of millions of women across the country have rights that they didn't have codified before, rights that are now codified in their constitutions. Yeah. Sorry, let me get this lady back here and I'll come back up. Yeah.
Given, I guess, the margins that President-elect Trump won by, I understand what you said about Illinois, but do you think that the party needs to move closer to the center? I guess what's next for the Democratic Party?
I don't think we can make an analysis about, ideology or some particular issue at this point. Again, a lot of work needs to be done. I think we'll all have some answers over the next month or two, having looked at the data and seeing why people voted as they did, but it's really a hard judgment to make a day and a half after the election. I'm going to get this and then I'll get you Amanda. Yeah.
I want to ask about the Gombe report from last week. Your office is saying that there could be a $3 billion deficit without some changes or reworking. How are you thinking about filling that? And is income tax or other kind of personal tax on the table for this upcoming year?
The General Assembly and I have balanced the budget every year. When I came into office, the projections were that everything was going to go south immediately and we wouldn't be able to recover from it. We balanced the budget every year. Indeed, we ran surpluses. So we're going to balance the budget again. This is a forecast that's made every year, looking 5 years forward, assuming no changes in any laws. Forget about revenue. It's just generally no changes in law, no changes in efficiencies, et cetera. It's a kind of a flat projection forecast, and it's been wrong every year, I guess you might say, or we've defeated it, every year, and so I think we're going to submit a budget to the General Assembly. I know I'm going to submit a budget to the General Assembly in February, like I have every year over the past 6 years, and it'll be balanced. Yeah, Amanda.
Governor, I have a couple. First of all, the president-elect is somebody who is very clear that he wants to take revenge on those who have wronged him. Without clout, particularly of Senator Durbin, now in a minority U.S. Senate, how do you plan to pursue your agenda in Washington should Illinois need money for various grants, need federal assistance in any way? What is your strategy?
Yeah, just to be clear, it's not all about money, but that's one factor. As you know, we've had federal storm emergencies, other kinds of things that have affected the state of Illinois, and the federal government has programs to address those, and I expect that we'll be able to access those as needed. All I can say is that the federal government, separate and apart from the politics of the person who controls the office of president, has a certain pace to it and a working order to it that continued to a large degree during the first Trump administration, and so we intend to access that as we have. But any political actions that the president takes, I think, will be, work to his detriment politically. And I think that to the extent that they break the law, because politics in many cases can't be imposed upon things that are due to the various states. So I feel, reasonably okay about our ability to withstand anything that the Trump administration brings to us, but I can't predict the future. Yeah. Paris. Sorry.
So on the issue of education infrastructure, he wants to abolish the Department of Education. Does that mean less federal money for schools?
Yep.
More financial problems for school districts like Chicago, and then infrastructure, say the state doesn't get federal money for things like the Red Line extension, O'Hare, or other big infrastructure needs that the state relies on federal dollars for?
Again, sorry, just to be clear, the federal infrastructure dollars, again, are decided on an apolitical, non-political basis. That's how they're supposed to be decided. And indeed, we've, trust me, I've, contacted lots of people in the federal government that I know, elected officials or, appointed political officials, to make sure that they know what Illinois needs. And I can say, for certain that, the independence of those divisions of the agencies really are making the decisions. And we've been very fortunate because we are at the center of the supply chain for the nation. And so we've received a lot of support. Indeed, we're one of the largest recipients of transportation-related infrastructure dollars. So.
Is there anything you can do to help all the Blackhawks and Bulls fans who pay, millions to Comcast and aren't saving anything for their money because they can't watch, sports enough? Is there something the state could do to help these consumers?
Haven't been asked to be involved in that by any of the parties that you're referring to, so I don't know if there are. If they should make themselves known if that's the case. But the fact is that private businesses, other than the normal things that government can do to support private businesses, which we do, ought to be able to manage their own futures together. I also would like to be able to access these things more easily, but it's very difficult to do. Yeah. Thank you.